very beginning of when we had the Unite competition. But one thing I want to mention as well, we actually have Otter, who was on Luminosity last year, and they were the 2025 North America International Championship. So I think, you know, going to be able to go for that goal with back-to-back champ, that would be quite an achievement.
It really would, and I love your highlight as well of last NAIC, because Luminosity Gaming got all of ICs last year. They had the crown 3 times, they could just stack it up on their heads. And Zoinks, Root Dignitas yesterday, like I said, very straightforward. Was there something in particular about the way they played or their draft that really caught your attention?
Yeah, whatever Otter plays is going to look brilliant, I think, is what it's going to come down to. That, I mean, Root, that's actually one of my favorite matchups in this grand finals. It's going to be Finn versus Otter on a lot of these draft picks. But yeah, I think that was obviously the centerpiece to Root Dignitas' strategies, or at least their success. In day number 2 specifically, Otter secures around the Rayquaza were incredible, but also their team fights were so fantastic. I mean, Root Dignitas is a team made up of champions, right? 4 out of 5 players on that team have won on the NAIC stage before. Toon looking to add themselves into that lineup as well and be all 5 winning on the NAIC stage. Evil Geniuses, they got champs too, but yeah, Root Dignitas looking good. But EG, they are the challengers.
They are such a mighty opponent. Our second grand finalist of NAIC 2026 with Curious, Ducky, and the rest of the team that just swiped out. Right, Evil Geniuses. We know, Chef, that yesterday, because, of course, they've been coming short in second place in a couple of very important playoffs, this is a moment that they can really prove themselves, and it's against a very known opponent, too.
Yes, yes. I mean, these are the 2 most known opponents probably in North America. But the cool thing about Evil Geniuses is they do have that sort of history. A lot of their players, you know, they've got a world champion on their team. They've got lots of winners of a lot of different events on their team. But they've also got a little bit more new talent. And by new talent, I mean like new to a huge team within this season. Of course, they've been playing for quite a while. But they are really the ones that have been popping off. But almost sort of kind of held together a little bit by Curios, who is one of the most well-known players in the world. You can see popping off right there. Very excited when he wins. The rest of the time, very demure. But no, they are such a great team, and they've really had some of the most growth. Despite being looked at as one of the best teams at the start of the season, and they did prove that, I do feel like from the start of the season till now, they've had to maybe gel together a little bit more than some of the other teams just because they are a little bit newer at playing together. However, it does feel like they've truly hit their stride. Maybe not against Goofy Goobers in day 1, but we're never going to go how that went.
I mean, yeah, day 1, we talked about it. It's a little bit of a mix and match there on the teams that we don't know that much about. But when Evil Geniuses, just like the name suggests, when they can prepare, when they can strategize, they know how to go about their drafts, their compositions, Kelly. So today, what is your expectation for Evil Geniuses in how they have studied Root Dignitas?
I guess that's where the interesting thing comes in. Are they going to go in with some blanket meta bans, or are we going to see some more respect bans? I know Ducky on the Mamoswine was an absolute monster, but are we going to see Mamoswine being banned on out, or maybe we'll have Root Dignitas take that away? We'll have to wait and see, and I guess this is where the mind games come into play.
Yeah, that's why they're Evil Geniuses after all. So I love that you called out the Mamoswine, because Zoinks, I know that you love in general these picks that you see this player is this Pokemon.
Yeah. I mean, I think Ducky, one of the best Mamoswines worldwide for quite some time as well. When they get that pick, Evil Geniuses looks like an entirely different team. So I think the chances of them getting that pick might be a little bit lower. However, there are a lot of premier defenders in the metagame right now. So there's going to be a few options, but we'll see what it actually breaks down to. That final 5, that game 5, if we get to it, is going to be interesting.
Ooh, yeah, 3 and 2. I honestly hope that will happen. Maybe when we get to predictions, I'll say what exactly I'm thinking I'm happening. But any final thoughts there before we go into predictions about Evil Geniuses, Chef?
Oh no, they're great, and I mean, this is just the match we've been waiting for. So really, I feel like there's almost not much more that we can say.
Valid. Well, I'm not gonna give up my own prediction just yet, Kelly. So let's start with you.
Well, you know, we've talked about Root Dignitas, Evil Geniuses, their track record that they have this season, but also just from the start of United. Well, I guess you can see my face there. I have predicted Root Dignitas to take the championship title for NAIC 2026.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get to Jeff real soon. he's right there, and he's taking quite a lot of opinion in Evil Geniuses. But let's do you first, Zoinks.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'll throw in my 2 cents. I do pick Root Dignitas in this game. They've been flawless since the start of the tournament. I think they could be, carrying that way all the way through a flawless victory. But I think in the grand finals, they're going to hit a misstep. I think it's going to be a close competition. I think a 3-2 victory for Root Dignitas.
Well, and Chef, your opinion there, the contradiction, 1 against 5 on Evil Geniuses.
I think they've been looking better and better the entire season, and I really do believe the newer talent of that team. And I look really funny right there being the only one, but hey, you know what? I see Pika Diff there. Pika Diff, you guys are gonna win, right? You're gonna make my prediction correct, right? There we go. Pika Diff says yes, and
yes.
Pika Diff is never wrong, so
okay.
I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, Pika Diff and Chef are never wrong. I can stand by that. Although, my prediction, as you saw on the screen, was Dignitas. And I would say my record would be 3-2 because I really want that game 5. But at the same time, I have faith as well that a 3-1 could happen just by how consistent Root Dignitas has been all throughout the season. And I would say just the mental is just very focused and very, cool, calm and collected to strategize. Although against the Evil Geniuses, I feel like Root Dignitas still has an upper hand. So any final thoughts that you'd like to add to this one before we start getting things ready for the grand finals?
Yeah, I'll throw one in. Do we see Duraludon again from Root Dignitas? Because
possibly.
It felt so good in that semifinal yesterday, and I don't know if the opposition had any answers to it, but Evil Geniuses, you called out their prep time being maybe a factor here. They've had a whole evening to prepare for that Duraludon. We'll see if that secret answer that Root Dignitas has is still going to be happening again in day number 3.
Yeah, Championship Sunday is definitely the place to throw in new strategies and new compositions that you haven't yet shown to the public. And I think Evil Geniuses are definitely prepared. Do you guys think Duraludon is going to be on the way?
Honestly, I think we might end up seeing something else from Toon. I feel like that was the day 2 strategy, so maybe they have another secret key up their sleeve.
Yeah, true. What do you think, Sean?
I really hope that they played Duraludon all day yesterday in semis, just so that they would think they would play Duraludon and they're not going to pick it at all.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious.
It would. It definitely would. We talked about Metagross, we talked about Duraludon. Really interesting things that had actually been doing so well on day 2. I'm so excited for this grand finals. I hope everybody is excited for this grand finals of Pokemon Unite of the Pokemon North America International Championships 2026. Well, you guys, this is our game. We gotta hype it up. We gotta really prepare to, have the heart and the stamina to actually see this grand finals come through and not actually collapse at the end. I might collapse. Sometimes that happens. It's just part of the game. But it's always something that we're super excited about. Shout out to Spraggles and Dubes next, who are gonna be casting this grand finals for us here at NAIC 2026 in New Orleans. I'm so excited to see how things are gonna go. All right, that was it for our pre-show in this Championship Sunday. We hope you all have a great time. We're gonna start with Pokemon Unite, but we still have Pokemon Go, VGC, and trading card game as well to end the day. All right, let's get things ready.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championships. We're back in the Big Easy, where thousands of the world's best trainers have come to battle for the title of NAIC champion. Last year, two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming completed their IC sweep after a tense 4-game set against Revelation.
One of the best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming!
Its Axon battled tirelessly through the loser's bracket, resetting the bracket in the grand finals and winning his second NAIC title.
Race for its Axon, he is your 2025 North America International Champion!
After coming up short in the past finals, Isaiah Bradner pulled it all together to claim his first NAIC trophy in the Masters division.
Isaiah takes the KO, and he is the North American International Champion.
And Federico Camporisi claimed yet another champion title for Italy in an exciting 3-game match against teammate Marco Silva.
Federico Camporisi is your 2025 North America International Champion.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Toon is left to their own devices here. Blazing Bicycle kick! Blazing Bicycle kick secure! And the lead is there.
That comfy color looking so good on the surf edge. And it's 4 knockouts for Lunex Gaming. They're gonna go for Abby's left. They don't make it. Lunex still confirms they are already on the lead.
The clock is counting down and Evil Geniuses are smiling as this one is going to be EG 2-0. Fulcrum fall in the round of 8.
There is one world spot up for grabs, and these next two teams are the only teams competing for it.
It's Deep Cross Gaming. It was them at the start. It's them at the end. Deep Cross Gaming not falling for any shenanigans. Secure a big-time win in a big-time fashion is exactly what DCG wanted to do.
Deep Cross is your last team qualified for the Pokemon Unite World Championships.
Root Dignitas take the Rayquaza, and that might just make them the first finalist of NAIC 2026.
Rude Dig moving to our grand finals on Championship Sunday.
Make some noise for Root Dignitas.
No Sayaya Unite move available, and Groudon is just getting shredded, and it's Mamoswine to take down the Groudon. It's Moltres in the back line, and not for long. Mimikyu down, and Evil Geniuses race to the goal zone. We know it, EG 3-2.
Evil Geniuses able to hold that lead.
Good morning, New Orleans. It's time for Championship Sunday here at the North American International Championship 2026.
Yes, it is, because we're going to be crowning today the champion of North America Internationals in Pokemon.
That's right. These players have been fighting for prizes, trophies, championship points, but most importantly, the title of North American International Champion.
That's true. And later today, we're going to see the crown to whoever goes in Pokemon Go, Pokemon video game, and the Pokemon trading card game.
But first, of course, Soph, we've got our game. So to start things off, we're going with Pokemon Unite.
Root just needs to close this one up.
Zubrook says, well, I'll just push you out of the way. Root Dignitas take the Rayquaza.
All 5 members of Deep Cross Gaming KO, and Evil Geniuses race to the goal zone.
Well, we came here to have fun and win, and we're done having fun.
Today, at the NAIC Finals, when it matters the most, we're going to take you down.
Okay, we are here with the grand finalists of Pokemon Unite, Evil Geniuses and Root Dignitas. From here on my side, I have Zugrug.
And over here we've got who else but Kyrios. Kyrios, oh my god. I'm sorry. You're good, right? Yeah, sorry.
We good? Are we good for this grand finals?
Good. We're good.
All right, let's go. So, who is going to take the crown today? Will it be Root Dignitas?
Or will it be Evil Geniuses?
All right.
Now I think we have a question, right? We've got some questions for these players.
Yeah, we do. If you're ready for it, are you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Let's go. Okay, so Root Dignitas, champions of LAIC in this 2026 season. How is NAIC faring for you, and how different do you feel from November until now?
I mean, we're super confident. We won NA Regionals. This is a team we beat to win, so we're just going to do it again.
All right, very confident.
All right, now the team's been building up the entire season. Do you feel now is the time to take a title?
Yes.
It very simply said.
Okay, so before we get into this grand finals, do you have words for your opponent?
I mean, these guys have been second place all year.
Talk to him, he's right there.
They've been second place all year, so we're just going to keep it that way.
All right. You got to have something back for that, right?
I mean, yeah, you've been confident from the regionals. You've been doing good in the league, but when it comes to the NIC finals, when it matters the most, we know you're going to lose.
Woo! Strong opinions here from the players. All right, let's do a stat down before we get to the casters and you can get ready for your games. Shall we? Hey, let's go. All right, passing it over to Kelly now for a lovely interview with family and friends.
Before we get the ball rolling, we need to ask some questions from our supporters here in the sidelines of these two teams. We have Higadiff, jack of all trades, manager, sub, and coach. How has it been watching Evil Geniuses from the sidelines here this weekend?
From the sidelines, it's been an honor watching them from LEIC to UIC to the league till now. Watching them grow week by week, it's been incredible. It's been a pleasure, and they're going to make me proud no matter what today.
Oh, that is so lovely. And we have Newt here, Otter's girlfriend. I know I heard you screaming from the crowd. How has it been watching from there?
It's been so much fun. I'm really happy to actually get to be here in person, and to make it even better, I have lots of friends that came here with me to support Root Dignitas, so it's just been so amazing to get to cheer and to get to see them keep on winning, and hopefully we'll see more.
Yes, but before we end up going out onto the battlefield, any words of encouragement you would like to offer Evil Geniuses, even though I'm sure you would have already done that?
Live evil.
Live evil. Anything from you, Newt?
#DigWin.
Thank you so much. I say we get these matches started, throwing it over to the...
Here we are, NAIC in our grand finals for the final stretch of Pokemon Unite. We have already found what team is going to be heading to the World Championships, getting that last spot, and now we could not have a better finish than this. The two best teams in North America facing off. Hi everybody, Jake, your resident content cowboy, Yee to the Ha, joined by the one and only Noob Snacks. Hello, Noob Snacks.
Hello, cowboy. I can't wait to get this underway because, as you said, the best two teams in NA have been pacing not only this region but this western half of the world all year long, and it's very fitting that at NAIC they clash again.
Yeah, you really couldn't have a more perfect finish. You never know how our bracket is going to shake out, right? It's single elimination on day 2, having our team snake their way all the way here, and somehow it's Dignitas versus Evil Geniuses. Looking at Unite as an esport, could it be any better than Dig and EG right here in the grand finals? I can tell you, if this is your first time watching Unite, These are some of the best teams to ever do it. Been playing the game since day one. On both sides, we have players who have won regional championships before. In fact, last year's winner is on Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, absolutely. And not to mention, both of these teams have world champions as well. Is that a correct statement? Probably not.
It's very close. If it's not correct, it's extremely
yes,
close.
Technically, Toon was a sub year one.
That's
it is
right.
Correct.
It
Bang,
is correct.
We got there. And people are like, why do they have these guys for awesome, deep stats like that?
And now we're heading right into our draft here. If you play Unite and you're in Master Rank, you've seen this before, but it looks a little different and a little prettier here on our broadcast. We're going to see our teams ban Pokemon on each side. So these are Pokemon that cannot be picked by either squad. So they're looking at powerful picks that you don't want your opponent to have, or just Pokemon that are so unbelievably strong you don't want anyone to pick them up. Mew is a ban here from Evil Geniuses. That looks directly targeted toward the player Otter on Route Dignitas, who is one of the best Mew players in the entire world. As we continue our bans, Blissey, a supporter. Snorlax, probably the best defender going in the game right now. On the side of Dignitas, we have the Psyduck, the newly released Feraligatr, which is incredible, and Mega Charizard Y for our bans.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, banning the Mew is unsurprising. If you weren't tuning in yesterday, Otter pretty much saved the skin of Dignitas over and over and over again with that Pokemon. And Moltres is a character specifically that gave Evil Geniuses fits on their way here, and they're picking it first.
Yeah, Moltres is, I think, probably the best thing going in the game right now. It feels like whatever team it's on has a massive advantage, an extremely powerful all-rounder with incredible self-recovery. On the other side, Route Dignitas picking up the attacker of the tournament, that is Espeon. Even though the Mew was banned out, I really do think Espeon is our #1 attacker here at NAIC. Incredibly strong early, incredible secure potential for these wild Pokemon. And then as soon as it hits level 4, it gets Psyshock and it takes it to another level.
Yeah, back the other way, we're going to have Zacian and Articuno, two Pokemon that these two players have played a lot, and Zugrug has been spectacular on the legendary bird all weekend long. We're going to see where EG rounds it out. One of the only teams that still plays the traditional healing support in most cases, and it looks like Alchemy is where Roland is going to be. No real surprises there.
I love Alchemy. I think it is one of the unsung best supports in the game. Roland is incredible on this. And look at this final pick here from Evil Geniuses, the long-range sniper in Decidueye. Root now with their final pick, something for Toon, one of their carry players on their team. We're going to see what they want to slot into here. They may have been looking for that themselves, but no, instead going with the Machamp. And it's interesting to see Machamp in a last pick situation here. This Pokemon for most of the season, especially since one of our huge tournaments in Japan, has been a priority pick or ban.
One of the combinations you're going to see is the submission out of Machamp into the Psyshock by Espeon, which is a gargantuan 1-2 punch to smother down any target on the side of Evil Geniuses. And right now, if I'm Root Dig, I'm eyeing down Moltres to hit with that combination, because if you let this thing stick in the pocket, it has so much self-sustain, as you mentioned, and its burst damage is crazy.
We are starting our competition here. Thea, Sky, Ruins with Rayquaza in the center. Groudon and Kyogre are also available in our tournament, but everything is starting with Ray. Evil Geniuses versus Root Dignitas. You saw the hardware up on the big stage. That is what they are playing for. The glory, the lion's share of our $50,000 prize pool, and the title of NAIC champion. As both of our squads get ready here to face off, again, you couldn't ask for a better matchup in our grands. The two best teams all year in North America holding it down. Well, here we go. Evil Geniuses, your purple team. Root Dignitas, your orange team. Let's start our grand finals.
We are looking right now at Toon getting ready to roll through that central area and get as big as possible, hit that level 5. I am taking a look at how Evil Geniuses is going to react to Espeon Articuno from Root Dig in that bottom path, because they certainly have the early game advantage.
Yeah, absolutely strong early game for them. Zealot with a very strong early game as well here with the Zacian. Getting a little aggressive, moving forward, looking for a KO early, and Roland having to use their eject button to run away.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great resource to pluck out early, and one that Roland probably wishes they still had in their pocket. Moltres rolling up, Finn going to make a difference here. You already see that big burst of damage from it.
Now the question is Moltres going to stay top, or are they going to head down towards the bottom path and make a sneakier play? They've already shown their opponents where they are, and it looks like they are moving down to the bottom path. In fact, both center area Pokemon could be meeting down here for this first fight at our birds that spawn at 850.
We already have submission. Toon is hiding out. We'll see what target they go to. They're scampering around. Actually, just a chip shot is going to put the brakes on that. We are working through the Swablu and Altaria. That is a lot of early game experience that these teams want to fight for.
You know, I can tell you, it really feels like both of these squads are a little scared to enter a dust-up right away. No one wants to make the first mistake of our grand finals. Everyone just cautiously moving back and forth, seeing what experience they can take from each other.
You now see the Rowlet going into the central area, evolving here, going to be able to finally get online as the Decidueye, again, that long-range sniper potential.
You know, the nice thing that Evil Geniuses has is we have a little bit of an invade happening in the center there. Ender actually trying to slow down this Decidueye from getting online. Moltres only really needs level 5, so they can give the rest of the experience over to that Decidueye.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's kind of the first break point of Moltres. Decidueye, on the other hand, needs to get to that stage 2 evolution. Zugrug, in the face of 3, showing no fear. Here comes Ender and Toon. Scampering around is the Machoke. They're going to peel back. Look at this. Otter, silently level 6, ready to dominate.
Yeah, Otter is ready to go here. They have both of their moves now here at level 6. Level 8, they will hit their Unite move, but that is still something to be seen as Curios struggling to get their level 7. That's what they need to get their Spirit Shackle on Decidueye. We'll see how quickly they can get that, and if Root wants to actually punish them here. No, I think just another play.
Yeah, I think getting suplexed into the Articuno Blizzard that we just saw, that big orb that surrounds Zugrug, is going to be a great combination as well. Here comes Ender. They've got 4 in the face of 2. Certainly the player advantage here, and they're going straight for the scores.
Wow, what a play by Dignitas. Huge points early. They break the goal zone right away at 7 minutes, 10 seconds. Right now, 0 to 88 points. Of course, the team with the highest score at the end wins, and there are a lot of factors that go into that, but right now, Evil Geniuses way behind.
Yeah, pivoting up top here is Zug to see what Chris Smith and Kyrgios are up to. Roland and Ducky going to create a little frontline action so they can guarantee themselves the Regieleki, and it is marching towards Root Dig's Tier 1 goal zone.
We'll see what they're going to do about it. They're just going to walk away, and they're going to leave it to them. They're just going to trade scores, as multiple members of Dignitas are actually looking to score in the bottom path right now. We have 2 members of Dig being pushed off by the Moltres, and a fight's breaking out.
Blizzard right into the middle here. Big Spirit Shackle. Nice reposition by the Gabite on that Dragon Rush, and a knock-knock arrow comes out from Curios. 2 quality KOs for EG.
We're going to see if they can send one back the other way. Ender was trying to help the Zacian Zealot move forward there, but they weren't able to make it happen. Big plays from EG here as they are now up 101 to 88.
Chris Smith flying pretty close to the sun there with those wax wings. Almost got destroyed by the Zacian that was just hanging out. Zealot on the side of Root Dig. Espeon Unite is there. They're using it to try to save themselves, but no chances there. Vin shuts it down.
Yeah, big resources used. The eject button from Ducky to grab the Espeon. Espeon had to use a Unite move with multiple members of Evil Geniuses, setting up a big KO. It's a wasted Unite for Root Dig.
Without a doubt. Zealot and Toon here. Toon again hitting Machamp, level 10. Gonna have that Unite move. It's been expended. They're gonna try and build that back up for the next team scrap.
Yeah, we're gonna see when they want to. This is that moment in the match where there's a little bit of a calm before the storm. We don't have an objective in the top and bottom path right here. We are just looking for the next moment. And if you look at your mini map in the top left, not a single yellow pip on there. That means every piece of experience has been lit clean from this map. They are looking to get as strong as possible before the next big fight. The question is, how do these teams want to play it? What objective do you care more about?
Right now we've got Ender using the Trick Phantom Force combination to be able to leash people back through that portal so they don't get too much into trouble. There's the suplex, the submission, right into the Psyshock. Ducky very low, able to get out by using the Piloswine's Earthquake.
Yeah, and here we go. They're looking for another engage right here, possibly finding Moltres, not able to get Ducky, and they do evolve. Mamoswine now online with their Unite move, as 4 members of Dignitas are here in the bottom path.
They're doing a great job keeping that experience lead is Root Dignitas, right? Really stressing this bottom path, focusing on these basement Regis, as of course EG will take the free Regieleki up top through Chris Smith and that Garchomp.
Here we go, Reg Ice for Root Dignitas. Reggie Alecki for Evil Geniuses walking towards the tier 2, but it looks like EG isn't moving there. They're making a sneaky play to the bottom path right here, and they could catch Root Dig.
Earthquake goes for the Ice Fang, no, doesn't deliver. Blizzard is there, and they're gonna fade back just for now. What could have been a skirmish dissolves quickly.
4 members of Evil Geniuses still looking for a possible fight here as we have Toon setting up the submission play. They miss the Mammo Swine right there as here comes the Hoopa Unite.
Rings are unbound, we're going for the stuns. There goes Ducky stomping around with the Mamoswine, and again, expending Unite move resources here, but we're not fighting quite yet. Tries to go for the spun, Earthquake is in, Ducky wants to reposition. They are stunned and slowed down and frozen, and that's the Articuno Unite with the cake being built by Roland to help sustain the team. Knock arrow all over Articuno, and one legendary bird dispatched by the starter.
And here they move, Zacian hiding in the tall grass looking for the moment, caught by the Spirit Shackle, has to peel away. Toon running in as the Machamp, looking for a possible KO. Zacian re-engaging, but Garchomp pushes them back right now. Evil Genius is now squaring up for a fight, and it looks like Root Dig's gonna have to run.
I mean, a credit to Roland there. They've been lobbing these dollops right on top of the players so they don't have to move at all to be able to get that healing from the dollops themselves, which is great. That's going to allow Evil Geniuses to focus on the fight, focus on the player ahead of them, instead of having to reposition, remaneuver to pick those up.
You see how unbelievably close this match is as we're at the 3-minute mark. 1 minute until Rayquaza hits the center of the map. 108, 128. In all of that fighting, we did have Toon peel to the top path so that they could score. Level-wise, it's incredibly close. Score-wise, it's incredibly close. And both of these teams feel a little afraid to fight right now. They don't want to be the player to lose it for them.
Yeah, again, everybody really playing calm, and this is truly going to be the calm before the storm, because when Rayquaza hits the map, you gotta scrap.
Here we go. Regie Alecki is going to be walking towards this tier 2, which could set Evil Geniuses up for a big score. However, Root Dignitas is going to get the objective in the bottom path.
Registeel.
Yeah, an extremely powerful buff, giving them more attack and special attack heading into our final moments here. With only 7 points separating these teams, it is going to be a brawl somewhere here at Rayquaza. Evil Geniuses hiding in the tall grass, possibly looking to catch members of Root Dignitas sleeping here. If they can move in and start, they can start this fight right now.
Rings are unbound, they're gonna pull the Machamp back through. We're ripping through Rayquaza, we're not even fighting each other. We're charging up to see the cake is built. Big sword, no, it's Toon on the Machamp. And all the faces of the secure tools that Evil Geniuses had the opportunity to use. It's the Machamp that squeezes through. And when you're in that blender and you get the Rayquaza, you also happen to get the rest of the team.
That's right, huge points going in here for Root Dignitas. It's double time right now, so those 50s turn into Hundo Burgers. 121 to 580. Not over with a minute and a half left, but Evil Geniuses is going to need to run all the way across the map, KO members of Root Dignitas to make anything happen here. Just a full team wipe at Rayquaza.
I mean, these teams, you know, what a missed call on my part. I thought they were going to scrap a little bit, and everybody just threw everything in the kitchen sink at the green Rayquaza right in the middle, and yeah, somehow the Machamp comes out ahead.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those moments when both teams are looking for the objective, but one is the aggressor. You definitely have a higher likelihood of securing. You know exactly what you're going for. I think Evil Geniuses did not at all expect what Dignitas was going to do. They're marching towards the tier 2 right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to score a bunch of points here. Back the other way on the mini-map, you can see Root Dig is getting the counter scores in, as we're just taking a landscape image of Arthea Sky Ruins here. But really, things have just settled down. Root Dig gonna take game 1.
Yeah, nothing we can do here. Evil Geniuses simply don't have enough points to score. 403 to 890. A first match here in our grand finals that I would say was extremely timid from both of these squads. Able to scrap with each other, but I truly felt like with all the pressure in this moment, neither team wanted to be the one that got caught. Neither team wanted to be, you know, caught with the Ice Fang or the submission right into a big combo and be the reason that they lost. And because of that, we had our teams farm, get a ton of experience, and then head to Rayquaza for a massive fight at the end that just turned into a huge rip.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's very rare that these two teams completely avoid attacking each other and focus so much on the map. But at the end of the day, like you said, the scoreline is what wins, and getting the Rayquaza there certainly puts you in the driver's seat.
It feels like both teams were looking almost to counterpunch each other. Either catch them or counterpunch. And because of that, we didn't have a lot of brawling throughout this match. We're gonna take a look at some of the big moments here from game number 1 that Root Dignitas was able to take down. Again, this is a best of 5 here in our grand finals, so they're gonna need to do that a few more times before they dispatch Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses have a lot of opportunities to come back at this.
Yeah, we're watching again. This is the few times that they did decide to fight. Here's we're firing off some Unite moves. You saw the knock-knock area. You saw the all-creamy cake. Of course, Articuno in the front lines using its own Unite move and getting hit with the massive arrow of the last arrow of the knock-knock arrow.
Here we have this kind of final rip here as both of our teams are looking for the objective. Mamoswine moving in. We're going to slow it down for you. Alchemy goes into the big cake thinking there's a fight, but there's not really going to be a fight happening here. It's just going to be a rip. The Livid Outrage on the objective. Zacian charging up the Unite move. There's the Psyshock, Psybeam, and the Machamp Unite. Root Dignitas really had everything ready to go for that. They threw everything at Ray.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Sovereign Sword, everything was going into that direction. And actually, if you saw in the top right corner of your screen, they actually had Kyrios that lined up a pretty good Spirit Shackle as well. And that was a heck of a dice roll. Dignitas rolling big.
Yeah. Big win for them. Toon, our player of the game. And I just want to highlight for you again right here what a low knockout game this was. Our player of the game on a massive carry Pokemon, only picking up 2 knockouts and 4 assists. It felt like no one wanted to brawl. Moltres with 18,000 damage right here. It just was a very calm game from these two teams. And I wonder if now that Dignitas has taken a victory, they're going to get a little more aggressive, start to put pressure on Evil Geniuses.
Well, certainly Evil Geniuses, I think it needs to match that intensity. I would love to see them not be complacent here in the second game and really put the pedal to the metal. You don't know what Root Dig's going to do, but you certainly have agency on how you're going to approach that second game. And if I were them, I would ramp it up, and I would ramp it up quickly.
I love that a team gets aggressive like that, knows they can make a play and goes for it. And to be fair to Root Dignitas, when you look at a moment like that and you think of it as a flip, they had every single piece of their secure tool ready to go. So Evil Geniuses is not, they're probably shocked that they're actually going for a rip right here. Meanwhile, we've got the Machamp Unite, the Psybeam, the Sovereign Sword, every single thing you can throw onto the objective, they go for it right away. As we head into our next draft here, our map will be Kyogre. So no longer Rayquaza, Kyogre in the middle of the map here as our bands coming out. We've got the Psyduck, the Espeon, Mew, Moltres from Evil Geniuses. Not shocked there. It really has felt like a insanely powerful pick all weekend, except when you and I are dueling, my friend.
Yeah, it's not great. I do think that Espeon, Moltres, and Mew, specifically between these two teams, should always be in those 6 blocks at the top here. Zacian, unsurprising, going to be banned. So is Snorlax. Zacian, again, a contested pick between these two teams specifically. We'll see where Zugrug is going to lead us off.
Yeah, what's the first pick here for Dig? I mean, there are a lot of great options. There are Pokemon that they could grab here. You could go with a Machamp again if you want to set up some big plays. But without your Espeon, I'm not sure that that's something you're going to be grabbing. A lot of strong bans, and they're going to go with Mega Charizard. Why?
Yeah, that was banned actually in the first game. Now EG, having let it loose, invested into is a first pick by Root Dig. EG has the opportunity to respond, and the Blissey pick, we'll see where Chris Smith ends up.
We're going to see where Chris wants to go here. Mega Lucario has been a powerful Pokemon for Chris Smith, but the Mimikyu, I love this with the Shutdown Unite move it has, the Play With Me, giving you the ability to throw that cover over a Pokemon and stop them from really what they want to do. It's great with a Pokemon like Charizard that takes to the sky. You're going to shut down a huge amount of its Unite move.
Yeah, Blissey as well, top tier support character, especially with that Bliss Assistance Unite move. However, Ender might be one of the best Hoopas moving, and they lock that in here. Mega Lucario finding its way through, a Pokemon that you and I have been pretty tepid on, but these top teams are really psyched about.
Yeah, a few of the top teams love Mega Lucario, and you see it have some amazing games. You see it have other games where it really just doesn't have much of an impact. One that I absolutely love and fear, especially early in the game, Zapdos. So unbelievably strong. And I always love when I hear from someone who hasn't watched Unite in a minute, and they're like, they have Zapdos and Articuno on their team now. Yes, Zapdos, the former boss monster in the middle of our map, is now playable on a squad, and it is so strong in that attacker slot.
Otter grabbing Miraidon and Zugra, going back to the Articuno, getting it as their last pick. We call this true last pick from Evil Geniuses, the gutter pick, because it gives you, well, it's last, and it gives you the opportunity to counter everything on the other side. You have perfect information. What is Kyrios going to expend this on? Latios.
Latios, and you know, Kyrios has been playing this, I think, mostly with Dragon Pulse from what I've seen. I could be wrong here. This could be a Draco Meteor Latios. Draco Meteor, incredibly powerful. This like kind of targeted damage almost in this area. Once it gets going and multiple meteors are following, it can wipe out Pokemon very quickly. However, Dragon Pulse gives you more mobility, the option to kind of move in and out of combat with that dash and then look for targets, but you're not going to be able to hit as many at once. We'll see what Kyrios wants to play here heading into Game 2. This also feels like a composition from both of these squads that doesn't want to fight a lot early. It wants to fight once they hit their big Unite moves like Charizard.
Without a doubt. Latios, of course, is going to be important to get that stacked up throughout the course of the game as well to make sure it's dealing that maximum amount of damage. It's going to be really on Kyrios to manage their distance from these fights when these teams do engage, because there's a lot of trouble waiting for them if they overextend.
Yeah, no question about it as our teams are getting set up here. You can see on the side of Root Dig Toon there with the Curse Bangle, that item giving you the ability to decrease the healing on your opponent's side. Could be very powerful depending on what kind of Blissey we see as Evil Geniuses and Root Dig are squaring up here on Thea Sky Ruins. Root Dignitas, your purple team. Evil Geniuses, your orange team. Game 2 of our grand finals.
Ender going on an invade. Looks like Otter is going to be down in the bottom path by themselves. They're going to try and stress Kyrios a little bit here early and buy time for Toon to get this Charizard online.
We're going to see if he's able to secure this here away from Kyrios. It would be a massive secure. Hoopa is able to do this right now, looking for him. No! Kyrios able to take that from Ender, and Ender really hasn't lost much by doing this. Look how much time he is wasting.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Roland going to go across the way as the Chansey and try and do the same thing. Really invade, stress the ability of these Pokemon to level up and evolve, and it looks like Kyrios gets out with both buffs and feels pretty good.
He does feel pretty good about it, but Ender slowed them down considerably in that moment as we have what looks like a fight breaking out in the bottom path now between multiple members of Root Dig. No, Charizard is actually going to move top here. Kyrios hiding in the tall grass. This could be dangerous for Otter.
Yeah, Toon rotating in. It's still 3v2. A lot of damage. Here comes Vin putting pressure on. Ender with a nice little stun on the backside here actually is enough to stymie the whole push.
Wow, I mean, that looked like a great catch from Evil Geniuses trying to get the Miraidon, but with two players rotating down from Root Dignitas, they are now going to peel back. In the top path, it looks like we have a bit of a brawl breaking out as well, but I think they're just going to fade back after this experience. No, Kyrios actually made their way to the top path too.
Root Dig versus Evil Geniuses met 3 times in the UCS leagues, and EG won 1 set 2-0, Dig won 1 set 2-1, and Dig won in the playoffs in the full best of 5 3-2.
Yeah, here we go, big time Ice Fang. Articuno caught and goes down. Evil Geniuses now trying to take some of this experience away from the side of Root Dig.
I'll tell you what, Ducky on this Mamoswine has been something special to watch all weekend long. From obviously the clutch B press to send them to the grand finals in that game 5 against Deep Cross, to every single Ice Fang you see this player put together results in big knockouts for the team.
Yeah, I genuinely would consider banning Ducky's Mamoswine. I want to see if he's got anything else. Big fight here from Root Dignitas.
The Blizzard freezes too. Now the pressure is on. The chase continues. Chris Smith trying to peel back to their squad as the fully powered up Charge Beam can't quite deal enough damage to get the knockout.
And they're looking for a moment right here. Everyone from Evil Genius is using that goal zone to give themselves some shields and heal up a little bit before this next fight, seeing how much of this experience they can get.
I mean, these teams historically would fight so much more than this. But like you said, they're playing incredibly conservative, not only in game 1, but it looks like to be the same tactic here in game number 2.
Yeah, I just think no one wants to be caught in these moments. It's a battle for all of this experience, of course, between these top and bottom paths. And now our objectives are here. Toon, the Mega Charizard, is looking for their experience. If they can hit level 9, get their Unite move, it would be a massive difference maker at one of these fights. Just using the Charge Beam there from Rhydon to try to zone out members of Evil Geniuses. No one going for an objective yet. Toon just ticked over to level 9. Here they come to the bottom path.
Zugrug and Odd are doing a great job buying time to let the fully powered Charizard Y get into the mix here with that Unite move. And it's going to be enough for Evil Geniuses to just kind of fade back. Here comes Curios, though, playing low, and I can't believe Roland just secured that. We've seen Blissey secures not only this weekend, but historically great. Now the fight is on, and the Mega Charizard Y goes down. All of a sudden, Evil Geniuses heard us, said, playing conservative, doubt it, son. We are putting the pedal to the metal. Give us a couple knockouts, give us a secure, give us a goal zone.
What a beautiful play there from EG. The heroic egg bomb secure from Blissey. If you blinked, you would have missed it right there, but that's something that Blissey, specifically Roland, is known for there. They get the secure. Charizard moves in, and then the insane burst damage from EG. The Unite move didn't matter at all on the side of Root Dignitas. Beautiful Zap Unite, by the way, to not only allow both your allies to score, but then have the defenseless goal zone. Big score in the bottom path. EG up huge in game 2.
And now they're getting Regialecki, another scoring device here on the map, as they're going to secure that. And they're going back. Ducky frontlining in the face of 2. Nice Ice Fang reposition into the Trick Room. Zugrug taking a ton of damage. The goal zone is now unlocked, and there's an opportunity for even more scores to go in. Zug is getting chased. They actually get pulled back through the Phantom Force trick combination from the Hoopa.
That was an ankle-breaking moment if I've ever seen one. You might have wondered what happened right there. With Trick Phantom Force, they were able to use the Phantom Force's first position to back through a portal. And wow. Wow.
Holy smokes, that Zapdos damage, dude. Toon thought he was in the clear and hiding out in the tall grass. You know, not just any wild Pokemon, that's a Zapdos.
That's a Zapdos hiding in the tall grass waiting for you. Very, very scary, and probably only something you could see in Pokemon Unite. Beautiful plays there from Zugrug to move through that portal, but what a catch there from EG. And again, still up on the scoreboard, 32-171, taking huge fights, and the burst damage from Evil Geniuses is getting out of control right now.
What else is kind of sliding out of control is this level lead that Evil Geniuses has. The Charizard just ticked over to level 11. We've got Curios on 12. We got Zapdos on 11. I mean, we've got Ducky about to tick over to 10. They go straight to the Hoopa. Ice Fang, reposition on them, and they are rings unbound. Ender trying to pull the team through that portal, and we'll see if anybody actually takes the cake. Yes, they go right through, and it is secured by Zealot. Now they're moving forward, and Evil Geniuses is turtling up around their goal zone. Charizard Y is down. Ducky goes in, gets frozen by the Blizzard, that ice counterpart that they have on the other side, and Evil Geniuses is pushing forward. Roland giving them the HP they might need to sustain and survive. Curios barely gets out. Zealot goes into the back line with a power-up punch, looking for a knockout, can't quite get it. Otter's getting tons of pressure from Chris Smith. They're isolated against the wall, and they're gone. And Root Dignitas is wondering if they even left the starting blocks in this race.
What a beautiful play there from EG, just weaving in and out of that fight. It got extremely scary for them for a few moments there, but they stayed in the pocket. They kept fighting as a squad, tried to punish Root Dig, and by the time Mimikyu got down there, it was over for Dignitas. Heading up to the top path here, we are looking for this objective. It looks like it's already being ripped here by EG.
Vin is huge right now on this Zapdos. I mean, level 12? 3 minutes 15 still left to go, and Chris Smith is moving through this Trick Room as well at this Mimikyu. So much pressure. Zugrug is low on HP. Zugrug's gone. Otter stepping up. They can't do much. Trying to score 50. The insolence, says Root Dignitas. They're looking to push back. Bang, they finally do get Chris Smith down. On the back line, Mega Charizard Y goes ultimate for sure, and they're looking to leverage that Unite move. At least they got a couple. Vin being a quality target.
Wow, I mean, look at this Charizard here. Almost 0 HP. I can't believe they're not in the Pokemon Center already. Here comes Curios looking for the 50 points, and they do get it. 66 to 241. And Curios right now, using that Dragon Pulse, has been stacking Aeon power all game. And what that basically means is every time they hit with the Dragon Pulse, it's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. That is one of the characteristics of Latios. And now you saw how much damage it did with a single shot to that Charizard.
We have about 15 seconds until Kyogre in the middle of the map. Positioning is Evil Geniuses. Rotating through the top is Root Dig. Gonna try and balance the score sheet here before Kyogre arrives.
Chris Smith actually moving to the tall grass right here. This is a little dangerous here, but I think they're trying to bait a play out of Root Dignitas. See if they can catch someone right now. Ducky hiding, they look for Charizard and they get him!
Ducky poaches, goes straight forward, tons of damage back in. They line up the Unite moves on the wrong target. Rings run bound on the backside to try and save the team. The Trick Room is down, so is Zugrug. And now Evil Geniuses is in control. Ducky on low HP, eats a soft-boiled egg, get their HP back. The Trick Room is down and they're chasing the Hoopa, but now Chris Smith is on the backside of a nightmare. Root Dignitas is all over them and they get the knockout. Curio steps up, the Mega Charizard Wise back into the action. Still has half HP, big time charge beam, huge fight, Trick Hoopa combination gets them back out of dodge. And now it's Root Dig taking control. They're all over this Evil Geniuses team. Live Evil will be the bad ones today. We're gonna keep the screws to you. Finn taking low HP, they've been non-existent in the backside of this game. Kyogre's getting ripped, it's getting low. It's about 10% left, who's gonna secure? Oh my, I believe it's Root Dig. It's the Hoopa, why not?
Hoopa from Root Dig secures in the middle of that massive fight. They were ripping and fighting at the same time, moving forward here, going for Mamoswine. They had a massive catch on Charizard, but it survived just on a sliver, allowing Root Dignitas to reposition, move back in with Mega Charizard and secure a huge victory at Kyogre. However, Dupesnacks, 316 to 241. This game is still within striking distance for EG. 40 seconds left on the clock. They have to make a huge play, and they have to make it now.
And they have Zapdos, right? If they get that Zapdos Unite move back and they can unlock a goal zone for a free score, that might be their way back in. You can actually see Vin working to get that Unite move back right now. Evil Geniuses needs to play this cat and mouse game of defending their own goal zone and going to score. Cheerios finding Ender isn't that bad of a look. Here's Roland's gonna be able to see that.
Zap has the Unite move. They're moving towards the bottom goal zone with 10 seconds left. Hoopa heads to the main goal. They score. They're sieging the bottom goal zone, looking for it. The Zapdos Unite. The Articuno Unite to counter!
The Articuno blocked the clutch play out of Zugrug. Puts the iceberg, which means that goal zone is shut down until you burn that iceberg down. And what a defensive counter punch by Root Dig to secure that one. Holy smokes, bro.
The Articuno Unite move on the goal zone creates this massive iceberg that the team needs to deal with. So while they had the perfect Zapdos play, Root Dig with the perfect counter in their back pocket to stop them at the last minute. And a sneaky play from Hoopa makes it even more difficult because they would need to push past that goal zone regardless. Phenomenally played by Dignitas.
That last fight out of Evil Geniuses, Ducky goes in and gets the target, right?
Yes.
They put this on the shoulders of the kid. We see him right there. He gets the target they are looking for. Curios's Unite move from the Latios lines on the wrong target. And that allows Toon to get out of dodge. And then all of a sudden, Evil Genius's fight kind of turns to shambles after that. They all get split. We saw Chris Smith chasing the Hoopa for whatever reason that was, completely dissected once they were split apart. Root Dig finding the opportunity and then murks them back the other way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the massive call here was, of course, go for Charizard. If we can get this, it's over. And Char was almost at nothing. We're going to see this moment right here. So to the left of your screen there, you saw the catch. That was the Mamoswine. They're looking for Charizard. It's on almost nothing. Toon has to peel back right now. And you have EG moving forward towards this fight. With Articuno going down, it felt like they could do no wrong. Chris Smith moves in, but Charizard has based by that point. They are back with full HP. And now Dig is taking a fight on two fronts here, using Mega Lucario to rip, Articuno zoning out the Zapdos, and then just looking for this final secure. And it is the Hoopa that gets it here. What do they get it with? It looks like it's maybe just a basic attack on the objective here. I think that is what secures it. Wow.
How many basic attack secures have we seen in these crazy, chaotic moments is honestly stunning.
Yeah.
This Root Dignitas on the bounce back there and the absolute cover. You also have to give a lot of credit here to Zugrug. Obviously, we're seeing the iceberg there. I want to give credit to Zugrug because once they did poach the Charizard, Not to say it was predictable, but they knew that they were going to throw all their moves and try to knock out Toon, right? Zagruk steps up and immediately hits their Unite move, which is what forces the Latios Unite move to track onto the Articuno rather than the Charizard Y, which is why they're able to backdoor, right? An amazing play out of Ender, putting a safe portal with the rings unbound so that those players could pull themselves out of danger. So this support core, Ender and Zug, they've been playing together for a long time, and they always got your back.
That's right. We got something fun for you at home. Go ahead and scan this QR code for Pokemon Polls so you can play along. And it sounds like we have got an interview out in the audience here that we're going to send it to in just a moment. Doob Snacks, if that's ready to go, take it away.
Hello there, everybody. We have ventured out into the crowd and have found Samantha, Ender's girlfriend, on Route Dignitas. Now, obviously, that game 2 was looking a little bit dicey for Route Dignitas. What was going through your head watching that match?
I was so scared and nervous, but I believe in them so much. I've always believed since day one. Go Dig!
Well, they're only one win away from becoming the 2026 NAIC Final Stretch Champions. Any words of encouragement or manifestations you would like to put out there before they go into Game 3?
I believe in them so much. Dig is gonna win. Dig in 3!
There we go, folks. Thank you so much, Samantha, supporting Route Dignitas. Let's throw it back to the casters.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Our players are getting ready up on the big stage right now. Of course, it could be Dig in 3, which would be massive for them. Evil Geniuses now would have to pull off the reverse sweep, winning 3 in a row. It has been done before on a stage like this, honestly, probably by these players.
It was actually by Ender and Otter, right?
Okay, great. Yeah, that's right. It was by Ender and
Back
Otter.
when we had best of 5 bracket resets, they reset the bracket and then I think it went to 9 games.
It might have been 100 games.
It was
that day.
400 games. Also,
we used to do a 500 game grand finals.
Yeah,
and then someone said, cut it down to 5.
Production, if you can actually get the Snacks and Spraggles Venmo QR code up on the screen, we'd appreciate that as well.
Yeah, just go ahead and hit that on the screen right now. And it looks like we're not going to end up doing that. Another show, no Venmo.
That's what they say about us. Another show, no Venmo.
That's the first thing they say to us. Another show, no Venmo. Don't bring it up again.
I love these crowd interviews. I must say, getting some energy from the folks out there that have supported these teams all year long, and in some cases much longer than that. It's terrific to see them going out there. There's a camera right here, so we're going to pose and point at it. You can't see that this is happening, but we definitely can. Perfect. You know, we got the well done.
You know, Evil Geniuses, you're just talking about this, players following them all year, but you're right, even further than that. These are players that you have known since the start of Unite. These are some of the biggest names in North America that have played the game. And then a lot of these players that are kind of coming up in the scene, right? Chris Smith and Ducky, Zealot on the side of Dignitas. It's really cool. They have been playing the game since before they were eligible to compete in the Championship Series. And now here they are on the second biggest stage of the year. Of course, Worlds coming up very soon in San Francisco, which both of these teams are qualified for, will be the biggest stage. But this is really to prove who the best in North America is. I think a lot of people might have said it was Route Dignitas, and right now they're just one game away from proving that.
Yeah, I want to say how big the difference between Route Dig and every other team has shrunk, right? Route Dig is winning games, but with like support basic attacks, or Otter just securing everything for 3 straight games to give their team a spark of life. I mean, in that game too, it really was Evil Geniuses bell to bell until that final fight right there. Route Dig finding another way to snatch a victory out of the clutches of defeat. And here we are going into game number 3. They're up 2-0 and can make this thing a clean sweep.
Yeah.
You know what? Everybody has their shovels, but it might be time to get out the broom.
I know. It's time to start sweeping here for Route Dignitas. No need to shovel anymore. Just clean it all up right now. Evil Geniuses had a great game, too. I think game 1 was close between both of these squads, and then everything happened all at once for Evil Geniuses, right? And it didn't happen in a great way for them. Game 2, however, I think their fights were going well. The catch on Charizard was massive. Then you've got the Articuno going down. It really felt like things were heading the way of Evil Geniuses, but what a well-played Kyogre fight by Dignitas. Here we go. Our draft could be our final draft of the Grand Finals as we are heading from the Kyogre to Groudon being our Pokemon in the middle of the map in 2 minutes.
Espeon getting the first ban. It looks like Mew might be getting the second one, and I agree. Like I said before, I think that's exactly where these teams want to start, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Moltres show up as well.
Yeah, it's a very good ban. Hoopa being picked as a ban by Root Dig right there. Evil Geniuses now looking for their next ban. Again, neither team are going to be able to play these Pokemon, but a lot of times you're using these bans to target a specific player, target a specific strategy that you just do not want to see on the other side.
We'll see where we end up here. I mean, Hoopa, obviously an incredible Pokemon here, and I believe we have a missed ban step. That can't be right. I'm gonna ask
They
production.
maybe specifically tried to no ban for their second spot here and put them in an interesting situation. We'll see what happens here.
We are going through a reset because with your tournament life on the line, I think you want to be banning Pokemon. Spraggles, I think that's just where you want to be here. So a little bit of a concern is raised. A concern will be dealt with. We'll get through this. Maybe instead of showing them just arbitrarily picking stuff, you can put the kids back on screen. That is me and Spraggles. Why don't you just fire up that camera, put us on screen.
Look, if you have to put the Venmo up there, just put the Venmo up there, guys.
This is prime Venmo opportunities, and I'm sure they're loving that we keep talking about that. Draft is being remade. I just said that. Bang. We're all aligned over here, except on the Venmo stuff.
Yeah. Here we go. Evil Geniuses, Root Dignitas, as we are remaking this lobby really quick. They're going to head back into it, back into the draft. And yes, it's very unlikely that a team would not ban something in a moment like that. It raised a few red flags, I think, with everyone, and we're going to be heading back into this game. Evil Geniuses on ice for a moment right here, but so is Root Dig that has been on fire, and I think I would rather, in this moment, take a second as EG, collect ourselves, and let Dignitas cool off a little. You know, they're on a run already, 2-0.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Root Dig is showing up, showing out. They are kind of like Zuckrug said, you guys have been second place all year long, and we're going to keep you there. Evil Geniuses, use this extra time. You know, you see Curios with the pen out, maybe doing some battle math here, how they can get themselves back into this match as they are down 0-2. Like we said, the last draft they put together was pretty darn good, executed pretty darn well, just not well enough. So I don't think they're far, they just need to convert.
Yeah, they're really close. In fact, I think that fight was looking so good for them in game number 2, right? It was. One game away from becoming your champions.
Everybody looks pretty cool, calm, and collected right now. I'm gonna wonder, in our draft phase, I'd imagine the Espeon and Mew were correct. Those will stay the same, probably the Hoopa as well, and we'll pick it up from there. We'll get that information to us shortly here to see when exactly this went off the rails. I presume right at the spot of the no ban decision, but just to make sure, we'll get that information for you.
Yeah, very possible, right? But also Root Dig, you know, having the first pick right there, maybe there was something, maybe they didn't want to ban the Espeon. Maybe they planned on taking it here, and we got an accidental ban. So we'll find out very soon how exactly this draft was supposed to play out for our 2 squads.
Now, a lot of people ask, dude, why did you pick Root Dig in the head-to-head here? And honestly, I thought the question was, whose jersey has the largest lapels? And I thought that's what I was picking, and that clear answer is Root Dig. Their lapels on their jerseys are huge. I think they use them to fly here.
Yes, it is how they get from event to event, which I think is impressive, impractical, and very Dignitas.
Agreed. Evil Geniuses, on the other hand, layers of swagger to them. Of course, they've got their jerseys. We've seen the windbreaker. Chris Smith just took his off as things are heating up here in New Orleans. The lapel game on this is stunning to me.
It really is out of control. And they know that. There's Zuckrug up on the big stage. Dig, you know, this is that interesting moment, right? I know they're feeling pretty good. They're 1 game away, but something you hear a lot of these pro players say, especially members on Dignitas, job's not done. Job's not done. You can't even crack a smile, especially if you're Toon. That's on and off stage. But Job is not done here. They are one game away, but we have seen things swing in wild directions like this before, where Evil Geniuses comes back and wins the entire thing. So while they're feeling good, they are not confident, they are not ready until the job is finished, as our teams are getting back into our draft here for our grand finals. Root Dignitas will be the first ban. Espeon stays banned here. Evil Geniuses on the other side could be looking at you, but no, it was right away, so it's the Snorlax.
Yep, Snorlax, so that means where Evil Geniuses wanted to go. And honestly, Mew made sense, right? Like, Mew is something we've talked about, so Evil Geniuses' banning of Mew was pretty unsurprising. We'll see how Root Dig reacts now, and they banned Dodrio. Interesting things being cooked up right now.
Yeah, it might be that they know a specific strategy that EG likes to throw out in a position like this, and they want to shut that down entirely. It looks like you at home believe Root Dignitas is going to win this whole thing. I mean, we did put the poll up when they were already 2-0, so I think that skews it a little bit. But I also think Dignitas looks fantastic here. They look to be the best team in North America, maybe the best in the world, but EG's beat them before.
Okay, so we've got Hoopa Blissey to round it out. Root Dig has the opportunity of giving Otter the Mew, a Pokemon that single-handedly saved them in 3 consecutive games yesterday. We'll see if that's where they go. No,
wow.
Cryo picks Zacian, and we're in deep waters now.
Yeah, this is interesting. If I'm EG, I really do think I want to take this Mew away from them here. Obviously, they have players who could use it very well. But instead, they want the Charizard from Toon, now forcing their hand. Dignitas might just grab the Mew right here to make sure that it's not stolen away, unless they have another strategy they've been preparing, but it would seem crazy not to give this to Otter right now.
Without
I can hear someone cheering in the crowd that Otter locked in the Mew, of course.
Yeah, without a doubt. It is a spectacular Pokemon on a spectacular player, and my favorite player to watch in the league, not close. Of course, Ducky on the Duck makes sense. See where Curious goes.
It's written in the name. I think you
it's
have
in
to
there.
do it once. I
Duck
think
plus
contractually they have to do it once.
At least once. Curious eyeing up Typhlosion, rolling it on All Creamy again. No surprise there. More surprised on Typhlosion. I saw you just fist bump. That's a Pokemon you talked about. Duraladizzle.
Oh.
The Duraludon on the other side. The sentient asthma inhaler ready to go.
Here we go. Duraludon on one side. The newly released Typhlosion on the other. This is going to be an exciting one. Ender deciding what they want to lock in here. It looks like they are going with the Eldegoss. So much range damage on the side of Dignitas. Eldegoss, pretty solid. The Flash Cannon Duraludon is pretty incredible. Then, of course, you have Mew. And now our final pick for EG is going to be Mega Lucario. So they don't have an incredible amount of dive on the side of Evil Geniuses until you get that Charizard online, then Typhlosion, Flame Wheels in. All of a sudden, it becomes a close-range fight. Going to be very interesting to see how they want to play and at what distance they want to fight Root Dig.
It's going to be fun. I think we're going to see maybe a Flash Cannon Duraludon with the Rock Tomb from the Crustle to kind of create a protection wall in front of it. Plus, you still have the Eldegoss that can lob the Pollen Puffs for heals. And then Zealot will just do their job frontlining as Zacian.
And there we have Groudon in the center of our map. Whichever team is able to take this buff does have the increased scoring speed, but also a massive damage boost. The cool thing about Groudon and Kyogre, both of these buffs are transferable. So one team can take the objective, then the other team can knock them out and get those buffs. It makes the end game extremely wild in some of these situations, and it's one of my absolute favorite things that happens here at the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. And that's what they're playing for, Doob Snacks. The title right there, the champion of NAIC, could be decided in just 10 short minutes as our teams are locked in, ready to go. Root Dignitas, your purple team. Evil Geniuses, your orange team. If Root Dig wins this, they are your champions.
10 short minutes away to see if we get ourselves a champion or if Evil Geniuses keeps their run alive here. They already have a second place finish at an IC this year. They'd love to upgrade that real quick.
We did see a text box pop up there, but there's a lot of words in there.
So many words.
They said, you know what, we got to cut this down. It's filling up the whole thing. So we'll find out what production was trying to tell us here in just a moment as we're watching these two teams scrap in the top path.
Zacian, again, great early game. Surprisingly enough, the Gossifleur, even pretty decent at the start, despite having not evolved. Christmas is just running right at them, using the big punch to reposition and get a decent amount of that experience.
Yeah, and here we go. They're looking to get this secure right here. Charizard making their way to the top path here. Cyndaquil does go down in the bottom path. Nice stuff there from Dignitas. It's too many words, gentlemen.
We can barely read.
Please
give us
make
less.
it 3 words.
Give us less. Holy smokes. All right, 3 players up top. Vin, level 5 here. They're going to want these Swablu and Altaria for sure. Zealot with a good presence. Zugrug ready to go. Everybody's coming up. They're going to siege this goal zone, and the flash cannon is down. The Rock Tomb traps Chris Smith. They have the eject button over the wall. Not even the opportunity to score, though. Root Dig didn't get the catch they wanted. Peel back just a hair.
They did get a really nice eject button right there, and they probably don't know they're still hiding here in the tall grass, looking for their opportunity. Now peeling away from this once again is Evil Geniuses. Root Dig ahead right now, 38-0, making a lot of big plays. And look in the central area right there. We have Crustle invading the Charizard.
Nice little pressure by Curios on Otter the Mew. They go for a score, take a ton of damage from the legendary Pokemon. Ducky there to try to get them out of dodge. Nice Rock Tomb. Curios is in trouble. Ejects through the Crustler, gets back to pad.
Here we go. Can they defend here if they decide to push as Duraludon is making their way through the center? We have Vin only level 6 right now, not yet a Charizard. On the other side, there's a level 7 Duraludon. They've set up some huge plays with it. I mean, you called it, how this Rock Tomb and Duraludon was going to play together. As now it looks like they're going to be getting this Regidrago for free unless Evil Geniuses wants to peel up here and try to steal.
Yeah, they're going to have to, right? They've got to do something because right now they're just kind of getting bullied on their side of the map. And Root Dignitas is playing a pretty clean game right now.
Yeah, Root Dig is having an incredible match so far. Toon almost 9 as always heading to this objective. You can see Vin there, again, not even level 7. They are not yet Charizard, trying to secure a ton of this. They also get the KO. Wow, Dignitas with a strong start here in game 3.
With the lack of presence that EG showed right there, I'm surprised Vin didn't go back to the central area sooner just to try and get a vault. And finally they do. Typhlosion on the flame wheel. Great mobility there. Going to use that to cross it around the map. And Regirock's going to go to Root Dig for free.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an easy one for Root Dig. No one from Evil Genius is able to stop them. Still a level 6 from Curios. The Crustle on the other side's higher.
Here comes Root Dig. They see Regieleki is getting shredded by Evil Geniuses and they want the fight. Big X Scissor into the wall. It is secured by the Mega Lucario. Christmas stepping up for the squad. They needed to get something, and that's at least a sign of life.
Oh, and here we go. Charizard's at level 9 right now. They could look for a big fight as we have 5 members of Evil Geniuses here. If they go for it, this could be a huge turn.
Swooped in this, guys, after the Flame Wheel engaged by Typhlosion, burning down the countryside as the Mega Charizard Y. Regieleki's on the doorstep, but another quality defense out of Root Dig. They keep their composure, unleash the Flash Cannon and a Rock Tomb, and everybody has to run away.
Amazing stuff there from Dignitas, able to counter that perfectly. Charizard gets really no value for their Unite move as more points are going in for Root Dig. 152-0, and 0's not good.
It's not great.
One of the worst
that is
production check on that. Is 0 one of the lowest?
Is it
3 words only?
Thank you. Yeah, only 3 words. Is it low? Question mark. Yes is probably the answer.
I think yes would be great.
Yes would be terrific. Production, please put up the text yes. I will say this though, this scoreline is very reminiscent of game number 2, and Evil Geniuses was in the driver's seat with a similar scoreline and a similar level lead, and yet they were able to make it. That is 4 words.
That is 4 words. They knew it immediately and they peeled it away.
I would have done the same thing if I were them. Use 3 words or less, better make it 4.
Better make it 4 as here we go. We have Evil Geniuses getting ready for the next fight. What they need, of course, is Charizard to have their Unite move. Yep. They are ticking towards that, heading down to this bottom path, and they have it. 4 Unites on the side of Evil Geniuses, 3 Unites on the side of Root Dignitas. Crustle getting some information from the squad. They know exactly where EG is, and we're going to see how this fight decides to kick off.
Root Dig looking to collapse on the head of Evil Geniuses. They're well spread out. Roland trying to get an eye, and so is Ducky. We'll see if there's an opportunity here. They might use the Flame Wheel from Curios to engage, and that's they're going straight for the Duraludon right on top. The Ruin is down. Charizard Unite snatches them up, and Duraludon is gone before they can use any moves. Another Flame Wheel on top of Eldegoss. Ender's down, and all of a sudden the team fight is going the way of Evil Geniuses as they're looking pretty good. The Rock Tomb's a hair too early, and that means Evil Geniuses gets themselves a Regice buff.
All right, EG, right back in this thing, and they needed it. Now we're under the 5-minute mark, and things seem to be working for them. They have some experience, they have some levels, and finally they have some points. 152, make that 169 to 107 here.
No, what is not low, Toon put up 13 KOs and 106,000 damage on Duraludon yesterday. Not too bad.
Not too bad.
106,000 is in fact higher than 0.
Yep, production, check it. As we have Zacian moving up to the tall path right here. Possible fight over this Regieleki. Typhlosion moving in. They're looking for the secure on the side of Evil Geniuses. We got the power-up punch. They go for it, but no! It's Otter with the Mew!
Of course, how predictable. Otter with a secure on Mew as the day is long. Sovereign Sword, I believe, was just used for no super value, but here's the Ruin put down by Duraludon. Regieleki hits. That's at 1. Great opportunity for a big over if somebody's pockets are full.
Yeah, and it looks like they didn't have enough there. They're going to probably put some more points on the Mew if they decide to break it right now, and they do. Mew grabbing as much as they can. 28 points going to that goal zone, 217 to 107. And it's true, if Otter's around an objective, it is not safe. Taking it from the hands of Evil Geniuses, even though they had the Lucario power-up punch ready to go.
I think Zealot might know exactly where Curious is. We'll decide if anybody wants to engage here. You can see them making sure that their boosted attack is ready to go, just swinging in the tall grass. Swablu and Altaria have populated. Nobody willing to make a move, willing to expose themselves here and potentially get into a team fight.
Yeah, it looks like they both go, I know you're there. You know I'm here.
I know,
what are we going to do
I know
that?
You're here, but I don't know exactly where. But with Zugrug stepping up, this is a great opportunity. Solar Beam to kick this thing off. Zealot steps out. Flame Wheel right on top. They wanted the Zacian action. The close combat from Mega Lucario doesn't quite hit. The Flash Cannon there. Flame Wheel out. Zugrug trapping Finn a little bit. Ducky's headache pops and procs, and now all of a sudden, Root Dig has control of the bottom path, and they're taking themselves a Registeel.
Yeah, they get it right here, which is a massive buff heading into this final fight. Registeel giving them a ton of attack and special attack, especially with something like this Duraludon just doing insane damage from afar. They're looking for it right here. 10 seconds to what could be our final objective here at NAIC.
They jump right on top of Toon. The Revolving Ruin is down. They're looking for a fight here, scrambling everywhere, these players. Vin finally snatches somebody in the skies. They're trying to burn them down. Duraludon is gone. Now they have to keep the pressure on. Everybody's low HP though. And here comes the Zacian. They're looking for trap more characters and they're fighting on the backside. But everybody's having to scramble and run away. Big E-Ball gets a knockout on the Mega Lucario. And Otter's on the chase. Rolling it down. Is running it down because they're gone. KO streak of 2 from the walking highlight reel that is Otter. Groudon is getting shredded. In the pocket is Ducky and Vin. Do we have any heroics left in the tank? Whoa! It's Ducky! It's Ducky, the legendary child that anchors down Evil Geniuses. Talk about pure evil. This Duck is nasty.
Ender looking for the KO. They can't get Ducky. Ducky leaves on absolutely nothing. EG is right back in this off of the hero play from Ducky. They're still behind. They're looking to score here, and they need more than one huge score. 207, 217. Dignitas now trying to push here, but it's just Toon getting ripped apart by EG.
Oh, teach me how to Ducky. This kid is on one after the Mammoth Swine save last night and the tournament-saving potential play right here. The counter punch is huge. They lost sight of the prize. 217, 307. Chris Smith is going to lose their buff, and Otter's carrying it. They can go into the mist and score if they get their Unite move. 100 back the other way. There is some work to be done, but it is in sight here. Root Dig looking to push Duraludon off spawn.
Here we go. Root Dignitas moving towards this goal zone. Charizard making their way there. They are going to score a few points, but it's still 281, 407. Here comes Zacian looking for their moment. The cape to keep Charizard in the fight. Charizard takes to the sky. 1 goes down, 2 goes down. Ducky continues to score. 15 seconds left, and wow, EG pulled this out.
I can't believe they keep making this kid make these types of plays. Ducky stepping up. Ducky getting it done. Ducky on the duck.
Wow, 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 Evil Geniuses. How many times is Ducky gonna save you this weekend?
I mean, I feel like Ducky is doing an Otter impression right now. Otter saving everyone on Root Dig. Ducky saving EG's tournament lives. And they're all scratching their heads and shaking their heads like, okay, we can't let that happen again, right? He's like, guys, please, please help me.
Yeah.
It's not what my character does, but I'm doing it. He's like, I'm doing it.
I'm trying. I can lip read. I'm trying my best out here. It's me versus 9 at this point.
The best picture from yesterday
Yes.
is all of Evil Geniuses hugging, and Ducky is just in the back with his hands crossed like an old man on his stomach as everybody is celebrating, and he's just like, look at all this fine work I just did. It's an amazing pic in production. I know you have that picture somewhere. You should throw that up on screen because it is a legendary moment in the UCS series.
It's such an incredible shot from the win against Deep Cross yesterday. Now we're going to take a look at some of these moments right here. Of course, if there's an otter, there is a chance to secure, but we also have on the side of Evil Geniuses the Mega Lucario. So funny, all the great secure tools we have with Mew and Mega Lucario and all of this, and it ends up, of course, being Ducky on a side up.
Ducky on the duck in game 3, Inder on the Hoopa in game 2. Is anything gonna go to script this weekend? Doesn't look like it. Might as well not start now.
Yeah, this was a beautiful moment here for Dignitas, and now we're going to be heading towards our big fight here soon. Getting this Reggie Steel buff, also just a massive win for them. Not able to get, the steal here from Evil Geniuses, but they had a steal coming that was pretty epic.
Without a doubt here. Revolving Ruin right in the middle, eject button reposition of the flash cannon here. And look at Vin, bagging the target they want. Duraludon eviscerated. That is exactly what they want to do, what they tried to execute in game 2. But look, roaring back is the rest of this team. Otter stepping up and taking control here and really putting tons of pressure on that E-ball, knocking out Mega Lucario and putting Alcremie on the chopping block. Otter goes for the chase down. They get that knockout. And watch my boy Ducky rolling right under. What are we going to go with? We're going to go with a Psychic. No basic attack.
No, it's a Bubble Beam. I think it was finally. Look, it could have been anything when Ducky's around. It was awesome. Of course, Ducky secures. We are in this thing. It is not a 3-0. This was, by the way, a great push here by Root Dig to move them off the goal zone, steal some buffs. What a close game here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, too, with these Groudon buffs, the fact that they can exchange every which way. But credit to Vin and Roland stepping up and running down that amazing defense. As we are going now into our game number 4, Root Dig is going to get the first ban, first pick. Excuse me, I was reading the names wrong here. Evil Genius's first ban, first pick. Root Dig is going to have those reactionary picks on the orange side. They're going to get back-to-back here.
Here we go. Espeon, of course, a powerful pick and a powerful ban, especially for both of these squads. They know how good it is throughout these series. Evil Geniuses now with Mew on the other side. I don't know why they ever gave it to Otter. That feels like criminal that Otter got
the
Mew.
fact that that's the game that they won is even more stunning here. As Dodrio is now banned again out of Root Dig. We're looking for the Snorlax. Is that where EG wants to go? Question mark.
Yeah, we're going to find out. Yeah, Snorlax is the ban. One of the best defenders going right now, slots into any composition super well. Dignitas deciding they don't want to let the first pick for EG be this Charizard. Now the question is, does Moltres pop back out given that it is available? It's extremely strong, but we'll see. No, they're going to take the first pick right away. And here's that moment from yesterday.
Look at Ducky in the back.
Ducky in the back. EG celebrating. Ducky, after securing the objective, needs to take a moment while they all congratulate each other. Ducky just has to sit there and know,
that's the most memeable picture of all time.
It's like when you win everything and your team is all out there celebrating. We did it! No, I did it.
Actually, it was just me, baby. All right, let's get back on this draft. Hoopa first pick out of Evil Geniuses, something that's been banned this whole series. Moltres and Psyduck counter picks out of Zealot and Ender, so they're getting some prime Pokemon. Now, we have Zacian in the hands of Chris Smith. We have Machamp in the hands of Kyrios. And where is Otter and Zug going to go now? Are they going to cut off Ducky from Mamoswine or anything else? We'll see. It looks like the Crustler out of Zugrug.
Yeah, I mean, it was extremely good. Their Crustle plays are incredible. It has a Unite move that I think is also just so unbelievably frustrating to deal with, especially in that final fight, right? Ooh, Vin on kind of the pocket pick for Vin, the Glacia. Not many players in the competitive scene running it, but Vin does. And of course, Ducky back on Mamoswine. Perfect place for them to be. And Duraludon is coming back out here for Root Dignitas.
A very interesting pick, this Duraludon. Root Dig, one of the few teams playing it. Obviously, they did a ton of damage with it yesterday. Couldn't quite get it done here. but without that super isolating Unite move out of like the Mega Charizard Y we just saw, it might be tougher for EG to get into the Duraludon's face and knock it out.
Yeah, you know, we've got some interesting stuff here. I mean, Curios on Machamp, this is not only an incredible Pokemon, but Curios has had, you know, world championship saving plays on Machamp, so they are well known for this. I'm wondering what kind of combinations they're most excited to set up here. Obviously, submission and then grabbing with an Ice Fang, you could just have an insane amount of crowd control, shut someone from Root Dignitas down with that, and a good target for that would be the Moltres. If you could stop that from getting all of its burst damage, getting all of its recovery, you could make some huge plays and win the game there for the Evil Geniuses, and they're going to need it here. Evil Geniuses finally taking their first win in our best of 5. Root Dignitas still 1 game away from becoming your champions as we are taking a look at our battlefield. Thea Sky Ruins, parentheses, Groudon, which will be our boss monster in the middle there as our teams are getting ready to scrap. Here we go. Evil Geniuses, your purple team. Root Dignitas, your orange team. 1 game away from becoming champions. EG in their way.
What a powerful path between Moltres and Psyduck early for Root Dig. I would feel very comfortable if I was on their side right now. Running it down, no longer. Rolling it down, gonna keep the pressure on here because their early game is pretty darn solid as well.
Yes, it is, as we have the Duraludon in the central area for Dignitas, Glaceon in the central area for Evil Geniuses. Glaceon does take a little while to get online. Yes, they get a move at level 4, but it really isn't until level 6 that you really start to see the power out of this Pokemon. So they're funneling a lot of experience their way. As Duraludon already making their way to the bottom path right here, we could have a little bit of a fight if they're able to catch a member of Evil Geniuses, but they're playing very carefully at their goal zone.
It makes sense, right? We have 2 stage 2 Pokemon in the Machop and the Swinub right there, so it's easy to put the pressure on, potentially get some quality knockouts here, but it looks like Duraludon's going to put the pressure on in the top path as we rotate
top.
here.
They're heading to the top path right now, looking for a fight. They find Roland right here, and now they're trying to get some experience. Big-time Flash Cannon, Zealot moving in.
Tons of damage being put down. The Icy Wind there out of Vin. We are going Trick Phantom Force Hoopa here as well to be able to get Vin in and out of danger here, especially when Toon goes into that Flash Cannon.
Yeah, now we have Glaceon heading back towards the center again. They're looking for that level 6 so they can really get their big power spike. Possibly looking for a fight in the bottom path, but no, they peel away. Roland just kind of poking at the side of Dignitas, making sure that they don't take over a ton of the map.
I mean, just the big pop of damage out of Zealot right there. Zacian trying to put the pressure on, but it's just a little behind on levels here. Using the Magician ability out of the Hoopa to pull a berry through from the opposite side of the map and give that to Chris Smith. There's got to be an opportunity to push, though. Zealot half HP, but the recovery on Moltres is huge.
And now we have the Psyduck in the central area here, just stealing away a buff from the side of Evil Geniuses. They know they didn't have time to grab it because Glaceon went to the bottom path here, so that's something they're going to go ahead and steal. Regidrago getting very, very low right here. Dignitas looking for the final hit, and they do get it. Heads over to the Duraludon.
Yep, that's going to be good experience for the squad here as look at Evil Geniuses, looking to spring a trap on whomever has the insolence to cross onto their side of the Thea Sky Ruin. Chris Smith putting the pressure on, sees that their team is rolling through. It's just Ender and support, and we've got a 4v2. Let's see how they can leverage it now. We're using the headache from the Psyduck to get a little bit of space, and things have slowed down incredibly quickly. Nice Psychic Pull, Bubble Beam on the Machoke. They do get some points in, and at least they're leaving with some points on the board.
Yeah, they got some points on the board. Really nice defenses there from Dignitas, but full-pocketed scores from the side of Evil Geniuses. They're going in once again, looking for it.
That's exactly what they're looking to do all game, right? They're going to get Ducky online, Earthquake, Ice Fang, Submission, Flip, and then the Icy Wind, burst of damage to shred Moltres before it gets to click any of its moves. That was well executed, and they're going to have to do that on repeat for the rest of the game.
Here we go. Regieleki trying to be stolen. Here it is! Stolen by Ducky in the picture-in-picture. Guys, give him the full screen. He's the superstar.
Dude is a walking highlight reel. If Root Dig has Otter, EG has Ducky, and they're both delivering this weekend.
Unbelievable plays right here, and another catch for EG. They're looking for it, the eject button. The Mewtwo Unite right back the other way, trying to punish them right now for making that play, as Curios is running as fast as they can.
Infinite Psyburn out of the Mewtwo there. You saw just those beams fall from the stratosphere. Enough to send everybody scrambling. Unfortunately, not enough to get a knockout. Ducky Earthquake's out of danger. Rock Tomb is down. X-Scissor into the wall, and they're gone with the Flash Cannon Duraludon. And now you see Roland poking their head out to see what's going on. It's like, I don't think I want any of that.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Gonna get out of here. Moltres now in the top path, getting some experience all by their lone. Some Zacian and the Hoopa are making their way here, deciding whether or not they want to fight. Trick on top of Zacian, it just makes it really difficult to brawl with. Of course, that's gonna be hard for Moltres. They have to run away.
Yeah, when you're expending your first pick into Hoopa, something that's been banned so much, you have to execute and leverage it to the best of your ability, because that's why you put so many resources into getting that pick onto your side. Evil Geniuses and Root Dignitas both have insane Hoopa players on them.
Yes, they do. Got players just known for these characters, right? As Evil Geniuses, deciding whether or not they want to do something in the top path. Root is looking for their play. 4 members now moving towards this goal zone, a huge catch, and they are looking to push Zacian back.
Yeah, I mean, with 4 players there, there's not much Chris Smith can do. Meanwhile, they're babysitting to just keep the attention because the counter score is happening downstairs out of EG. They step up and are actually able to protect the goal zone a little bit and not have it closed out on them.
You know, Dupes next, this is something you'll see a lot of these top teams do, right? They have 1 player defending in the bottom path as 4 players pushing another. If they can't get value in one of your lanes, they're gonna get one in the other. If they see a team pushing, they're going to counter push, and that's what's happening. As you can see how close this game is. 158, 178. Level-wise, extremely close also, as our teams are looking to score more.
Yeah, I mean, just, I believe, a 7-point over there in the Tier 1 goal zone as Regieleki is marching towards the bot Tier 2 of Root Dig. A lot of yellow pips on the map. These teams need to start eating.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for both of these teams to get very, very strong for the next couple objectives that are going to pop up on our map, and that is exactly what they are doing. You're looking to get as many wild Pokemon KOs as you can, get your carries to a very high level so they can burst your opponents down. Mamoswine in a little bit of trouble right here, but here comes the Machamp.
Using all the Unite moves, we're gonna punch backwards, get the Mewtwo Y, and now the pressure's on. Cross chop in, can't quite get it. Rings Unbound Hoopa with the big fists and stuns. Chris Smith has to move forward. Ducky's low. We have the big Sai-Yi out of the Psyduck, and that's going to be a great way to stymie this advance, and heck of a counter punch from Root Dig.
Beautiful play there, and you saw that massive Psychic from Ender peeling them back into the fight so they could get the KO. As now Dignitas is deciding what they want to do with this advantage. It looks like they know if they move towards this Tier 2, they could be in trouble. They're trying to catch him in the center right here.
I love that play. Take this jump pad right on top of the Duraludon's head. Submission, easy knockout. Here comes the chase. Let's snatch Ender, let's put him down. Icy Wind, Glaceon coming alive. Vin making their presence known finally, and I know EG's excited about that.
Yeah, EG now looking for this Regidrago. It's something that Dignitas could try to secure, but no, they're actually going for the KO right here onto the Crustle. It looks like, you know, Root Dig just didn't make a decision when they made their way to the central area of EG, but EG now not able to get something in return. However, the objective secure.
Did you just see the play out of roll in there to eat the Mewtwo shot and keep Chris Smith standing in that moment? That would have been a huge volume of experience into the hands of Root Dig. But Roland playing their role to perfection, stepping up, eating that shot on behalf of the Zacian, and now they're both ready for another scrap.
Here we go. 5 members of Root Dig in the top path here. They get Duraludon immediately.
They're going straight for him. Chris Smith is all over Zugrug now. They are flipped. They are submitted indeed. Playing the front line is, of course, Ducky, looking for their next target. They're on top of the Mewtwo Y. Chris Smith has to peel back a little bit, so does the rest of the team. Dude, we've only got 10 seconds until another monster populates.
Here we go. Groudon is going to be on our map here in just a moment. Both teams ready to go. Unite moves on every single player for these squads. In just 2 minutes here, Root Dig could become your champions. The question is how they're going to catch them. Machamp fading in, deciding to peel back out. Here comes the Glaceon Unite move for very little value. The question is Root going to go for it? Are they going to rip? The Hoopa Unite is out.
We are Rings Unbound. Revolving Rune is down right into the middle. We've got stomping around his Mamoswine. Ducky goes in. The backside is Chris Smith on Zealot. The Duraludon is down. Can they do anything with it? The chase is on. Mewtwo's low, Otter's alive, Ducky's down, and now Roland has to peel back. Everybody's low on HP. We're settling down for just a moment. Roland's trying to get out of dodge. Is Zealot gonna start working on the Groudon now?
Glaceon went down in the bottom path. I didn't see exactly what happened, but I know it looked like they were possibly hiding in the tall grass. The base and Ender caught them, which is huge. Roland in a lot of trouble right here, having to run, but also buying some time. And here comes Toon, landing on top of them. The Flash Cannon, Groudon now being chipped, but Evil Geniuses is coming back, and they have a Zacian Unite move.
Roland is still alive. They're able to back. Groudon is at less than half. They need to move in. Here's Chris Smith. They're on the Zacian. They're going for the finish. They've got the Sovereign Sword. Can they hit the deliver for the kid? It's too early. It's too early. Zealot steps over the Moltres and takes it for Root Dignitas. Oh no! The plan goes to shambles. EG falls at the finish line, and Root Dig's looking to score.
And here they go, the Hundo Burgers raining in the top and bottom goal zone. More points into the center, and with only 35 seconds left, and the objective secured by Root Dignitas, they just have one of the most special moments in Pokemon Unite, assembling as a crew in the middle of your map. Root Dignitas, the best in North America, possibly the best in the world, and right now they have just become your NAIC champions!
What a moment for Root Dignitas. What a heartbreaker for Evil Geniuses. All I can say about these two teams is I cannot wait to see the performance they put together in San Francisco. I don't think it's any exaggeration by saying NA has two of the strongest teams going to Worlds this year, and if I were any other region in the world, I would be very concerned about having to battle either of these two squads.
No question about it. I mean, these are some of the best to ever play our game. We have a world champion, two-time world champion on that stage. Multi-regional winners on both sides of these squads. What an incredible battle between these two. I love the attempt there from Chris on EG to go in with the Sovereign Sword, look for that secure. As we take a look at some of the big moments here from our final brawl between these two before maybe they meet again at the World Championships.
I love that you pointed that out, right? It didn't go their way, but that was unequivocally the correct call in that moment. And I know that Christmas themselves feels crushed right now, but they have to have the confidence to make that call and make that play. And I can just know that in their development throughout this entire year, that decision was not something they would have necessarily made a short 6 months ago. But this team has grown together, like Pikadiff said, and they're getting themselves these opportunities for big-time wins. What a match.
Here it is, right here. They're looking for it. The Metal Claw. They start ripping it. It gets low, and they look for the secure. Moltres flies in, getting very, very dangerously close to the secure right here, but it's just a little too early. There's not going to be enough damage from this Unite move. As you see it swing, it gets pretty low. Boom. The Heat Wave. The Root Dig secure. Zealot for the victory right there. And Dignitas is able to wipe the squad and score. Shrugs in the crowd with the Root Dig sign.
Golly. And when you look at that final moment, it was literally all of Root Dig versus Chris Smith and Ducky.
Yep.
And those two young kids have done so much for this EG team. Gutting way for them to finish, but I mean, all the credit in the world to your NAIC champions, Root Dig, delivering in a big way all weekend long.
There are the trophies up on the big stage, of course, what they were playing for, and all of the glory. Your player of the game, Toon here on Root Dignitas, but you have to give it up to this entire squad, and a huge shout out to Zealot for that final secure right there. I also think another massive play. You can really talk about every single play made by this squad. Inder, I didn't get to see the catch. I have to ask him what happened. They found Vin in the bottom path. I don't know if they were chasing him, they knew where he was, but that KO was a massive difference maker.
It absolutely was, right? Especially after Vin had to preemptively use the glacial stage, right? When things got a little dicey right at the jump. I mean, that's a critical resource there. Well executed by Root Dig. Again, these teams that are able to see their windows of opportunity and pounce on them have been the ones that have found success throughout this entire weekend. Of course, Root Dig doing it again. And love seeing Toon get crowned here as NAIC champion, a player that's dedicated a lot of their life and time to the game over these last 5.5 years, and well deserved out of them for sure.
I'm so happy for Dignitas here. I mean, this is the makings of a squad that was one of the first Pokemon Unite matches I ever watched. You know, before there was an official series. It's so amazing to see them at this point on the precipice, you know, looking at the World Championships. EG, however, is also right there. These squads are good. North America is very strong heading into Worlds, especially with these two leading the pack.
Yeah, this set might have ended 3-1, but they were far closer than the score lines indicate, and that final match line indicates as well. We have an entire interview up on stage with the entire team. The entire interview. I hope we do the entire interview. We have been
do half an interview with the whole team.
Yeah, let's go. Full team, full interview. Send it to the stage right now, please.
Full team, full interview, ladies and gentlemen, Pokemon Tainers, your Pokemon Unite North America International Champions, Root Dignitas! Congratulations. It's so nice to see the crowd enjoying this moment, much like you guys are enjoying it. Congratulations. Second time international champions in the season of 2026. LAIC, now NAIC. How are you feeling? Let's start with you, Inda.
We're feeling great. You know, we wanted to have fun and we wanted to win, so I told the team, stop having fun and let's win.
Okay, lock in, right? That's the mentality. And was that the mentality throughout the weekend as well, or did you just lock in for grand finals?
We locked in for the grand finals. We were having a bit too much fun earlier in the tournament.
You think so? Okay, so in regards to having fun, we have been enjoying quite a bit the pick of Duraludon. So I'd love to talk about that if you'd like to talk about it soon. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Dura, you know, it's good sometimes. It was going a lot better in practice, I promise you.
Oh, okay.
In practice, the other team wasn't being able to play. We were walking around, everyone was dying instantly. We're like, this is great. We get to the stage, I'm dying all the time first. I'm like, oh God, guys. Figure it out.
Figure it out, lock in, right? That's what everybody was trying to do together. I get it, I get it. And of course, being such an interesting rematch from regionals that you had in the playoffs, once again coming out on top as first place. Would any of you guys would like to talk a bit about your experience? I know I talked to Inder a bit about Toon. How has it been the weekend? Do you want to go Otis, Greg? How has been the experience throughout NAIC for you?
I mean, the experience has been good. We've just been winning. You know, it always feels good when you're winning.
Absolutely. And I'll say your role, of course, defender, being just so important. I'm going to paraphrase the chef that has been saying that you happily deny people. And I just love how you have been playing throughout this weekend. All of you, of course. And towards Worlds, right? Because you had already qualified, you played in ACL. This is the final moment before Worlds. How is the expectation, or how do you feel like Worlds will be for you?
We're going to be winning Worlds.
You're going to be winning Worlds. We have our World Champions here soon to be. Okay, love the confidence. Otto?
Yeah, I think we're excited. We know it's going to be a really different environment, though, which is fun. I think we want a fresh meta and everything, so we just have a lot to grow, a lot to learn.
Definitely. And personally, well, Zealot, you haven't said much. Would you like to tell us a bit about what are you most excited or more getting prepared the most for Worlds?
Rapidash. I'd like to do Rapidash.
You like to play Rapidash, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He wants to play Rapidash, but we haven't been letting him.
So it's about not having fun. It's about locking in, isn't it, for grand finals. I get it. Okay, would any of you like to give any shout outs or just thank your fans?
Shout out T-Gang, and we are allegedly the best team in North America.
Why allegedly? You are the North American International Champions. Give it up for Ruth Dignitas, our first champions to be crowned on Championship Sunday of NAIC. Congratulations, you guys. I'm going to throw it back to the casters, and we're going to get ready for more Pokemon action.
Thank you very much, Soph. Your champions, Dignitas, up on the big stage. We're getting ready for our trophy ceremony for this squad. What a weekend, what a final stretch. Another team qualified for Worlds, another champion crowned. Root Dignitas versus Evil Geniuses. As you take a look at our bracket here, it wasn't easy for any of these squads. Rush Hour, strong team out of North America looking for their spot, were dispatched by Root Dig as Root Dig continues to climb, taking down an in-region rival, extremely good team in Lunex Gaming to make it to grand finals.
And on the backside here, Evil Geniuses working through the also qualified for Worlds 2Z Esports. Step up into the rough grassroots upstarts in Fulcrum, 2-0 them, and then into Deep Cross Gaming, taken to the deep waters indeed, the team from APAC East, and are able to beat them in 5, and again off the back of a miracle Ducky play on the Mammoth.
Yeah, and it's interesting, you have so many former teammates like facing off here, you know, Deep Cross and Evil Geniuses, 2 world champions that were on the same team together, have to battle out, but Deep Cross was our team to win the final world spot, making a long trip here for some international gaming. They went up against IX, having to dispatch the very strong team out of North America that was able to secure a late spot last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And IX Gaming specifically had a very strong set against Deep Cross. I would say probably the second strongest set after, of course, Evil Geniuses that was able to beat them. So IX Gaming is a team that is very exciting to watch, represents their region well, and of course, there's a reason they earned their world spot last year and were so tough to beat this year.
Yeah, Deep Cross just having quite a run here through this tournament on a lot of tough teams that they had to beat. As we see a secure there by Deep Cross. The Hoopa, the supports this tournament, supports and defenders just making so many huge plays when it really counts. And there you go, Deep Cross Gaming all huddling together right here. They then had to go up against the Goofy Goobers, taking them down to secure that final spot. It really would have been an odd Worlds without Slash there and so many members of Deep Cross. So
like
I think
9-4 Z-Ray.
Exactly.
I mean, that's a strong, strong team that maybe had a rough start to their weekend, but they finished in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, and what a weekend it has been. What a final stretch it has been. So many amazing competitors, so many great grassroots teams that we didn't get to see as much throughout the year, showing up, competing, fighting for that final spot. And of course, on the horizon, what everyone is looking towards right now. No, not the Go-Casters over there. I'm talking about the disgusting Go-Casters over there. I'm talking about Worlds in San Francisco. That is what they all have their eyes on right now. Will it be Japan, what is looked at as possibly the best region of the world? Will our world champions from last year, Peru, come back and win it all again? Can North America retake the title? So many exciting storylines coming up, and everyone is playing at their best.
One thing I am very happy to say is the players that have been playing year in, year out to get to these world championships here for Pokemon Unite have represented themselves incredibly well, not only this weekend, but throughout the entire year. You know, we were talking about Peru having a crazy, crazy start to the season. We're like, is this team even gonna make it to Worlds? They're our world champions. And then they lit a fire under their butts and they got there. You look at these 2 NA squads with perennial Worlds qualified players. So happy to see them back there.
And now Championship Sunday is going to be moving right along. That's going to be the last from us here at Unite. The next time we see you will be at the World Championships. Go is coming up next. You're not going to want to miss it. But before we get to that, we need to crown our champions and hand out some hardware. So let's send it up to the big stage for our trophy ceremony. Yeehaw, all the things.
We love you.
Bye.
What a way to start the day, everyone. Two teams giving it their all in an incredible final for the title of International Champions. And that is one of the first finals of many that we are going to see here on the main stage. But before we move on to the next event, let's celebrate the competitors who have made it all the way through the bracket to Championship Sunday. It's time to crown our Pokemon Unite finalists and our champion teams. So let's start by giving a big congratulations to our finalists, Evil Geniuses. Starting with Ducky. And Chris Smith. And Kyrios. Vin. And Roland. Your finalists, Evil Geniuses. And now a big round of applause for the Unite International Champions, Root Dignitas. Starting with Zugrug. Otter. Two. Sell it. And Ender. Your champions, Root Dignitas. Now, Unite's finals may be over, but today's just getting started. Pokemon Go has also been battling through their brackets all weekend long, and they are down to their final competitors. Our fantastic Go casters are standing by to take you through all the action, so let's get this final started.
Javier tries to make the prediction and Morgan Matt makes all the goals here. Matt was just living in Javier's head. Simultaneous KO! 1 HP and a dream! Goodbye! Take the Shadow Ball, heavy damage, and he makes the catch even! He is so locked in, Jello too good. Do we see the swap? There's the swap, simultaneous swap! But it's going to be a low 9-tails that does it! And TC Steiner finally overcomes Spider-Man.
Look at how much energy is on this Shadow Samurai. I think this is back-to-back Hydro Cannon ready to go.
This body slam, it's going to connect. It's going to take that Samurai right on down. No shield, the Thunderbolt going through. KOing that Shadow Pidgeot and Cyber taking out the Pidgeot again. Here comes another spark. And this is going to KO the Shadow Pidgeot. Siren Rhino securing himself a place in the grand finals of Championship Sunday. No, it goes down. The Fury Cutter goes through. TZ Steiner goes down.
Torian still has another charge attack. It's going to land on the Lapras, and I think he's going to have a 3-0 sweep over TZ Steiner.
Hello
go, Pokemon trainers. My name is Henry, and now the focus of Championship Sunday turns to Pokemon Go. The field has narrowed. We started with hundreds of trainers, but across 2 heart-stopping days of battles, the field has left only 2 trainers remaining. Rhino and the Torian.
Securing himself a place in the grand finals of Championship Sunday. No, it goes down! The Fury Cutter goes through. Victorian 22 taking down TZ Stunner 3-0.
An epic comeback at the end of the season.
I beat you once, and I'll beat you again.
You may have won yesterday. I will see what today brings. Let the showdown begin.
It is time to meet our finalists here at the North American International Championships for Pokemon Go. Our first finalist comes to us out of the winner's side of the bracket, coming off a career best 5th place finish at the Los Angeles Regionals. He's back for unfinished business. Give a warm welcome for the one and only California kid, Rhino. And now, our finalist coming to us from the loser's side of the bracket, a veteran of our scene, having the run of a lifetime here at the North American International Championships. Please give a warm welcome to the one and only Torian. All right, we're gonna have a few brief questions here, then we'll get you gentlemen over to the stage and get started. I'm gonna start with you, Rhino. It feels like your ascension has come out of nowhere. 5th place in Los Angeles. Now you're here in the grand finals of the North American International Championships. To what do you credit your dramatic improvement at these tournaments? Because your rise has been incredible to witness.
I think I've just started putting in more time, so I've just, I guess it's gone more practice and more familiarity with my teams, and I've actually started looking into core breakers and stuff, so I've been able to adapt, and I'm just more comfortable with what I'm doing. And I think that allowed me to, I guess, perform better.
Thank you so much, and now over to the Torian. You're a veteran of our scene, competed for quite some time. You're able to get the win in Puerto Rico, but now this is the biggest stage you've competed at yet. What would it mean for you to take the win here today in New Orleans?
I said it yesterday, it's been an up and down kind of season for me, so closing it out great would be the best feeling ever.
All right, gentlemen, the stage has been set. The time is now. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Go to your chairs, and let's crown the 2026 North American International Champion.
Only 2 remain, and the NAIC title hangs in the balance. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Caleb Pang.
And these are our 2 final trainers. We've had so many regional champions, international champions, and world champions at this tournament this weekend, but it came down to these 2 underdogs meeting in the finals. And just looking at Rhino's road to this spot, beating players like Out of Pocket and Silent Beast and H-Shira on day number 1, and then Elam, Gel Too Good, Potamon, and then of course Torian in that first winners finals.
And for the Torian, had to take out Dunebug yesterday, the most winningest trainer in terms of medal count, had to take out Ashton Ash, It's Axon, and Steinar to get to this moment right here, to get to the rematch against Rhino.
And you know, the Torian, he's looking for redemption from just yesterday. But Rhino, this is his highest performing tournament to date. Has only made 1 ever top cut in all his years of competing. And that was only a few weeks ago. And he is on the precipice of his first ever title.
And if you missed it, we still have Twitch drops for you guys. It's your last chance, literally last opportunity here, because for Pokemon Go, your only opportunity to get these Twitch drops is during the Pokemon Go section of the broadcast, and you're gonna want that Elite Charge CM. It is so useful. You see Shadow Samurai on both these trainers' teams. You often need that Elite Charge CM to get that Hydro Cannon on those Pokemon.
So many great rewards here, and the rewards for our competitors are immense. As you see, the cash prizes for the placements on top of the trophy and the glory of being the 2026 International Champion of North America.
And of course, a lot of trainers here were battling for championship points. I want to just give a quick shout out to some of the trainers that probably qualified. Cy Rhino, Flying Pizza, Final Boss, AJ, Auburn, Pogo Teddy Bear, Pyro Panda, JJ and SJ and Jello Too Good, able to get some championship points, and they theoretically have an awesome opportunity to make it to the World Championships this season because of their North American International Championship performance.
And so many storylines came down to this final regular season tournament. This was the last chance. There's so many competitors, but I don't think anyone expected this to be our two final competitors of the circuit, and that's what makes it so amazing to see. And I've known Simon Rhino for many years. He's actually a local of mine. He's been participating in grassroots tournaments since he was a teenager, now only 19 years old. Gone to only 6 tournaments before this, mostly in California. And something I really love to see is that his dad was at almost every single one of those tournaments, supporting him in the local events, the grassroots events, and in the international events. And you know he's out there in stage watching his son very proudly.
Well, you know, you said that not a lot of us expected these trainers, but there are some people that have been supporting them for a long time. So let's hear from them. Take it away, Soph.
Thanks, Butters. I know everybody is so excited for these two incredible finalists, and I'm here with two of their biggest supporters. We've got Othman, the father of Cy Rhino here, and Lyle, an amazing friend of the Torian 22. Othman, let's start with you. Tell us a little bit about Cy Rhino's journey with Pokemon Go and Pokemon PvP through the years and how it feels to see him succeeding at this level.
Well, he started playing when the game came out, and since then I'm just his shadow. Wherever he goes, I'll take him. He was so small, and we made it our family activity, so we can just go with him, and even his mom and I play the game, so.
I love to hear that, and so does the crowd. That's amazing. And Lyle, for you, I know you've been a friend, a competitor of the Torian since he started on the scene. Tell us a little bit about what it means to you to see him go from how he started to here at NAIC as a finalist.
It just means everything. He's had a bit of a rough season, falling short of day 2 multiple times. He was a little down on himself, and it's honestly a little emotional how well he's been doing this weekend, and I just feel like he can bring it all home.
Well, lots of supporters for all of these trainers in the crowd. And Othman, I know this is the biggest stage for both of these finalists at this point in their journeys. Tell us a little bit about any words of wisdom that you might have shared with him last night.
Well, I basically gave him the freedom, but then I said, you're in an amazing place. We never expected this much, but it's a good chance, so we better do it. And basically, we're not lose. We're going home with the trophy, so we're happy with that. Yeah.
Well, he is coming out on the winner's side, so he has a little bit of an advantage over the Torian. And Lyle, I know you're something of a training partner for the Torian. Tell us a little bit about that process last night. What did you do? Maybe who else was there?
Yeah, we had the whole crew together, SS Thorn, and a whole bunch of other people working on a game plan, doing some practice. So we'll see what happens today, but I think he is ready for the match, and hopefully he can pull it out.
All right. And last question for you, Othman. Is there anyone else who's out there supporting Cy Rhino throughout this journey?
Actually, his teammates, the SoCal Swablues, are amazing. And his mom, obviously, and he has a lot of cousins who are watching on Twitch. So that's it.
All right, a lot of amazing supporters out there. I know they're all at home watching, excited for these matches, and I know you are too, so let's take it back to the casters.
Thank you, Soph. And I can attest to as well as a local Cy Rhino, his dad is always there supporting his son no matter how he does. And it's so awesome to see that he has made it into the final stage of this international. His first ever international as well, in the highest finish he's had so far, but he's looking to claim that first place.
And I don't know if you mentioned it already, but the first time he ever even top cut was just a couple weeks ago, I believe May 26th, where he got 5th place in Los Angeles. And to be here in this moment on the winner's side of the bracket has the Shadow Samurai, Shadow Quagsire, Miltank, Shadow Galarian Weezing, Shadow Lapras with that Ice Beam. We've seen Dragon Pulse, we've seen Skull Bash, has the Ice Beam, and of course, 100% usage for that Grumpig. And on the other side, the Torian, of course, Lyle just said it was more of a down season for him. 2025 was his best season. He was 3rd place in Sacramento, 7th place in San Antonio, and he was 9th place at the LAIC International Championships. So now, of course, he's already won a special event in San Juan, but to be able to bounce back in this series and become an international champion would be an amazing comeback story.
That's right, and in, I believe, his first or second ever tournament, he had a top cut finish, a top 8 finish, but he hasn't really made it into that second or first place medalist before. And so, kind of different stories here. Cy Rhino only recently getting top cut. Now, Torian fighting for his own chance here at Glory. And here we go, game number 1, Cy Rhino versus Torian in the grand finals. It's gonna be the Shadow Samurai versus Shadow Pidgeot.
And of course, it is that Shadow Pidgeot. Shadow Pidgeot is dominant in this matchup, can beat 5 out of the 6 Pokemon on Cy Rhino's side just by going straight Air Cutter into 2 shields. And how about a swap to start us off into that Shadow Samurai to take the resistant damage here. And now also the Lapras' energy dry. Can you get to the Hydro Cannon at the same time as the Aria? And you can win charge attack priority. This might be enough to knock out the Lapras as well.
Cy Rhino has this decision to make. He's going to let it go, thinking that the Lapras can hang on. It does not. Out. And now trying to go for the aggressive Fear Card down. Can the Torian get to another Hydro Cannon in time? He does not. And this Cy Rhino's Samurai is loaded with energy, but the Pidgeot has some residual energy as well for this positive matchup. And here comes the Pidgeot throwing the Air Cutter bait. The Cy Rhino ever let this go? No, he's going to throw up the first shield.
This was exactly the Torian's problem yesterday, where Shadow Samurai had too much energy against his Pidgeot. This time, he was able to bank energy. Now he can shield through on this Pidgeot, try to go for these Air Cutters, try to even get an attack raise, get a boost. It's a 30% chance for the Air Cutter, and the hardest answer for this Pidgeot is sitting in the back. That's the best case scenario for the Torian as he devotes 2 Protect Shields to this Pidgeot.
The Torian, he went 0-3 against Cy Rhino yesterday, but you know he came today prepared for some redemption, and now goes for another Air Cutter bait. The Cy Rhino called this. He's going to be left with 1 Pokemon if it's a Braver, and he's going to be thinking about it, but no, he calls the Air Cutter, a huge call and a huge no shield.
What a call, but remember, there is leftover energy for that Shadow Pidgeot, as this Body Slam is going to be coming through, but this Miltank is going to get lower and lower, and that means it's going to get closer and closer in the range of Acid plus Side Shock. Of course, there is a Protect Shield remaining, but as soon as you get this thing in range of Air Cutter, it's going to be so risky for Cy Rhino, because Cy Rhino needs to knock out the Galarian Slowking, plus have energy in the back for the Pidgeot.
Thunderbolt is loaded, it's going to be thrown. Torian, no shields remaining. Cy Rhino still has 1 left. Can he cut the Fear Card down to get to a crucial Hydro Cannon against this Pidgeot? But there's still so much energy to contend with. Can't get the Fear Card down. No, not going to be it. And the side shot's coming through. Cy Rhino, he's nodding heads. He knows that he has a chance to win that charge attack priority against the Pidgeot. But in comes the Pidgeot, and he has the move ready. And Torian is going to grab this first game off of Cy Rhino.
The adjustment from Torian to be able to bounce around the battlefield with that Pidgeot, save energy, use the shields, come back in, finish it off, and the Torian takes game number 1. All right, Caleb, remember, the Torian's coming in on the loser side of the bracket here. He lost to Cy Rhino yesterday in the winners finals. That means if he wants to be the champion here, he has to win 2 series. He has to win this series. That will cause a bracket reset, and then there will be another rematch where the winner will be your NAIC champion.
And I was talking to some of Cy Rhino's teammates and friends yesterday. They were concerned that the Torian will come back today more prepared than yesterday, knowing that the Torian has a fantastic matchup into Rhino's team, particularly that Shadow Pidgeot, such a dominant matchup into the Quagsire, strong matchups into the Samurai. More importantly, nothing resists that flying damage on the side of Rhino. Let's see if Rhino can make the adjustment, but again, faces the Shadow Pidgeot on the lead.
And this is where you want to be if you're the Torian. You want to stay in this matchup. Here comes the swap into the Lapras. You have that Samurai in the back. You swapped on the Sparkling Aria last time. Does he try to go for it exactly again? No, this time it is going to be coming through, so devoting another Protect Shield. This is 3 Protect Shields so far in this series that have been devoted to Shadow Pidgeot. I expect that trend to continue. That Shadow Pidgeot is dominant, but so is this Pokemon. Shadow Samurai is also really strong against Rhino's team. This core in general is going to be the 2 Pokemon on the battlefield for Torian the entire series.
And you can see Rhino adjusting the gameplay from last time, doesn't go for the Fury Cutter damage transfer, wants to get that Sparkling Aria before the Pidgeot can swap out to grab that crucial first shield. But now Rhino is facing a Samurai loaded with energy, going to have to throw up his own shield. And let's not forget the Torian, he left with energy on that Pidgeot, so Rhino still has to worry about that before he can spend a second shield. Going to throw the Hydro Cannon to take out the Samurai, but Torian going to quickly come in with the Pidgeot. How does Rhino respond? It's going to be a very similar backline. In fact, the exact same 3, and in comes the Pidgeots. Rhino throwing another Hydro Cannon. Shields completely down on the side of the Torian.
All of the shields have gone to Shadow Pidgeot here. You have double Air Cutter versus energy. Do you try to swap if there's Samurai? Yes, there is a swap, and it is going to be on the Air Cutter. A rollout does come through. Torian is shaking his head, and the Rhino knows this is an Air Cutter. You're not throwing Brave Bird in that situation, so it's an instant no shield. But this is the same as last game, right? It was the same scenario. And also, that Shadow Samurai doesn't have any energy for the backline, and this time, the Torian is sending it. He's throwing the Brave Bird, and it lands into the Miltank. There's 1 Protect Shield remaining, but Samurai's not doing much damage at all with Fury Cutter. And finally, a swap, and now he's just gonna get acid down, and the Torian takes game number 2.
The Torian coming back with a vengeance here in the grand finals. After going 0-3 winless against Rhino, he went back and really brainstormed this matchup, and you could tell he is ready for Rhino in this rematch. Rhino, though, he said it in his interview. He said, I beat you once, I'm gonna do it again. But today, he's facing a whole different beast.
This reminds me a lot. There's a lot of parallels to last season's World Championships between Patamon and Beelzeboy, where Patamon won the winners finals the day before with maybe a team composition disadvantage, and then Beelzeboy got a night and a morning to prepare, and it was a whole new trainer going into Championship Sunday. That's what the Torian looks like right now. The Torian has the strategy that's working with that Shadow Pidgeot. You know what I love? I feel like Rhino's always bringing that Miltank in the back. He was expecting that Shadow Pidgeot to be 2 shields in the back. The Torian kept bringing in the lead, and now we got game number 3. The Torian can reset the bracket right here, and he picks up a great lead with his Grumpig. Swap Samurai, counter swap Pidgeot. You can just 2 shield through this, Caleb.
But I love the strategy from Rhino. He finally brings the Shadow Quagsire, expecting that there's going to be a poison in the back, and there indeed it is. It's going to be the Shadow Weezing, and this allows Rhino to avoid the Pidgeot matchup and actually even lands a Hydro Cannon. He could potentially even Fury Card down if he decides to shield.
And he decided to not invest into the Pidgeot for the first time in this series. He does get the protection here, but the Shadow Samurai is going to be able to farm down, and that's devastating because you don't get to that second Air Cutter, and now suddenly you have to come in the Grumpig, and you have to throw out the Protect Shield because it is Mega Horn energy. You have to respect it. You do get an energy advantage on your Grumpig. Oh, I thought he was going to let it go for a second.
And Hydro Cannon is going to be shielded up on the Grumpig, but now things have switched around for Rhino. Switch advantage, what's used for him. He brings the Quagsire, knowing that he has 2 great answers to potential poisons in the back, and you also avoid the disastrous Grumpig and Lapras matchup. Torian not going to shield up the Mud Bomb, knowing that's not enough to KO, but he has a decision to make. He has to stay in to figure out a way to get rid of this Quagsire before his Weezing can see it.
Well, you kind of have to shield here if you're Rhino, because if you just come in with the Lapras, it's going to be hard to sidewave down. No, actually, he no shields. He lets it go, and the Grumpig can't farm down, and there's the swap on the Aqua Tail into the Weezing. That is huge for the Torian, because now he soaks this energy, but the problem is you're going to come in with the Lapras, you're going to start doing the super effective sideways, but no, actually first, trying to bank up the Aqua Tail and then swap. No, actually just throw it.
Oh, I love the play here from Rhino saying, you know what, if you want to stay in, I'm going to throw the move. You're going to have to dump a shield or take it out. Oh, wait, he makes a huge calculated read. And now comes the Lapras, but I believe the Grumpig is closing in on the side wave energy. He has the back-to-back dynamic punch, making the prediction that there was going to be this Lapras in the back. Well, no, he saw it earlier, actually, so he knew how to play this out. Now comes the second dynamic punch. Is it enough to KO the Shadow Lapras? I don't think so. And he's only a few sideways away from taking out this Grumpig.
Shadow Lapras is bulky and can endure the dynamic punch. No problem. That means Rhino gets a point on the board here and needs 2 more game victories to become your NAIC champion. But an amazing adjustment from Rhino, actually sitting the Miltank. Miltank in the back was not working for him. I think he was expecting early on that the Shadow Pidgeot would be in the back with the 2 Protect Shields. I'm gonna keep my Miltank in the back. This time, completely switching it up, having those 2 answers that would be really good against the poisons, because the poison on the Torian side is one of the best neutral answers for the Miltank. So the Torian is kind of forced to have poison in the back, because if you don't have the Slowking or you don't have the Wheezing in the back, Miltank is one of the best Pokemon on Rhino's side, and it counters your Pidgeot, so you're kind of forced to have those poisons. So what a team read from Rhino.
Rhino baiting out that Pidgeot, freeing up the Quagsire, but more importantly, able to flip that matchup with that safe swap Samurott. And he's made the adjustment he needed to slow down the momentum of the Torian. The Torian 1 game away from resetting the bracket, but Rhino still has a chance to reverse sweep. Momentum is back on his side. If he wins this crucial game, we go to a game 5, and that's anyone's game.
I think Torian can pivot to what he was trying out yesterday that didn't quite work for him when he lost in the Winners Finals. He was running a lot of Pidgeot, Samurott, and Grumpig. I feel like that team of 3 is an awesome line that can protect yourself from what Rhino's going to do. The biggest problem is going to be the Miltank, obviously. The Grumpig is going to be good against it. The Pidgeot is the only thing that gets countered, is that Miltank is able to do well against that Pidgeot. But if you're the Shadow Samurott into the Miltank, if you're able to protect your Thunderbolts, you're fine in that scenario. And we are locked into game number 4. The Torian has an opportunity to reset the bracket, or can Rhino tie it up here? There is that Grumpig, there is that Shadow Samurott, and for the first time in the series, there's no Shadow Pidgeot.
But more importantly, Rhino's ABA weak to this Psychic Grumpig. Torian going for this dynamic punch, but the Hydro Cannon's going to be reached first. I think Torian's going to have to shield this up. It's only neutral damage, but it's going to do a good chunk, and he does throw up the first shield.
He throws up the first shield of the game, knowing that you don't have to worry about your Protect Shields as much because you don't have Shadow Pidgeot on your side. You can invest into the Grumpig here, and the Grumpig doesn't love this matchup into the Shadow Samurott, so there's that pivot into the Wheezing. But this is really risky here, because if you let even a 2 Fury Cutter advantage onto a Shadow Samurott, the Shadow Samurott can dominate that matchup. Actually going for the Brutal Swing here, it's going to land into the Shadow Samurott. It's not enough to knock out, so the Hydro Cannon is reached.
And this is going to be a tough position for Rhino still, because I don't think you could Fairy Wind down from this health range on the Wheezing. It's still going to do a lot of resisted damage, but he might try to go for it. And this is indeed the non-Shadow Wheezing on the side of Rhino, which means that he can tank the Sludge better. Oh, but he's going to throw up the shield instead. Wants to preserve the health on this Wheezing.
Want to try to go for the farm down, and the timer isn't up, so it's going to get farmed down here with the Fairy Wind. Can the Torian hang on because these are resistant to get to an attack? No, he does get that farm down. That's going to be tough to deal with the Grumpig, because there's almost 3 Brutal Swings worth of energy right now. As soon as double Brutal Swing is going to land into this Grumpig, it's going to be enough to knock out, so it's all going to be coming down to the backline Pokemon of Shadow Samurott. But the Protect Shield advantage might be the key here, but you're going to have to start using them against this Wheezing.
And Torian may have to just save this final shield for the Samurott, because he is out of options. Back-to-back Brutal Swing is loaded. One final Pokemon here to stop a game 5, but I don't know if he has what it takes for the Samurott. Samurott against the world, and the Brutal Swing bait is even more brutal for Torian.
And it's not over for the Torian, though, because you can, with Fury Cutters, knock out a Miltank with Mega Horn. But now you're going to take this Brutal Swing here. The Torian is shaking his head, knowing that he doesn't want to take this chip damage, because once he takes his chip damage, he's going to be in range of Body Slam, and that is not where you want to be. And now I think you have to go for the double Hydro Cannon, because you're not doing enough Fury Cutter pressure. The problem is, I think you're 1 or 2 Fury Cutters short of that double Hydro Cannon, and Rhino has the Body Slam.
Rhino seconds away from going to this 5th and crucial game, and the reverse sweep dreams is possible for Rhino. Match point for him to become your champion of NAIC, but Torian still has a chance to force a bracket reset.
A 3-ball flex there from Rhino to tie it up. and he is back to the form that he was at yesterday in that winners finals. A clean 3-0. Now he has won 2 games in a row to make it a tied series here. The adjustments to be able to have that Miltank in the back once again, but figure out a way to make it happen. The Shadow Samurai was the key for him in day number 1. Once again, having the energy on those 2 Pokemon in particular, the Shadow Samurai and the Galarian Weezing, is really hard for the Torian to deal with.
And I think the key here for the Torian is the Shadow Pidgeot. He brought it into his 2 games that he won with. He did lose a game with it as well, but benching it made the Samurai such a big problem for him to deal with. Even though he had a positive lead and was ABA strong into the lineup of Rhino was able to play around with the energy so well, making so many great shielding decisions to put the Torian in such a bad position throughout the mid and late game. Does he make that crucial judgment and bring that normal flying type, the ace up his sleeve, or does he try to rely on more neutral answers for this 5th and potentially his final game of the tournament?
With the championship on the line, I think you want to go for that Shadow Pidgeot just because you can beat 5 out of the 6 Pokemon on the side of Rhino. But remember, Rhino only top cut just a couple weeks ago for the first time. To be able to be here, 1 game victory away from being your champion, ascending right before our eyes, and can he pull it off? To do so, he will have to take down the Shadow Pidgeot. There's a swap into the Samurai once again, because the Samurai is able to soak all of this energy. I think this is exactly what the Torian has practiced.
And I like this play though from Rhino. He could put this Samurai in Fury Cutter range. He will have to shield 1 move, but he might get the full Fury Cutter down and that'll put the Pidgeot in a tougher position. However, Pidgeot has a little bit of energy leading up to this as well. Rhino trying to think this through. Can he get this full Fury Cutter down? Is he going to invest all the shields here? He has such a great matchup in the back. Does he get to it? He gets the Fury Cutter down right before the Hydro Cannon is reached.
He's shaking his head. This is exactly where he was yesterday. Up energy on Samurai. Even though Pidgeot has a lot of energy, Samurai has even more here as he's going to be going for the Hydro Cannon. The Torian needs to use the protection. He uses his first one of the game. The problem is the Samurai has more energy than it did in a previous matchup, so you're going for the Air Cutter. It's just a bait here. It's called by Rhino. And can Rhino hold on to get to 1 more Hydro Cannon? Yes!
And Rhino throwing the Hydro Cannon into the Galarian Slowking. Going to do a huge chunk of damage, and he has a Quagsire on the back. He's looking excited. He knows he has a positive matchup in the back. Here comes the ground type. Here comes the Quagsire going for an aggressive move, a fast attack down, but he's going to lose the charge attack priority. Side Shock is going to come through first.
The Side Shock is going to be able to land, and I believe you're right. It did charge attack priority there. Rhino was looking up. This is not exactly what he wanted to do. He didn't want to waste this energy. He either wanted to throw it and knock out the Slowking or bank it for later, so that is a huge advantage for the Torian, but it's literally all up the Shadow Pidgeot for the Torian. You really don't want to take that many Aqua Tails. If you have to take double Aqua Tail here, the Torian is going to be in huge trouble.
And the Torian has only his Shadow Pidgeot left, his MVP pick into this matchup, but it doesn't have enough health. And in a tournament full of regional champions, international champions, and world champions, the most unlikelihood of champions have risen, and that is going to be Rhino. He's only a few sideways away, but I think he has it in the bag in this final matchup.
A star is born here in New Orleans, as Rhino is just moments away from being your champion. He just has to soak up this energy, and he can do it.
And Lapras indeed endures, and it is Rhino, your NEIC 2026 Pokemon champion.
He has ascended, and he is now the champion, the trainer that came out of nowhere against the most stacked top cut of all time. He is the one standing on top of them all, and he is going to be holding that first place trophy with the reverse sweep in this matchup.
In his first ever international, right off of his first ever Day 2 in Top Cut. What a performance from this trainer. And I think, Butters, the future Pokemon Go is so bright. So many talented players throughout the circuit, but even then, the underdogs can rise to the occasion. They take down some of the best as he takes the 3-2 victory over the Torian.
Incredible. In only his 7th tournament in Pokemon Go Championship Series to put on this performance, to come in on the winner's side of the bracket, when remember, the winner's side of the bracket had this year's LAIC champion, Nighttime Clasher, EUIC champion, Potamon, reigning world champion, Beelzeboy, and reigning NAIC champion, It's Axon. But it's Cy Rhino that is able to take it all.
What an incredible story here in NAIC. And, you know, he was coming into this tournament not even sure if he was going to qualify for World Championships. And not only does he do that, he gets the first place finish, the coveted title, something that no one could ever take away from him. And you know that he's going to look for even more down the road.
I got to talk about this adjustment to bring this triple water into that game number 5. The Torian practiced something that he utilized to get up 2-0 in the series. He had that strategy of leading the Pidgeot and then swapping into the Shadow Samurott because it's such a good safe swap in this matchup. The Cy Rhino knew that with the Torians back against the wall, he was probably going to go for that same exact strategy. And remember, the key Pokemon that was in the back for the Torian in those first 2 games was that Galarian Slowking. This time, he brought the Shadow Quagsire to counter that, and it is a huge reason that he is your NAIC champion.
What an impressive tournament run, and to do that on a reverse sweep, down 2 games right off the bat against a talented trainer like the Torian. And I'm very excited to hear what he has to say about his recent win. Henry, take it away.
Thank you so much, Caleb and Butters. Home Size Henry here on the stage with our new North American International Champion. Come on, I know y'all are gonna cheer for him. Cy Rhino! Take a moment, take it in. You have so much support in the crowd. They're still going crazy out there. You've done it. All right. Now, Cy Rhino, you got to talk to me about that Shadow Samurott. That Shadow Samurott, it really felt like you were down 0-2, but the Samurott energy management, getting those farm downs, even against Pidgeot, a matchup where allegedly it's a bad matchup for Samurott, but when you run a Samurott, it definitely looked like it was a pretty nice matchup for the Samurott. Did you start team building around Samurott, or did that come to the team a little bit later on?
So I've experienced with the Shadow Samurott in the past, and one of my friends, Flying Pizza, was really preaching it, and he was really pushing it. So I decided I'd team build around that, and yeah, I guess it worked out really well.
You had mentioned when we spoke earlier over there prior to the win that you really felt like the improvement this season was due to your change in preparation. So when it came leading up to North American International Championships, when it came to leading up to day 3, what did that change in preparation look like for you?
So I actually had finals this past week, so I haven't actually prepped that much for this tournament. I guess I have like experience with all of the Mons in the past, so that helped me a lot. And I did like a few practice tourneys. Honestly, I did more battles in this tournament than I did scrims. So prep-wise for that, I guess it's subpar. But for day 3, I prepped a lot. Those are my game 1 and 2 lines, the Samurott, Lapras, Miltank lines. And while that prep did not pay off whatsoever, he like destroyed me when I ran those lines, but I also like went into what I could do to adapt, and I think that's what really helped me bring it back.
It really seemed like a key adjustment for you was the decision to kind of go off script and bring the Quagsire. Quagsire, it's been such an open Great League stable. Oh, we got the plushie there too. So talk to me about that Quagsire adjustment, because you kind of had to go off the script, kind of throw the preparation out the window, but that's when the win started to come.
So I watched the Torian's interview yesterday, and he said that he was predicting one of my lines to draw a Quag. So I figured he wouldn't expect me to do that since I didn't do it initially. So that's why I brought it the first time. And I went back to it for game 5 because I felt like he wouldn't expect the Quag again. And I was telling my friends I wanted to win with Quag, so I made it happen.
Now talk to me about that game number 5. Was there a moment in the game when you realized it was over, or could you just not believe it until that final Sparkling Aria was clicked?
Yeah, I didn't know that I was going to win the match, to be honest. I knew that I banked 8 Fury Cutters, so I was 2 away, so I'd be able to get to the move before the Gust registered. So I knew I had like 2 moves, but I still wasn't thinking that I was about to win that game then. I was like, I don't know, I was just nervous. In my head, I was thinking if I could Fury Cutter down a Brave Birded Pidgeot, but I guess he went double air cutter, so it worked out.
Well, hey, you don't have to be nervous anymore. You are our new North American International Champion. You love seeing the cheering section down there. They are going absolutely crazy out in the crowd for Cy Rhino. Now, I know with all these supporters here, you have friends, family, teammates, people who helped along the way. Let's get some shout outs for you.
Of course, I have to shout out my parents for allowing this to happen. And we came from California, like, that's a crazy flight. I'd also like to shout out Pizza, who I built Samurott, like helped me build around Samurott. I'd like to shout out Jins for recommending me to run Ice Beam Lapras, and the Ice Beam came in clutch a lot. I'd like to shout out Boomer Brell for helping me change my team last second and get off Slow King and Sylveon. I'm off the Slow King squad. And I'd like to shout out Dapper, Hedonis, Andy, Rick, and everybody else from Swablu. Thank you.
It's always nice to hear our champions have so much support here in the crowd, here at home. And hey, today we set out to crown a champion, and we did. One more big round of applause for your new North American International Champion, Cy Rhino! And now we'll send it back to the casters.
Incredible. This is unprecedented. To have a trainer like this that is an underdog to win an international championship, it hasn't happened in years in Pokemon Go. And now Cy Rhino is that underdog rising star story coming up, leading to the World Championships.
That's right, and I legitimately don't remember the last time someone's even won an international title without regional titles under their belt already, outside of maybe the first year. But Cy Rhino is paving the way for our trainers at home watching, saying, can I do it too? And you sure can. And it starts with attending these events and paving your own path.
It's just an incredible story to just start your journey, to continue it, think that, oh, maybe I'm always coming up a bit short, but then getting a little glimpse of hope in Los Angeles a couple weeks ago and just carrying over that momentum. That's what it's about at this point in the season, right? It's when you're going to the World Championships, there's so many trainers that can win it all, but it's about the trainer in that moment, at that time, with the momentum, who's playing their best. And now Cy Rhino has to be considered one of them, at least for the North America region, right?
That's right. I mean, there's only so many international champions we've ever even had, let alone, and in North America, I believe we've had only 3, I think, right? Axon with 2, 3 or 4. No, maybe it's 5. I don't know. Anyway, not many, right?
Yeah.
And with Axon having 2 of them too, that cuts down the numbers even more. But yes, I mean, Cy Rhino is now in that conversation. Definitely a player to look out for anytime you see them in a tournament. You can see his super impressive run. This was just on day number 2. Again, beating a 3-time champion Elam, beating Gel Too Good on the rise himself, beating the 2-time European International champion and 5-time Championship Sunday attendee Patamon, all the way from Europe, and then Torian beating him in the winners finals, and then reverse sweeping him in that grand finals after Torian had even more time to prep for this matchup.
I mean, the fact that he was able to get through Patamon, he is playing at the highest level of any trainer right now, and Cy Rhino took him down, and that is why he is your champion here. Of course, huge congratulations to the Tarian with that Shadow Pidgeot, the only trainer using that Pokemon at the highest level in the end of the top cut. And then Steiner, another trophy in his arsenal. I believe that makes 5 for him at international competition, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, TZ Steiner has had an amazing season, so definitely not a surprise to even see him on the podium yet again. But Torian even mentioned before, he was struggling this season in particular to make that top cut, to make that day 2, and he's got to be feeling really proud, even though he didn't win it all. A 2nd place at this caliber of competition is no easy feat. And of course, we have our star-studded class of Patamon, the 2-time European champion, our world champion Beelzeboy, Lao Jess, a 3-time regional champion, but we got the underdogs HMV and Gel Too Good. good.
Yeah, the underdog stories were in full effect here at NAIC. We were not expecting that. We were coming into day number 2 with all these top seeds, all these top trainers, and you're thinking, leading up to Worlds, what's the story going to be? Is it going to be Patamon getting back-to-back international championships? Is it going to be Its Accent getting another North American international champion, to be 3 of them, or it will be Beelzeboy making a stamp and imprint here in North America before we head to San Francisco in August? But it was the underdog story. It was HDMV, it was Jello Too Good, and in the end, it was Cy Rhino.
That's right. And, you know, that's what Pokemon Go is all about. You got some of the best players in the world making it into the podium, but there's chances for newcomers as well. And speaking of newcomers, we got some champions to crown. Soph, take it away.
After an intense weekend of battles and an epic grand finals, it's finally time to award these trainers' efforts here at the North America International Championships. Let's take a moment to congratulate our incredible finalists. Give it up for our second place finalist, the Torian 22. And finally, a huge round of applause for our 2026 Pokemon Go North America International Champion, Cy Rhino. Trainers, show us those trophies. Show us those trophies. And let's hear it once more for our North America International finalists. There are still 6 more NAIC champions left to crown today, so don't go anywhere. Up next, the Junior, Senior, and Masters Division finalists from the Pokemon Trading Card Game are here to claim their glory. Take it away, TCG.
Serendipity flipped the script. We're attempting this. Tails, and it just KOs his own Pokemon. It's a Night Stretcher, and that will be the game. Does Cooper have a way to do it? He does not.
And the buzz is on. It is it. Absolutely definitive victory. James using Full Moon Rondo to full effect.
Oh my gosh, what is this game?
And John Webb will move into our top 10.
Ross Compton is going to clear this entire board and win the game on turn number 2.
Taking a huge knockout. James is the winner.
Heads for the first one, tails for the second, and heads for the third. Down goes this Psychic Energy.
Nettie will take the knockout on the bench, Slowking, and move into the final.
He's taken game 1. Full Moon Rondo takes the KO. James Kowalski goes up 1-0. And James Kowalski is going to concede this game now. And he's drawn the Psychic Energy off the special red card. James Kowalski takes the KO with Elizabeth Berry and punches his ticket to the grand finals.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Are we ready to crown some TCG champions today? We'll be starting things off with our juniors division. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Annabelle Odo and Luke Griffin. A big match ahead of both of you. Annabelle, you've had a great season so far. What would a win here mean to you?
It would be really incredible because a back-to-back NAIC would be amazing.
You've got the defending champion looking to defend her crown. What's it going to take for you to stop that?
For my deck to not brick and
for me to use the tech cards that I put in my deck for the matchup to work.
Seems you both have game plans ready to go. We'll let you all showcase what you have down on the field. Give it up one more time for our juniors champions, our finalists, excuse me, as we get in to see who will become our champion.
Thank you so much, Ethan, Luke, and Annabelle. I'm absolutely delighted to be able to bring you guys this Championship Sunday finals for the juniors division, alongside, of course, the incredible analyst, Alex, who's going to help us guide through this day.
Well, it's not just myself alone, of course. We have the wonderful Amy also guiding us through this incredible matchup that we're going to be seeing between two fantastic talents in their own right, all both vying to become the champion here. One has already done it before, one's looking to take their first crown, so I just can't wait to see how it unfolds.
Honestly, this is going to be a battle of powerhouses. Both decks have been absolutely meticulously dedicated to this role, and both players, spectacular in their accolades, are absolutely iconic, and I cannot wait to see who we get to crown very shortly.
Yeah, not only is there the juniors to be crowned for the champions here at the North American International Championships, there are also the seniors finals and the masters finals there as well. We've got some fantastic games to come. Of course, we've already mentioned the junior finals is Annabelle versus Luke. In the seniors finals, we have Hikaru versus David. And in that masters final, James versus Neddy.
What a lineup we have, and a plethora of decks to showcase today. So you guys better be glued to your seats, because whether you know what's going on or not, we are here to tell you the story and show you the ropes. So don't worry, you can put your trust in us today to guide you through these magical matchups.
Absolutely, they've come all this way and amassed so many different prizes already thus far, getting to the finals, but this is what they're still playing for. These are the international championship prizes there. These are just the placements that, as you can see, just down to 64, but there were plenty more, especially in that Masters division. But for this finals, in the juniors and seniors, they'll be vying for that #1 placement, walking away not only with that champion trophy, but $7,000 as well. Amy, what about that Masters?
Ooh, what a feat. What an absolute gauntlet this has been to get to this stage. But of course, those Masters are playing now for that first place spot with $25,000 in prize money. Of course, even beyond this chart, there were booster packs being handed out yesterday to many of our competitors, and I applaud them in all of their feats and accolades as we've gone through this huge 3-day affair.
Yeah, for sure. 3 days has been a long slog for all of our players. Let's take a look at some of that journey that some of our finalists have made through to the finals here. This was the bracket of top 8 for the juniors division there. You can see just that journey that Annabelle's had in that top half of the bracket, 2-0ing both her top 8 opponents and semi-final opponents to get to the finals there to meet Luke Giffen.
Annabelle actually had a really interesting journey throughout this event, starting at 5-1-2. She needed to get 3 straight wins to make it into the asymmetrical top cut, and she did it all the way to the finals. A feat that not many could achieve other than our current crowned champion, Annabelle, who won NAIC last year. Can she do it again, or will she share the crown now with Luke?
Yeah, but do not count out Luke either. It was a fantastic journey all the way to the finals as well. And this is the stage that's been set with an opportunity to finally crown another North American International Champion.
Let's have a chat to Pablo and see what he expects this might look like.
Thank you so much, Alex and Amy. I'm here with Steve and Chad, parents of our finalists. How are you all feeling?
Great.
Yeah, and how are you, Steve? I see you have your emotional support plushie with you to deal with the emotions.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Thank you.
All right, so tell me a little about Luke's journey to get here to the finals. Is he ready to face the current NAIC champion?
I believe so, yes. I know that him and Cal have worked a lot on this matchup, and it's not easy. He just needs for his deck to set up, and I know that he's hoping that they just have 2 or 3 really good games of Pokemon.
And how is Annabelle feeling? Is she feeling any extra pressure from the back-to-back possibility?
Yeah, I think she's excited to have a chance to win another one here. She's nervous and excited, so I think she's ready, but I'm the same. I hope that they just get to play solid Pokemon today.
Yep, I think we're all excited to see a really good match against 2 obviously very good players. And so what were they during yesterday heading into today? Was Luke excited? Was he playing a lot, or was he just taking it chill for the night?
No, of course he had to grind games, because that's what Pokemon kids do. If they have any free time, they are playing Pokemon, whether it's standard or expanded or whatever. They just want to play the game.
Yeah, kids do love the game. And how about Annabelle? Did she really grind out yesterday, or did she eat dinner and call it a day?
No, she was grinding. Right after we got her some food, then she was just testing with Karis, her coach, and grinded until she was ready to go to sleep.
All right, well, sounds like both competitors are ready to go. I think our casters are ready, so let's get to the stage and let's watch this final.
Buckle in, everybody, because this is going to be a showdown. Both of our players have practiced all night. I hope they got enough rest, because I know I did, because this is certainly going to be a showdown for the ages.
Absolutely.
Putting themselves in the history books.
For sure. I mean, I can't wait just to see how this all unfolds. We've already heard just how much these players have been putting that time in, got the text for each of the different decks that they're going to be facing. Luke even mentioned it in that interview a little bit earlier as well. He needs those texts to work. But just look at some of those accolades. We've spoken about it a little bit before. We'll start with Luke, because an Anaheim Worlds finalist, Honolulu Worlds top 8, NAIC top 32, Worlds top 8 in this as well. I mean, there's a lot of accolades there. I think I've also seen a number of other accolades in the background as well. But Annabelle looking to go back to back, Amy.
What an incredible feat. Both players have a menagerie of fantastic results, but this is what it all comes down to. A victory here would mean everything. Placing themselves solidly in the New Orleans Hall of Fame for this Pokemon International Championships. They're getting set up, the stage is set, and we're almost ready to rumble. And both players have really fun inclusions in their deck. They're going to be very helpful against one another.
Yeah, such an intriguing matchup as well. Alakazam against Dragapult EX. So let's just have a look at those prizes. This is going to set the tone for this final here. Dragapult in the prizes, Enhanced Hammer, the Kadabra, the Monkey Dory, Tool Scrapper. I mean, nothing too bad what we're looking at here, Amy.
No, this is looking pretty standard. A not too shabby split on either side. So it looks like we're going to have a very fair, clean game of Pokemon Trading Card Game here in New Orleans.
As you can hear the crowd right now going crazy. This is amazing to see. The level of support for both of our players, it's incredible. So let's just keep it going, everyone.
Do you think the Pokemon Center have had an Alakazam shortage after Annabelle's incredible journey today?
Fist bump from both our players. It looks like we're about to kick things off here for our juniors finals here at the North America International Championships 2026. Let's get straight into it.
Annabelle kicking us off with an Abra. We love to see it. Buddy Buddy Poffin bringing down onto the stage for the first time of many Buddy Buddy Poffins I imagine we're going to see today. And Annabelle just assessing which cards are in the prizes. Because although nothing looked too offensive, it's incredibly important with a deck like this to manage her resources. And if I know anyone could do it, I know it's our girl Annabelle.
Yep, so just getting a chance to review what resources we have access to. We'll need access to all of those draw power cards in the list, being able to build those accordion hands and really start firing off some massive attacks against big, bad EX Pokemon. Take down big prizes. We know how many cards sometimes we need. Powerful hand. Place 2 damage counters on your opponent's active for each card in your hand. So 16 would be required. That's the number we're going to be keeping an eye out for the Dragapult. As you can see there, we have so many ways to be able to build up our hand through that Psychic draw.
Annabelle's deck is all about drawing cards. The Dunsparce also helps her to dig through the deck using Runaway Draw, but also recycle materials like this Enriching Energy. An incredible ace spec. This is one of the only ways in the entire game to reuse an ace spec. You're only allowed 1 ace spec card in your entire deck for good reason. They are so strong.
All right, so there's a pass over, and this is where Luke now has to be piloting this deck in a way where Luke will be able to build out that board state, plays his own Buddy Poffin, will need to get numerous of those Dreepies to evolve into that Dracloak, get Recon Directive, has that draw engine live himself, so we can eventually get into a big, bad Dragapult EX, that Phantom Dive, the attack we've called one of the best attacks we've seen in the game for such a long time. 200 to the active, everything will be going down on Annabelle's side, but then we can start trickling some damage counters on that board state and dissecting it where possible.
Dragapult has an interesting friend in Badoo. One would call it an unexpected friendship. We would call it synonymous with this deck. Badoo's Itchy Pollen for no energy. That's what that little symbol on the left there means. 0 energy. Badoo can use Itchy Pollen. It only does 10 damage, but Annabelle will be unable to play item cards if Badoo sprinkles their pollen around the battlefield. Badoo is also an excellent, what we call pivot, where it has a free retreat cost, meaning Luke will have the flexibility to dip and weave in and out of different Pokemon using Badoo as well. Luke now going in with our familiar Buddy Poffin to grab some extra Dreepy power.
Yep, this is the opportunity really trying to slow the game down. We know how devastating that draw power with the Dunsparces, with the Kadabras, with the Alakazams that allow Annabelle to really start to build those hands. But there are a number of tech cards, as Luke's already alluded to, where we're going to be keeping an eye out on, because there's certain combos that we have to hit at the same time to really stem the flow and deal with Annabelle's hand. As we just get the Chi-Yu attacking for an allure to draw 2 cards, which is a lovely little attack, especially if you started it.
Yeah, starting Chi-Yu might feel not great, but in this instance, Luke has made the best of a bad situation, attached that Fire-type energy to Chi-Yu, and of course, managed to draw some extra cards, playing a bit of Annabelle's own game there against her. Speaking of Annabelle, we're on to her turn, and she has played 2 Kadabra to draw 4 extra cards already this turn.
And we're off to the races, and as you can start to see there, she did pick up that Nighttime Mine. Now, it's a 4 copy of in the deck. It's one of those that's really combative against those Dragapult EX, because Dragapult is that Terra Pokemon. So once we do get that down onto the battlefield, the stadium attacks used by each Terra Pokemon in play cost 1 colorless more, and especially when it's really hard to power up. And that's why you see a lot of decks now lean into Crispin or lean into Rose's Encouragement, and that's where it gets real tricky. But Annabelle doing her utmost right now, as you can also see the additional tech of that Genesect come down, that Ace Nullify ability. It's a fantastic way to try and stop those pink Ace Spec cards, Amy.
And Luke is running Unfair Stamp, which is particularly destructive to Annabelle's entire attacking notion. We get the rare candy into an Alakazam so rapid. Annabelle now gets to draw 3 extra cards. Annabelle's hand already ginormous and will be able to launch an attack ever so soon. Annabelle still needing an energy on that active Alakazam. Alakazam's attack does 20 damage for each card in her hand. So Annabelle's going to want to coordinate all of her Pokemon and their abilities, but for now it's a pass because we didn't find the energy.
And that's the first, I'm sure. Oh, actually we did, yeah. It's just a pass. But we're okay. It's just the Chi-Yu in the active spots for the moment. Ground Melter is not really an attack that can deal with the Alakazam in the active there. But Annabelle did go for that opportunity, try and be aggressive, try and set the tone, set the pace of this game one here. But Luke may have found just that small window of opportunity to try and get into some Dracloaks, try and eventually evolve up into that Dragapult EX, just to try and protect it a little bit, make it a little bit more difficult for his Pokemon to get knocked out.
We see the retreat into our trusty Budew as Luke now grabs the fire energy back with the Night Stretcher attaching to Dreepy. Meowth's last-ditch catch is activated. Luke decides to grab Lily's determination so that he can draw a fresh 8 cards. What a phenomenal chain of events.
Yep, just holding on to that Team Rocket's Watchtower as well, shuffling that back into the deck for the moment, knows that's the only real sort of combative counter to the Nighttime Mines when they do come down from Annabelle's side. So this is one way to see plentiful number of cards, hopefully draw into some of those Dracloaks that we've mentioned, get our Recon Directive live. We really need to get there. We don't play Rare Candy, so this is the way to try and get to that stage. 8 cards, let's see what we're working with, or what Luke will be working with.
Okay, a fresh hand, fresh opportunities. Luke needs to start seeing some Dracloak, really the pinnacle, the pillars that hold this deck together, being able to draw more cards and cipher through the deck, make sure that Luke is, you know, really paying attention to what is going to the bottom and what is then being collated in his own hand. Dracloak number 1 comes into play, and Luke starts off with a strong Recon Directive. He gets to look at the top 2 cards of his deck. He could put one in his hand and the other goes to the bottom. He made an instant decision there on that Pokepad to get another Dracloak, and this is a wonderful chain of Dracloaks soaring into one another through their abilities.
Yep, this is pretty ideal, when, especially after that Lily's determination, only really finding that Pokepad. So maybe bailed out a little bit here, but this is starting to feel a bit more comfortable. Here comes the second Recon Directive, finds another Pokepad, so we can go straight in. And
Guess what?
Start prepping the next one as well, and this is exactly what Luke would have been looking for.
Absolutely phenomenal. Love it when you get that almost engine of Dracloak into one another. But that Dreepy was played on this turn.
Exactly that.
So Luke will have to hold off on that one until next time.
Yeah, Luke's turn 1 only had a couple of Dreepies initially, but just getting it ready for the next turn is ever so important regardless. And there is the Itchy Pollen. First attack. Well, second attack officially.
Alakazam is holding spoons, so isn't very good at itching, so unfortunately won't be able to play item cards. However, Annabelle has draw power on her side as the Dunsparce jumps back into the deck and she gets to draw 3 further cards.
Yeah, plenty of Pokemon search there that has been drawn into with that runaway draw. Does have another Dunsparce available in hand, so I'm sure we're going to be preemptively benching that as well, just to make sure we just need to start being careful, of course, as we watch Annabelle play out this turn, just shuffling away the hand, or not the hand, the deck there after the runaway draw. Let's see how Annabelle can actually play out this turn, because if a Dragapult's coming down soon, it can be a bit scary.
Annabelle eyeing up now that Genesect, turning off one of the only disruptive tools that Luke will have to prevent Annabelle's hand from getting just too big and out of hand. But she's holding off for the moment, maybe afraid of Luke targeting it too early.
Maybe that runaway draw wasn't as good as she would have hoped for, but the Nighttime Mine might give Annabelle a bit of reprieve, just an opportunity to have an extra turn, not lose that active Alakazam. We get a glance at everyone's tension in the crowd there. Everyone's watching in a back and forth. Only 10 damage has been dealt so far in this Juniors finals here, game 1. Crispin now to load up, I'm sure some of the boards say we will need to start prepping, or we need to start to see Luke prepping those Dragapult EXs, multiple of them, because we need to see back-to-back attackers when they do start firing off Phantom Dive.
Here's some more Recon Directive. We're going to be saying it a lot today, but for good reason. A fantastically strong ability. Luke is now just making the perfect hand ready to decide where his next energy attachment is going. I don't know if he's going to want to try and keep up this item lock or whether he needs to start going aggressive before Annabelle can do so in return.
Well, we need to time the attacks, of course, with the stadium, because right now the nighttime mine is slowing things down as another Itchy Pollen is fired off here. We need to just make sure we don't waste our stadiums. We only play 2 copies.
Yes.
Hilda right now is being played down by Annabelle. An opportunity to grab an evolution Pokemon and an energy card. So this might be the time for Annabelle to start really setting the scene here.
Yeah, Annabelle with that nighttime mine, making it difficult for Luke. So he's just had to go wide with that energy for now, where he's going to have limited opportunities to bump that stadium. Only 1 stadium card can be in play at a time, and Annabelle currently holds that crown. Annabelle choosing Hilda for her supporter this turn, using Hilda's ability to get an evolution Pokemon and an energy, but you can take any type of energy, so she gets the glory of taking telepathic psychic energy. Normally special energy can be quite difficult to search.
So what other cards is Annabelle working with in this hand here? They are plentiful, but of course item cards are not available to be played, but at least we could remove this Badoo in the active spot by just knocking it out.
Annabelle finally having that energy. She can go into this aggressive stance now, right into gear. Alakazam can now attack using Powerful Hand, and powerful it is indeed, especially in the hands of a very well-decorated player such as Annabelle. We got a glance of her mother and coach in the crowd a moment ago, looking a little nervous, but discussing the matchup alongside her. Oh, there they are. Incredible.
I mean, we've seen Alakazam take down major tournaments already thus far. We can see another one here. There it is. It looks like the first prize has been taken of this junior finals. Game 1 here. Badoo goes down. Annabelle does find a boss's orders off those prizes, so could potentially look to target down one of the more peskier Pokemon here. But Luke's going to be trying to turn this game on its head. This is what Dragapult likes to do. It likes to sometimes play from behind, as we start to see some really unique cards that Luke has teched for this matchup. And it's ever so important to be playing at the right time.
Indeed, Luke has absolutely been storming ahead now, finally getting rid of Nighttime Mine. Luke unlocks the ability to attack with ease with Team Rocket's Watchtower, which also impacts Annabelle's draw power. Luke now really gearing up and starting the aggressive stance back. Luke's going to have to start doing so in order to get enough prize cards. Luke really has to keep amping this up.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see coming down with this. When you're using all of these combo cards, I would have loved to have seen something like the Judge at the same time. Really try and stem that flow of prizes being taken from Annabelle's side. But at the same time, Lily's determination for 8 good cards. We still need to find that Dragapult EX. Maybe that was the only way we were looking for it. At the moment, though, what's difficult is that one of those Dragapults are currently prized. So we need an Ultra Ball or the raw draw into Dragapult itself. We have Ultra Ball.
Ultra Ball! Fantastic. Now Luke can guarantee a Dragapult comes into play this turn, discarding Moltres, Shaman, and now Luke can search out that big bad Dragapult. The first one in play for our finals. Luke gets the glory of crowning that terrestrialized Dragapult, and not affected currently by the Nighttime Mine, is now ready to Phantom Dive his way into that first prize card.
Now finally also taking a prize himself. Now let's just see how we're going to target down with the damage counters there. Looks like we're going to start spreading some of the damage counters, start weakening that Genesect Lair with that tool that's been attached, plus also the Kadabra as well. Bring it down to 60 HP. But we're still missing. We had a bit of a struggle with the energies last turn. Annabelle is going to be looking for that energy to be able to fire off an attack.
Will her draw power be enough? She's got a little bit. She can certainly use these Pokepad to help out. However, she can. Nighttime Mine is back in play, so Watchtower no longer active. She can use the Dunsparce runaway draw. In the past, just the last turn, Team Rocket's Watchtower would have prevented the Dunsparce from using runaway draw, but now we are ready to run away, which sounds a little counterintuitive, but it's actually a good thing.
Absolutely. This could be a massive turn for Annabelle. Could be taking down a massive Dragapult EX in the active spot. Just need to find one more piece here.
Looking for that last piece of the puzzle. Annabelle has not been flush with energy this game yet. Can she find the energy, or is it going to be a bit of a struggle? She would have to leave Pokemon in the active spot. Dragapult also dealing damage to her bench would not be fortuitous in this moment. Will she got the energy? She can continue her flurry of attacks into Dragapult.
Massive pickup here. Energy in hand, able to now attack. Annabelle could be taking down this Dragapult EX, going down potentially to 3 prizes remaining in this game 1. Feel like you can see exactly how meticulous you have to be with these decks. The draw engine, the sequencing, everything all together has to come to be able to build out. Protecting the board as well. Some additional draw power for future turns if needed. We're going for it now, Amy.
We've got 3 more cards being taken to Annabelle's hand. She's now got an, oh my goodness, I really couldn't have asked for better. Annabelle now gets to add more Dunsparce to her board, ready for next turn to just continue going in on these attacks and hopefully achieving back-to-back knockouts.
Yeah, one thing we'll be keeping an eye on. Like I said, there's many attacks from both sides right now. It's one of those where the special red card could be held from Luke's side of the board, but there are ways to combat that. One of those very special supporters as an example, especially if Luke's building a massive hand, and Eri could come down and then start searching to cherry pick away some of those key item cards just out of the hand there. As we do also see from Annabelle a flip the script, finding more energies, finding the boss's orders as well. But we know we want to take down this Dragapult. Just look at that hand, Amy. There's so many options.
She's got choices, she's got bravery, but most of all, she's got the draw power to just continue to get every single card from her deck in her hand, potentially. And honestly, I think that is going to be the way that Annabelle goes, trying to prevent Luke from disrupting her by using Genesec's Ace Nullifier. She was digging, she missed the Eri, but that's not a problem. She'd gone for Dawn instead, just to continue to solidify her hand and game state for future turns. And it's time for a most powerful hand.
Absolutely. A lot of damage placed on that Dragapult EX, now taking Annabelle down to 3 prize cards away from taking this game 1. Luke, what can you do here to try and turn this around, try and bring it back into your favor? We do have the Dracloak with the energy in the active spot. We do find a Psychic Energy, but we need that Night Stretcher.
Night Stretcher played for Pheasantipity EX, of course, allowing Luke to have a little bit of a comeback and draw 3 further cards.
Can we find, well, with the Night Stretcher, it's ever so important. Remember, we were able to pull off that Dragapult, or Luke was able to pull off the Dragapult from the prizes itself. We do have to find and see if Luke can find the stadium also to bounce, because there's a boss's orders as well on the Pheasantipity. We have it all together, so we will not be forcing the knockout here. It's going to be setting up those damage counters on all of these Pokemon, these pesky Pokemon on Annabelle's side of the board. 200 damage to that Pheasantipity, and now we can just try and force the issue here, where Annabelle has to find another way to retreat the active Pokemon. But Luke preparing for a future massive high-prize turn.
Annabelle now needs to find a way to get rid of this Team Rocket's watchtower towering over her board and preventing the Dunsparce from using its ability. Annabelle can go ahead and search those Dunsparce out of her deck because she doesn't particularly want them in there when she has further draw power. Now, she could go down the route of going for the enriching energy. However, it may prevent her from being able to attack this turn. This is the final Team Rocket's watchtower that we're going to see in this game, however. So if Annabelle manages to overcome this, it could be huge.
Absolutely. We've seen 2 stadiums played by Annabelle already. There's the enriching energy. There's another Dunsparce. Hoping that enriching energy, once attached to a Pokemon, you can draw 4 cards. We find one of those stadiums, and then that will allow us to see Annabelle activate the runaway draw from the Dunsparce, build up that hand once again, and potentially look to fire off one more devastating, powerful hand.
Okay, Annabelle, this is the moment. Enriching energy attached. She gets to draw 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can we find it? We haven't seen it.
Not looking great. Annabelle still unable to replenish her hand after that special red card. She has to pass the turn. It's Luke's time to bring it back with some Dragon-type Fury.
Now this is the opportunity Luke has been waiting for. Finds a boss's orders. Doesn't want to get full value. And does that mean that's it? Let's just double check all of the damage counters that are there. Brings up the Dunsparce with the enriching energy. And there's so many damage counters on that board. Amy, 10 that can fall onto that Pheasantipity. That's an easy 2 prizes. There's the Phantom Dive. Knockouts on the Dunsparce. Knockouts on the Genesect. Knockouts and taking 4 prize cards here. And bringing Luke down to just 1 remaining. As it's just the final little trickles of those damage counters being placed now. Alakazam back in the active spot. Back against the wall for Annabelle.
Annabelle has lost her A-Spec. No, the only A-Spec that can easily be recurred. And Annabelle now has no access to it. She's going to need to use other plans of action. And it's just going to be a scoop. Luke takes game 1 with an astounding comeback after special red card did its thing.
Special red card, the stadium being able to slow the game down completely. Badu even giving Luke an extra turn early on as well. All of those techs coming up and really playing a key part for Luke to take game 1 here at the North America International Championships Juniors Final.
Down in New Orleans, Luke has taken game 1, beginning writing that fresh page of the Pokemon history books. Now we're going to see how each of our players manages these tech cards. They're now even more riled up and ready to go. Will Annabelle find the energy? Will Luke disrupt her hand enough? All of these questions and more will be answered ever so soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many intricate moments there. Let's have a word with Pablo. I know he's got some interesting things to say.
Game, both players did so well. Annabelle missing that clutch energy in the beginning to try to pull ahead, and then Luke with the massive turn that we saw with the boss's orders, the counter stadium, and most importantly the enhanced hammer to leave her without energy, without a way to retreat. Luke seems to be really well teched out for Annabelle's deck. I have to wonder if Annabelle needs to find an opportunity to be more aggressive this time around.
Just has to find those energies, and also just that slight dig for that area maybe could have stopped that special red card from coming down on that turn where she went down to 3 prize cards remaining. In another world, she would have found it. In another world, that wouldn't have happened. But Luke takes game 1. Let's see now if we can continue that trend.
It's all about trying to disrupt what Annabelle is constructing. Luke did a fantastic job in our game 1, taking the win. And now I'm sure he will be looking to do so once again. He was very, very clever with the timing of those Team Rocket's Watchtower in combination with disruptive cards, such as the special red card, regardless of Annabelle prompting the use of her Genesect, so that unfair stamp was not an option.
We've got all of those Alakazam lines there being waved around, especially when we see how this matchup can sometimes play out. If Annabelle can be super aggressive, start setting that pace, start taking all those prize cards before Luke really stabilizes, that's one way that Alakazam can really, alongside that, the Dunsparce, really run away with things.
Indeed. Both players are now setting up. We're almost ready for game 2 of our juniors finals here at the North American International Championships in New Orleans.
Can't wait for another. Let's hear it from the crowd, everyone. Let's give a massive cheer for both our players here in this finals. Love to see all of the support from everyone also watching at the same time. It looks like the fist bump was there. Looks like we're kicking things off with this game 2, Amy.
The stakes are high, but the energy is higher. And hopefully Annabelle will indeed see some of that energy this time around. She's kicking things off with that buddy puffin to bring all the buddies to the bench.
Yep, and just as we are getting a chance to glimpse at those prizes as well, a couple of those Hilders, another easy way to find those energies that Annabelle had struggled to do so in game 1. Lucky Helmet, another opportunity to use a tool card to help draw some more should a Pokemon get attacked into. But otherwise, there will be plenty of pieces to build those hands once again, to find those core key cards in this matchup and try and take back this victory into her own side.
Indeed. I've got to say, I'm not a huge fan of 2 Hilda at all in the prize cards. Hilda always feels like a pseudo 7 card draw in an Alakazam deck, as you're able to not only fetch a Dunsparce or an Alakazam, but also that enriching energy, which is pivotal to rebuilding a hand once she gets disrupted. Here comes Pokepad for some extra oomph on that bench, just eyeing up an Abra, but yes, looks like Abra is the pick, making sure she's stabilizing her board. The more basic Pokemon, the better, really. She's changed her mind, and we're going with Kadabra. Again, I like this. Either I think we're a brilliant choice, either prepping for the next turn or getting more Pokemon on the bench. Both great choices.
Yeah, Annabelle playing out the hand as if she will be suffering from an itchy pollen on a future turn, using those item cards early, getting the value out of them now before anything does get locked down. Getting Kadabra into hand does kind of give a little bit of information to Luke to say, well, the hand might not be too strong, so it might need to be bailed out. But let's just see how Luke will navigate this. Has to go in with an Ultra Ball, which often could be quite costly at the early stages of the game, especially when it's a Meowth EX and a boss's orders. But now, opportunity to grab a Dreepy from the deck, look through and consult the deck so we can work out those prizes as well. And there they are, ladies and gentlemen. This is what Luke won't be working with, at least initially.
Ooh, I tell you what, Alex. Luke had to choose, unknowingly, to discard a boss's orders with that Ultra Ball, and now 1 is in his prize cards, leaving Luke with 1 to cope with for now. It could be something that comes back to bite him later. However, it is that really tricky first deck search where you have to pitch away 2 Pokemon for the Ultra Ball's cost without knowing what really you might need later.
Yeah, absolutely. Those boss's orders, definitely something we will have to keep an eye out for, because we saw how important it was in game 1. I want to keep an eye out on that Rose's encouragement as well, because that's one way to be able to accelerate effectively free energy cards onto a board, especially when you're faced up against Nighttime Mine. That's one way to really overcome that in 1 turn. But at the very top, we'll see if we're able to relinquish it from the prizes at some stage, as we do get the Dreepy. now on the bench now. Alongside energy attachment to the active Chi Yu, giving it an option to be pivoted around. Pheasant Dipty also comes down, doesn't want to see it again later. Let's get that Lily's Determination for 8 for Luke's hands now. See what Luke will be working with.
Luke seems to have had a slower start, similar to Annabelle. However, Luke has the power of going second, and that allows him to play a supporter card this turn. He gets 8 cards off that Lily's Determination. Determined she is providing more Dreepy for Luke to play with and Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way of building the board state here for Luke. As we hit the raw Dreepy and also finds the Buddy Buddy Poffin to maneuver into the Badoo. Again, saw how impactful it was. Just having an extra turn or maybe 2 from Itchy Pollen can be one way to slow down Annabelle's deck. But it's only got 30 HP, will go down at some stage.
Even to potentially a Kadabra at some point. So knowing this, Luke has decided instead to allure with Chi Yu to draw 2 further cards, getting ready for his next turn. And we're over to Annabelle, immediately attaching Telepathic Psychic Energy. This allows her to search for 2 basic Psychic Pokemon and put them on her bench. A fantastic card that definitely boosted the power of the Alakazam archetype.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out on those energy cards as well for Telepathic Psychic Energy in the deck. The 1 basic Psychic Energy is currently prized. And then those are the only attacking energies we're working with. And with this active Abra, if we aren't able to really just kind of get true value out of an attack with it, if it goes into the Alakazam, for example, or just unfortunately has to lose it at points, we're going to have to keep an eye on those resources throughout this game.
They're going to be essential for Annabelle to manage, but I'm sure she knows what are in the prize cards. 2 energy is certainly going to help out in the hand. Straight into Dawn, she manages to continue the flurry of evolution and the glory that comes along with that. Of course, the Dunsparce and Alakazam are being considered. She has the rare candy. She's going to be able to start aggressive and take down this Chi Yu imminently.
And this is where I talk about that value of those energy cards effectively being so important. You have to be able to attack with your Pokemon whenever you do attach those energies, because once they go, they aren't coming back. They're not a basic energy that could be retrieved with the Night Stretcher. So can we finally start setting the pace here? This is looking like it's a better start. Here comes.
There it is.
Rare Candy into Alakazam. Powerful Hands now live. Finds Enriching Energy as well. So for a future turn, if Alakazam sticks around, we can use that Enriching Energy to draw even more cards on a future turn. We don't need much to take down this Chi Yu, Amy.
It's true. And that means Annabelle can play more cards from her hand. As the only real, I say problem, but what I mean is more of a puzzle that you have to work with Alakazam. Because your hand is your attack power, you have to monitor which resources you're using and which ones you need to hold back. Not for their effect, but just for the pure power they provide to Alakazam. So Annabelle is able to play more cards, and that will just help her to stabilize her board state in case she gets disrupted by Luke after some attacks.
Yep. So let's just see the direction Annabelle goes in. It does opt to play the poker pad now as well. Maybe just preparing the board that little bit more. The Abras that are currently on the board did come down from the Telepathic Psychic Energy. So for the moment cannot evolve up, but having it ready in hand will feel pretty good for the moment. The only scary thing is there a way to prep something like the Genesect? I mean, we wouldn't have found the tool card for the moment, because she will know that Unfair Stamp is waiting in the wings, but does Powerful Hands for the knockouts on that Chi Yu anyway. Let's just see how Luke can respond instantly with a Crispin to try and power up the board. Remember, Luke doesn't play rare candies for this matchup. There's plenty of other techs, but we need to go slow. We need to try and stem the flow of this game. And it's likely to be an Itchy Pollen turn.
It is indeed Luke being able to meticulously get that board ready. Team Rocket's Watchtower comes down. The disruption is happening. Annabelle has to shuffle her whole hand back into that deck that she had built from scratch. Unfair Stamp doing its work. Annabelle will only have 2 cards. Luke will get the full 5. She was unable to avoid the Unfair Stamp this game as she had previously managed, but she's been rather clever and has left a Dunsparce evolved but not runaway draw. So if she can replace the stadium, she will be running away to potentially more prize cards. But for now, she's in a sticky situation.
If I was Luke, I'd be looking for also an enhanced hammer that we also played and we saw come full effects as well. That could be another way to slow the game down, especially when Annabelle would then have to try and dig for another energy to be able to attack. We do have recon directives available now for Luke on his side of the board. 2 of them, in fact. Buddy Poffin being piloted and played first.
Speaking of pilots, more Dreepy is fantastic if you're Luke, wanting to get as many of those sweet little dragons in play as possible, not only for the draw power, but also as your big attacker at the point of being able to. Currently, Luke needs to attach energy to another one of these Dracloak before it can evolve as well. But for now, he's going to continue to recon directive his way towards victory.
Yep, having to cherry pick some key pieces. Luke's looking for some, there you go, there's an enhanced hammer. I think that's an actually big pickup. That's one way to slow down a little bit. What can we do here? There it is, enhanced hammer on the telepathic psychic energy. Now Annabelle, from just the 2 cards, has to find energy into hand. Oh, instantly top stack the energy, so can attack Dawn as well to grab multiple pieces.
That's
Annabelle.
when Unfair Stamp just doesn't quite stick around because Annabelle gets that glorious hand. Energy, brilliant. The stadium, honestly magical. Possibly the 3 cards that really could have made all of the difference. 3 cards that were necessary for Annabelle to get out of the wrath of Luke's Unfair Stamp.
We had no idea you worked like that, Annabelle. 3 cards, the best 3 cards you could have had. And that's going something. This poor Badu in the active spot. Kadabra, we're drawing some 2 more as well. And another 2. We're building once again alongside Annabelle. That hand is growing very, very quickly.
She has the energy to commit. She definitely can attack. But first, Nighttime Mine comes into effect, not just to remove the Team Rocket's Watchtower, but also because it impacts Luke's gameplay also. Now Runaway Draw is live. She attaches the energy first. Considering leaving it, just the attack for powerful hand. Badu couldn't handle it. Badu down.
Down to 4 prizes. Gets the lucky helmet off the prizes here. Luke now staring at a Nighttime Mine. Has to play this Crispin as a potential way to still get an attack off onto this Alakazam. Still also needs to find the Dragapult, but we have 3 recon directives to see from Luke's board. And also to flip the script. It's effectively 9 cards.
A lot of monkeys and a shaman. That's not quite what he's looking for, Alex.
But finds an Ultra Ball, so that will do it. But let's see if we can just draw into it alongside Luke as he just plays down those recon directives. 1 more to go. Pokepad, Ultra Ball again.
Oh, lovely. Luke definitely has the power to bring forth the Dragapult now.
Let's just take a moment, pause. Luke's the one here in a position where we need to just try and see how Luke can navigate this turn. Has to navigate through this Nighttime Mine.
It's just hit noon here in New Orleans. Luke isn't ready for the nighttime. He's going to need extra energy or a way to remove the night. But he's got the energy attachment, of course, from our Crispin, so he can go ahead and knock out Alakazam with a huge impact, and he's scattering those damage counters throughout the Kadabra.
Perfect math there, saying to Annabelle, if you do not evolve these up, they can go down to another easy Phantom Dive. 60 damage counters can fall on them. Since you only play Nighttime Mine, no battle cages, let's just see how Annabelle can try and combat this active Dragapult EX.
The problem for Annabelle is those Alakazam provide so much draw power. If she evolves them early, it takes that option away from her later when Luke could disrupt. So it's an unfortunate situation where Luke has really pushed her into a corner. It's time for more Dunsparce digging as she gets 3 new cards to her hand to continue trying to not only build up but also protect herself from future disruption later on.
Yeah, we spoke about it in game 1. Luke still has access to the special red card. I believe there might have been a judge also waiting in the wings as well. So Annabelle, we're looking to try and protect this board as much as possible. 2 attacks away in reality from actually winning the game. 2 Dragapult EX KOs or 2 EX Pokemon KOs away from leveling the series.
It's very close. Annabelle has a lot of cards in hand, but she's going to need 16 in order to knock out a full power Dragapult EX, a phenomenal amount of cards to achieve.
We see in Annabelle's hands that Pheasantipity, which could help to stretch to the high numbers required, but we also saw it as a liability in game 1 also. That's one thing that Annabelle has to be wary of, especially knowing Luke has that game plan to bring it up with boss's orders, maybe try and slow the game down, but she has seen the enhanced hammer used already.
Indeed, so Annabelle's a little bit less fearful of that. Dunsparce evolved once more. Will she choose to use it before or after Pheasantipity? She's going before to see if she can just stretch that little further before having to potentially put the liability of Pheasantipity onto her board, which we saw Luke utilize to such great strength in taking many prize cards in a single turn last game.
Now let's just replenish the board also from Annabelle's perspective with those Dunsparce, Buddy popping, getting them back out ready to evolve once again. I think Annabelle's just doing a count herself. There are plentiful.
Is it enough? I didn't count along with her. I hope you at home did. But knowing her pause, I feel like she's not quite there and may have to consider utilizing a supporter card like Lana's Aid to retrieve Pokemon from the discard pile, which would boost her hand, or using Pheasantipity. A tough choice.
Yeah, real interesting scenario here. I think just waiting for the shuffle from Luke of the deck as, she's second-guessing herself a little bit. Lana's Aid as the supporter of choice first. Bring back some of those key Pokemon, especially when Annabelle is playing rare candies. So if we do get further Pokemon down, and evolving up to the Alakazams is the direction we've gone in.
Ooh,
okay. Finds some pretty unique cards. Has played the Lana's Aid, so can't play that card yet.
Not yet.
That Eri has reached the hand. I feel like we have to be hitting the 16 now. Energy attachment to the active spot. Just shuffling up from the effect of the telepathic psychic energy as well.
A key moment, Annabelle taking the time to count those cards and make sure that she has every moment accounted for, attaching Lucky Helmet and going ahead to decimate Dragapult. It's down!
Big, powerful hands there. Annabelle down to 2 prize cards in this game 2, trying to level up the series. Just asking a lot here. Tool Scrapper on the lucky helmet.
Ooh, that
Instantly
was
removing that. There are some special cards coming down from Luke, waiting in the wings as an Ultra Ball is first being played. This could be a massive turn.
It's a big one coming up for Luke, who will be able to overcome this with strength to strength and not only disrupt Annabelle in the key moment. Really, this could be tricky. She has been unable to shake the special red card before. Can she do it again? It's imminent. Luke is gearing up, making sure he has every resource available to himself by using Recon Directive and Pheasantipity. He got the Rocket's Watchtower! He doesn't need an extra energy for his Dragapult to attack.
Yep, that's the card he was looking for. That's why we were drawing through the deck. Luke has finally found that stadium alongside the item card, that special red card. It's one that's been impacting this format and meta since its inception. It's just causing so much trouble for Annabelle's side here. And Luke is working with a lot of cards in his own right. Not many left in deck.
It's all there. We're bringing it home now. Luke grabbing the comeback and dragging it across the field. Luke now ready to rumble. Annabelle did have the opportunity to evolve her Alakazam, but it gives her less draw power and impact. And with the effect of that Team Rocket's Watchtower, she could really struggle to come back.
Another Recon Directive live. Phantom Dive knockout on this Alakazam. Now damage counters to be placed shortly. And this is scary because I've just had a glimpse of that hand for Annabelle. It might be in trouble. Let's have a little look. This top deck has to be good.
No, it's a Sacred Ash. That's not gonna help. We needed to see Annabelle get that stadium. Her draw power is too weak right now. She's having a look at the Sacred Ash indeed being played to try and replenish the Pokemon in her deck, but she's working with not a lot of resources. Buddy Puffin played to begin getting more Abra potentially on the bench, but again, the Abra are risky, Alex.
Absolutely. They're very small, very susceptible to Phantom Dives. 4 prize cards is what stands between Luke and taking down this North American International Championships. The Alakazams are under threat right now as well. I mean, the active one only has 60 HP. A boss's orders could completely dismantle a future attacker here. This is such an important turn. Can Annabelle do anything else? I believe there's a stadium in hand as well. This is real tricky. We're coming into the final championship turns, potentially here for Luke. Annabelle really needs to find a way back in.
Annabelle just not having the draw power to replenish her hand. Currently only sitting on 2 cards in hand. She is not going to be able to knock out a Dragapult like that. She replenishes the stadium. However, it's not enough. She is remaining with 1 card in hand. Luke attaches, ready for the nighttime mine. He knows he needs that extra energy card. Has boss in hand. Can take out both Alakazam on this turn if he chooses, but he's taking his time because he knows that it's crucial to get this right. Luke has 4 prize cards remaining to take, and he certainly has the resources to do so.
I mean, we play... I think it's just making sure how it does go back into the deck following the Recon Directive.
There are only 2 cards left in deck. It does get tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. Can be. I think that's just a slight confusion there. But we do play cards, or we will see Luke play cards if needed to not deck out with Judge. But there's the massive attack first. Doesn't have boss's orders. We had to discard 1 earlier.
Oh, you're right.
Remember, we do have 1 prized as well. So it is a Phantom Dive knockout on the Alakazam in the active spot. He does have all of the resources in his hands. So it's just kind of saying, well, I've got more than enough here. I can get the energy attachments attached to the active and start firing away.
He did have that boss in the hand, but chose to save it for next turn, potentially for the winning play. Annabelle scoops it up, and Luke is your champion! Taking the crown from Annabelle, winning 2-0 with the power of the mighty Dragapult.
Wow. What a display by a Dragapult champion. Let's hear it one more time for Luke. What an incredible display. He's clawed, he's climbed, he's conquered a North American international champion in Annabelle and calls himself one in his own right.
Luke knew the power of Dragapult was the call for this event. He was right! And Annabelle gets taken down. Though she had the techs, she had the glory. Luke knew the plays, he knew the lines, and he had the cards in deck to achieve this wonderful feat. I imagine he is over the moon.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. We get a chance to watch it all back. What an incredible finals we had here between two fantastic decks. This was game one, Amy.
Game
Just
one
incredible.
Started off pretty advantageous for Annabelle. She absolutely brought the fire with Alakazam, using back-to-back attacks to take 2 prize cards each turn was just phenomenal. Being able to take out a full power Dragapult is no easy feat, my friends, but Luke came back with fury and was attacking with Dragapult, using damage counters scattered across Annabelle's board and boss's orders in order to really make it difficult for her to make a comeback after Watchtower and special red card just ran her too dry of resources.
You saw just the frantic pace of the game in general and just being able to try and follow it along. But Annabelle in this game too really set the pace, started taking prizes so early, and had the top deck, had the perfect hand from that unfair stamp. And we thought this may be the opportunity for Annabelle to run away with things. But further disruption cards, further tech cards that Luke did say, as long as they work, I need them at the right time, we can come back in from any possible KO.
Annabelle was able to get those perfect 3 cards even after unfair stamp, but it just wasn't enough. Luke was able to continue the onslaught of dragons and bring home those final 2 prize cards. At that point, Annabelle saw the writing on the wall. She was unable to keep up, and Luke took the win.
Just an incredible feat there. A previous IC top 4. Here we are.
And I am here with our North American International Champion, Luke Giffen. Luke, what a weekend, what a game, and what a moment for you, my friend. Just initially, I've got to ask, what's going through your mind right now?
It feels really great because I knew that it was going to be a hard matchup because Alakazam just won Indianapolis with about the same list as what Annabelle is playing, and it's made to beat Dragapult, but I put a lot of techs in my deck to beat that, and it worked out tremendously.
You certainly had a ton of different techs, lots of very interesting card inclusions for you this weekend, and many of them came up massively in that game. The Enhanced Hammer, the Tool Scrapper, all extremely key players for you. It seemed like you had a very clear game plan heading into this match. What were the keys to ensure that you would be the champion?
You need to just kill the Alakazam pieces because they need to bench Abras, and then the Abras could just get hit with a Phantom Dive for the 2.
You set it up masterfully, and it's exactly how it came to be. You've got quite the crowd out here supporting you. Is there anyone you would like to say thank you to for this moment?
I would like to say thank you to my parents and my family for supporting me, my testing group, the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, and my home store, Senforo Hobby.
Congratulations once again, Luke. Let's hear it for him, folks. The North American International Champion. We've got more exciting matches coming up. We're going to get into that senior finals match right now. Thank you so much, Luke. We'll have you out this way. Congratulations, my friend. And now it is time to bring out our senior division trainers. And here they are. Gentlemen, congratulations on getting to this point. An incredible journey for both of you, but now just one match stands between you and that champion title. What's going through your mind in this moment?
It just feels unreal to be on the big stage here, and yeah, I'm just gonna have a good time.
Great words, quite the crowd supporting you here as well. Now, you, what's going through your mind?
Don't whiff Proton turn 1.
A good strategy. We'll get them over to the table and get into this finals match.
Two champions crowned already. We'll have to see who becomes our seniors division champion at NAIC. Ethan Heggie alongside Emily Foreman, where we'll be taking you through this seniors division finals.
I am so excited to get a little bit of a Dragapult cleanse here in seniors and go to two very different decks that have not sat at the top of the meta quite literally ever here. It's going to be that Raging Bolt versus the other Team Rocket's archetype, Team Rocket's Honchkrow.
Let's take a look at how the brackets developed for the seniors division. 8 trainers battling it out in a single elimination format. You see all through top 8 close matches. Both sides, Logan Bailey advancing through, unable to defeat Hikaru, who will now be facing up against David in this finals match.
It is so exciting to see how many regions are represented within our seniors top 8. Not only, of course, here from North America, but Hikaru coming all the way from Australia here. So exciting to see how much the journey has really profited for Hikaru.
There will be 2 very different strategies. That one prize deck, Team Rocket's Honchkrow, of course, opening early on, getting set up the priority for both of these trainers. We can only have one champion in this match.
It's so exciting to see where exactly it is going to go, especially because you never truly know how much the Masters division truly influences some of our younger divisions as well. And the big thing about seniors, Ethan, is that the next stop for these trainers is going to be the Masters division, and having an international title, no matter which division you're in, always shows that you're a very competent trainer.
It is shaping up to be an excellent battle between both of these trainers. This is their big breakout performance, big result for both of these trainers to try and become an international champion, keep that momentum rolling towards the World Championships coming up later this summer.
And a very exciting time that NAIC truly does lead into the World Championships. It is the last possible moment for all of these trainers to get their last championship points. But of course, we are far beyond that, Ethan. We are going for the gold at this point.
Of course, plenty of players and friends and family supporting these 2 trainers on their journey. Let's hear what they have to say.
And we're here on the main stage with the families of our senior finalists. I just want to ask you guys a couple of questions. First of all, how were the boys preparing for this event last night?
Basically, he kind of started to figure out his matchup, and then he had some friends, and he just play tested and just kind of figure out what to do today.
Was it the specific matchup, just that one testing all night?
I think that was kind of, yeah, what they were focusing on, just how to counter that.
It makes a lot of sense. I hope he feels very prepared. Do you know how he's feeling going into today?
He's excited. He's a little nervous. He says surreal a lot. He's having a great time.
David looking like he's ready to rumble now. Oh my goodness. And of course, on the other side of the table, how has your son prepared last night for this event?
To be honest, he was just hanging out with his mates until like 9 o'clock. But I'm pretty sure that his friends give him some advices, because it's one of the toughest matchups. So after he came back to our hotel, we just had a little chat about what to do this, what to do that, and that's it.
Sometimes relaxation and getting some nice pep talk from your friends can be the best encouragement, right?
Yeah, of course. There are lots of friends here, so hopefully they can, give him a power.
Of course, of course. Can we hear it from some friends of both of our competitors? Yeah! talking about. Absolutely phenomenal. How's he feeling knowing this isn't the strongest matchup?
I feel he's pretty relaxed. So I don't know why he's so relaxed.
Sometimes it's best to be relaxed than stressed, right? Well, I've got to wish the boys the best of luck. Thank you for joining us. Can we hear it one more time before we get things started? Let's head straight to the
Anticipation building for this seniors division final match. Two very different decks, two very different strategies, but one thing is the same. Both players want this badly.
And you can see from the crowd how much love and support for both of our trainers is getting ready to go, Ethan. Like the parents alluded to, this matchup isn't exactly what Raging Bolt wants to really see. It's one of those decks that really loves to target down big Pokemon like Dragapult EX, but a little Honchkrow might struggle actually a little bit down the line.
Early setup, of course, important for both of these decks. Team Rocket's Proton mentioned in the early interview. So we'll take a look at these accomplishments. Hikaru with a top 4 at Auckland. There's that top 64 at the World Championships last year in Anaheim, is looking to make a statement this weekend, hopefully adding a champion to that resume.
A lot of these players, or both of these players, I should say, have actually had rough starts to the tournament and then have gone on win streaks to get to this point. Was David, who has actually not played against a Raging Bolt just yet, and imagine Ethan sitting across from one here in seniors finals.
These players are shuffling up. You mentioned the matchup being potentially skewed in David's favor. What will Hikaru have to do to try and turn the tables?
It might just have to be Hikaru pivoting focus towards using that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon to get a little bit ahead just very early, but the problem is, Ethan, and David actually talked about it in his pre-game interview, it's that Team Rocket's Proton, that great first supporter, enabling you to go on into the deck and finding all of your Team Rocket's basic Pokemon very early. And that Team Rocket's Articuno with that repelling veil will stop Wellspring Mask Ogerpon's Torrential Pump from getting those multi-prize knockouts.
We are building up for an exciting finals match. Whoever goes first, a big advantage. David being able to, as you mentioned, play that Team Rocket's Proton on the first turn. Normally, in the Pokemon trading card game, you cannot play a supporter card going first. That card does have that special line of text allowing it to be played. I'm sure Hikaru would love to take as much momentum out of David's corner as possible.
And I think looking at David's list and seeing not only the Honchkrow and the Porygon 2, Team Rocket's Articuno Repelling Veil does not actually protect evolution Pokemon on the Team Rocket side here. So it might be Hikaru waiting for the right time to strike, being able to take a basic Pokemon from the bench with Boss's orders, and then using Torrential Pump because evolution Pokemon can be actually hit on the bench. It'll be a very interesting strategy to see what Hikaru goes for.
Bit of a clarification on that ability. It only prevents effects of attacks, not damage. So that Torrential Pump will always be an option to snipe Pokemon in play. We'll have to see if there's a way to apply that pressure early, or if it will be on the back of Teal Mask Ogerpon to do the heavy hitting. Some players are ready to draw their opening hands. We'll get confirmation on who is going first. Looks like David will be starting things out exactly what he wants in this first match.
Especially because when you get to go first, get to go a little bit faster than your opponent, especially when your opponent is only playing 2 prize Pokemon. Ethan, as our prizes are going out, the crowd sees it. I mean, I don't know which way to look first, Ethan. I mean, the unfair stamping prize, not great, but that's 3 copies of Team Rocket's Giovanni and a Team Rocket's Proton up at the top. That's gonna mess with the math a little bit.
4 supporter cards, 24 total Team Rocket supporters in this deck. And as we know in the Pokemon TCG, every number matters. Every damage counter makes a difference. So we are all but set. The stage is ready. The crowd is building up. Ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready for this Seniors Division Final?
Oh, I know you guys can be louder than that. One more time. Who's ready for Senior Division Finals? Let's get it going.
To our first game of Pokemon TCG action, and immediately David slams down that Team Rocket's Proton and can grab these basic Pokemon and put them into play.
And while David is doing that opening deck search with that Team Rocket's Proton, I think another thing in Hikaru's prizes as well is that one copy of that water energy. So that is actually not going to be available until Hikaru's going to be able to draw prizes. So that torrential pump from Wellspring Mask Ogerpon is now offline.
And immediately you see the flock of birds are here. Murkrow, 2, 3, and 4 all hitting the bench. So David will take note of a couple of those Team Rocket supporter cards being unavailable. Is also that Team Rocket's Factory, is it worth putting that card in play as early as turn 1?
Well, with the fact that Hikaru is playing 4 of these Area 0 underdepths, you might want to actually save that Team Rocket's Factory when things like hand disruption comes into play just a little bit later, so you can keep sifting through the deck here. See how it's going to go down here, but this is a great opening turn. Ethan, Team Rocket's Factory hitting the field.
2 cards drawn because that Team Rocket supporter was played. You see that Team Rocket's energy ready to go for the following turn, as well as a couple of Team Rocket's transceivers. Things looking excellent for David on this first turn. Hikaru does start that Mega Kangaskhan, the best starter in this deck, able to use Run Errand, starting to the turn off, drawing 2 cards. Can he put together early aggression this turn? Something like Crispin plus Energy Switch, maybe a combination needed to keep up with the aggression that David's threatening on the following turn.
Not only does have the ability to get a couple of energies down, does also have the Cyrano in hand, which this deck really does rely on getting a lot of these basic EX Pokemon out of the deck. I mean, this is truly a big basic box. If you want to go on ahead and swing big, this is the deck that you're going to be able to do it. But I have to wonder, Ethan, if Hikaru is really going to kind of pivot to try and attack with the Passimian, these single prize attackers, to be able to try and offset a prize trade.
It is difficult with Mega Kangaskhan being worth 3 prize cards. That plus the Passimian then puts you to 4 prize cards, and you can see how these Mega Evolution Pokemon introduced recently into the standard format, they are so powerful, but they do come with that liability of giving up 3 prize cards, half of the game essentially in the Pokemon TCG.
Does at least also have the Latias EX for that Skyliner ability, which this deck really does rely on here. And I think you're right, Ethan. It is going to be using Meowth to find Crispin, so Hikaru can at least get ahead by 1 prize. Skyliner being able to have all of these big basic Pokemon move around for free, no retreat costs. There's the Crispin. It will be an attack on turn 1.
Allowing the games of the Pokemon TCG's rules to be warped around, attaching extra energy cards, searching the deck for 2 different basic energy types, attaching 1 to one of your Pokemon and putting the other one in your hand does not count as your attachment for turn, so you are limited to only attaching 1 energy card. As it stands, there will be enough bench Pokemon in play for that Full Moon Rondo attack to take a KO on Murkrow. How David responds, though, this turn could shift the entire narrative of the game.
I would say the biggest thing for David going into this next turn, Ethan, is the fact that Lily's Clefairy EX only does have 190 hit points here, so there only needs to be a couple of supporter cards discarded here on the side of David to get back into this, but it feels like Hikaru was already pushed into a corner, forced to attack very early, doesn't even have a Teal Mask Ogerpon to even start getting set up these grass energies, so maybe something like a Mega Kangaskhan can start going in next turn and at least have a little bit higher hit points to prevent some of those early prize trades.
Knockout taken on Murkrow. Hikaru strikes first in game number 1. And look at this hand for David. Pokepad and supporter cards, Team Rocket's energy. It looks like the knockout is already all but lined up for David.
Gonna need 4 Team Rocket supporters to get to that 190 hit points and even go further beyond at this point. And this is exactly what David wants to see. Being able to go up 2 prizes, and not only that, Ethan, but essentially wiping all of the energy that Hikaru has been forced to play down off the board very early. We'll see how he's going to be able to respond, but there's the Roto Stick.
Big hit off the Roto Stick. Top 4 cards, any supporter cards found can be put into the hand, and finds 2 of what would be considered the best supporter to play this turn, that Team Rocket's Ariana.
being able to refresh the hand and continue to drawing cards here. Another big point here, Ethan, is not only are you going to be able to draw cards with Ariana, that Team Rocket's factory is still very much in play at this point. So David's going to be able to draw 2 extra cards here as he's going to be able to start getting this Team Rocket's Porygon ready to go for those end game giant knockouts.
See 4 cards looked at from the top of the deck on another Roto Stick. These Roto Sticks are just getting so much value. Supporter cards grabbed out of the deck. Can now use that Team Rocket's factory to draw 2 more cards. But no, not even going to use the supporter. We're just going to see the knockout Rocket's Feather, KO on Lily's Clefairy, an excellent response from David in game number 1.
I like how David is pivoting towards using the rotor stick rather than using the Team Rocket's transceiver, especially because Hikaru actually picked up the unfair stamp off of the prizes. So why not be able to go in and cherry pick which actual supporter that you want to use when that hand disrupt actually comes into play in the following turns.
You see Mega Kangaskhan not get promoted into the active spot. Of course, with that run errand ability, can draw cards. Maybe trying to rely off something like potentially an item card to accelerate. We'll have to see exactly what.
This Cyrano supporter card, like we had talked about a little bit earlier, allows for you to go and grab 3 EX Pokemon out of the deck. Standardly, a lot of big basic box players would love to use this on turn 2 to be able to start setting up the board. Now, granted, Hikaru also had that Glass Trumpet in hand, tried to accelerate to the Mega Kangaskhan, but unfortunately, you can't use it unless a Terra Pokemon is in play.
Well, there will be multiple Terra Pokemon entering the battlefield. Teal Mask Ogerpon, as you mentioned, along with that Wellspring Mask and Pheasantipity EX, an excellent support Pokemon to draw cards thanks to that Flip the Script ability. We'll have to figure out how Hikaru wants to go about sequencing this turn. There's the Teal Mask Ogerpon coming down into the play. Pheasantipity is next. Can use that Teal Dance ability to accelerate an energy card from the hand. Draw an additional card, is looking for something like Energy Switch. Not found quite yet. This Mega Kangaskhan is just missing that extra energy card after Glass Trumpet in order to attack.
I feel like Hikaru's kind of forced into the corner of using the unfair stamp and hoping that can find another Glass Trumpet now that the Mega Kangaskhan and the Teal Mask Ogerpon are in play, and then the Energy Switch. There's the Glass Trumpet, so we'll at least be able to accelerate to the colorless Pokemon on the bench here, and even Meowth getting into the fray, but it has to be finding this Energy Switch, like you had said, Ethan, off of this unfair stamp. 5 big cards for Hikaru. David only going to be able to get 2.
Big swing turn if Hikaru can find that Energy Switch. You'll see the 5 cards off unfair stamp, plus that run errand ability if he so chooses to use that.
It is so risky, though, to put your Mega Kangaskhan up front. Now, granted, David did discard a lot of supporters in the beginning to get rid of the Lily's Clefairy EX, but like you had said, Ethan, it's all about this prize mapping. Mega Kangaskhan does give up 3 prizes here. Does Hikaru really want to risk it at this point?
That is the question to be asked. Both players shuffling their hands in. Hikaru playing this card, drawing 5 cards. David just 2. We'll have to see what this can grant. Hikaru is playing 4 copies of that Energy Switch, so bountiful amounts still in the deck.
Oh no, not being able to find much alongside that Passimian, but can't even bench it because there's no Area 0 underdepths, Ethan.
Flip the Script yet to be used. 3 cards drawn and does find the Energy Switch. A huge piece, and immediately has that to get rid of this, as well as the Counter Stadium. Energy Switch off the Teal Mask Ogerpon. We'll see Mega Kangaskhan come into the active, run errand to draw an additional 2 cards.
Okay, another Teal Mask
No
Ogerpon.
Stadium, so that Team Rocket's factory staying in play, and we'll have to see what David was able to find. 3 cards in hand. And look at that, the Miracle Headset A-Spec in response can bring back 2 supporter cards, including the Team Rocket's Ariana.
And because Hikaru was unable to bump the stadium of Team Rocket's factory last turn, it's going to be an extra 2 cards drawn for David here. Finds the Roto Stick and a Transceiver and the Energy, Ethan.
Wow, it looks like the knockout might be online. Pokepad to find yet another Pokemon out of the deck. Eyeing up that Honchkrow. And now just have to do the math. Exactly 5 supporter cards needed to be discarded from the hand. We'll have to see how the math works out. 2 cards to still be drawn.
Ethan, does the Roto Stick find the last 2 supporter cards? I mean, the Roto Stick has turned up golden for David in this game number 1. Does already at least have 3, I believe, in the hand. But I'm still wondering if David wants to keep these Team Rocket's transceivers just in case of another hand disrupt at this point.
No supporter found off of that stadium. Was a Night Stretcher and a Pokepad. More Pokemon found, but those are not supporter cards that are needed for this KO.
I'm loving the way that David at this point is thinning the deck, using all of the Pokepad and item cards to really try and make this Roto Stick go all the way. Like you had said, only needs just a couple of more. I believe already has 3 in hand. Can David find 2 more to take 3 massive prizes?
Big 4 cards off the top. There's 1. No, just the 1 supporter card. It may not be lining up for David to take a KO on this turn. We'll have to check the math. There is a Team Rocket's transceiver in the hand. It may just have been the 1 supporter card needed. Team Rocket's Proton not having a lot of use from this point, grabbed out of the deck. And if David does have those 5 Team Rocket supporter cards, we're going to see very shortly. There's the Archer, Ariana, and it is all there in hand. David taking the KO. Mega Kangaskhan goes down, and almost all of the energy wiped off the board for Hikaru.
And not only that, right, but that key ability of Run Errant off of the Mega Kangaskhan is so important to keep this deck drawing cards. Now, granted, there is at least a Teal Mask Ogerpon already on the bench as the Area 0 Underdepths goes into play at this point, so Hikaru can keep benching Pokemon at this point. It might have to be time to grab the Passimian and start using Energy Switch to power it up here. But the thing is, Ethan, I don't know if you saw how many prize cards David took. Most of them were actually Team Rocket's Giovanni.
Excellent supporters to have later on in the game to discard with that Team Rocket's Honchkrow. Area 0 Underdepths finally coming into play, getting rid of Team Rocket's Factory. Still needs to find ways to respond. Karu is 4 turns away from winning this game, just giving David so much time, and we cannot forget there's no more ways to disrupt the hand.
And not even that, Ethan, there's no Energy Switch to truly get a Pokemon powered up even just as an attacker this turn. Let's see what the Teal Dance is going to bring. It is going to be a Raging Bolt here. Hikaru wants to go wider at this point.
Does find Meowth off the Teal Dance. Does open up a few more options. Crispin to accelerate energies into play. Boss's orders wouldn't do much. Wants to just take note of the resources available.
Might have to actually try and find Energy Switch enough to swing with another Mega Kangaskhan this turn. I mean, that has the highest amount of hit points. Would require David to really try and find a way around it, but those Porygon have been sitting on the bench for quite some time, Ethan, and Porygon 2 is able to hit for the amount of supporters that you have in the discard. It would certainly be enough at this point. Is it just going to be a Boss's Orders and a Sob?
Seems like a desperation play from Hikaru. Sob on the Porygon. Are there enough supporter cards in the hand? I don't think there's any way to draw cards. No energy cards for David. So this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon may have bought Hikaru a little bit of needed time.
But the question is how much time realistically? All David needs to do is just kind of sift through just the next couple of turns. Does have a way to at least get out, but the pass back on over, Ethan.
Valuable turns for Hikaru. Now what can he do with this extra time provided? Starting off with the Teal Dance, drawing an additional card. It is a Crispin. So that could power up a separate attacker. Something like the Wellspring Ogerpon can take 2 prize cards this turn. If there is that water energy in the deck.
And because Hikaru has been taking prizes off of the top, unfortunately, not going to still have that water in the deck. It's only one copy of the water energy, and especially in a matchup like this, you really wish sometimes that players would just play at least one more. So this option is still online here. Let's see what Hikaru is going to pivot to off of this Crispin to try and find an attacker to get going.
Could've, would've, should've. Those are questions long gone. Will be the Lightning and Grass Energy, one put into the hand, one attached to a Pokemon of Hikaru's choice. And it seems that David is just playing the waiting game. Once that energy comes to the hand, it's all but a curtains.
And you can't even pivot to using Pheasandipity's Cruel Arrow in this moment to try and take some of the attackers off the board, because Team Rocket's Honchkrow sitting at 130 hit points here. Might just have to be Hikaru just valuing Sob once more.
Really thinking about where to place this energy card. Potentially on the Meowth to place it out of play. Thanks to that Tuck Tail attack, it would return it and all cards attached to it to the hand.
That would allow Hikaru to promote this Mega Kangaskhan EX and hope that David has gotten rid of a lot of supporters in order for him to not be able to take the trade here.
It seems like just another Sob. Damage slowly building up on the Porygon. Does top deck the Ignition Energy, and that's going to close the game out. Team Rocket's Giovanni, the boss himself, bringing up Latias EX with weakness will be enough for David to take the KO and game number 1.
Team Rocket's Honchkrow certainly ruffling these Rocket's feathers here, especially on these Pokemon that give up multiple prizes, Ethan. This is such a hard matchup for this big basic box to take down, especially because of the trades that you can see. And granted, you can do everything you can off of the unfair stamp. But speaking of that unfair stamp, Ethan, I mean, finding your ace spec off of those 2 cards probably feels pretty good.
The decisive turn in this matchup, Pablo. It was an uphill battle for Hikaru the entire way. Was it just that one turn that gave him a little bit of room to get back in this game?
Yep, definitely that was the key turn of the whole game, and we're gonna need to see on first stamp really put in more work in this second game if Hikaru is to have a chance in this one. The price trade-off is really tough on him, so Wellspring Ogerpon and on first stamp, those are the key cards to look out for in this game too.
Pablo, what do you think about Hikaru actually going in really early with this Lily's Clefairy? Do you think that was the right thing to do, or maybe just take a little bit more time to power up a couple more attackers?
I think it was the right thing to do. You want to pressure. The early pressure you apply, the less likely it is that they have the perfect response. And since you can only hope to win in 6 turns, the sooner you start that price raise, the better.
Things shaping out excellently for David in that first game. A big smile on his face, a sigh of relief. He is now just 1 game away from becoming an international champion.
And you know David is just banking and relying on finding that Team Rocket's Proton. That is what he said was his key to victory. And granted, needs it not only in the opening hand, or needs a Team Rocket's transceiver to find it here, as our players are going to be setting out the prize cards one more. I mean, Ethan, the Roto Stick actually getting a ton of mileage in this matchup, especially when it's just looking at the top 4 of the deck.
Game number 2 underway. That Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in the active spot. Not what you want to see right off the bat. We're actually going to see Meowth EX put down to search out a supporter card. Can, of course, check the deck to see what pieces are in the prizes. Nothing too detrimental. Night Stretcher, of course, a great recovery card. That's unavailable at the top, but nothing too detrimental.
Not seeing the Cypher Maniac's code breaking as well, and that supporter card truly does break the deck, as you are able to go in and stack the 2 cards that you want on top of the deck and being able to draw. It works extremely well with that Mega Kangaskhan EX's ability run errand here. That 1 copy of Cyrano I'm not too worried about, but still, Meowth EX and that last ditch catch has certainly been a very useful tool.
Not a strong start for Hikaru, passing the turn over, and immediately again, David with that Team Rocket's Proton to get Murkrow into play.
And this is exactly what you want to see if you are David. I will say the biggest thing is that there is no Mega Kangaskhan in direct play right away as we're going to check into David's prize cards. And I mean, still, David was down many more supporters than just these two last game, and he was still able to work it out.
Bit of a risky attachment. Wellspring Ogerpon threatening a KO on the following turn with Torrential Pump. And look at this hand, so many energy manipulation cards, but there's no energy in play to take advantage of that. It will be the Cyrano.
This was definitely a big choice for Hikaru right here, as still had the Crispin in hand, but instead prioritizing just getting set up. I think last game we saw a little bit of an aggressive play here, but instead valuing a little bit more draw, especially because the opening turn just didn't give him much to really work with.
Debating which 3 Pokemon EX to grab from the deck. Mega Kangaskhan and Latias seem to be the easy choices. Now thinking about Pheasantipity EX for a potential response on Flip the Script.
Not only that, but is a pretty decent attacker in this matchup as well. This Cruel Arrow is able to attack any Pokemon around, and especially if David doesn't choose to evolve these Team Rocket's Murkrows, at least something can be done about the ones on the bench.
Latias EX being benched, Skyliner turned on, allowing all basic Pokemon in play to have free retreat. Along with this Pheasantipity EX, thinking about it, not quite sure if it's time to strike.
I mean, with David's very early attachment of that Team Rocket's energy, you could see there's really thoughts about it. Maybe for next turn, would have to actually find a way through. Does at least have the energy switch ready to go for it.
There's the Mega Kangaskhan as well. We're just going to see a sob on the Team Rocket's Articuno. Do keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, Repelling Veil would prevent this Articuno from being affected from that retreat lock. Immediately Pokepad to grab that Team Rocket's Honchkrow. Can David find a way to maneuver in and out of the active spot to take a big KO this turn?
Would have to use one of the Team Rocket's energies to do so, or using a Team Rocket's Giovanni here. And that was the big decision from Hikaru, putting down this Mega Kangaskhan here, especially because David can have some massive draw turns. Unfortunately for David, not going to be able to have that Team Rocket's factory. So there goes the ignition energy, Ethan.
And you see that note, Repelling Veil allowing this Articuno to retreat, burning the ignition energy and drawing 6 cards from this Team Rocket's Ariana. There's that Team Rocket's factory, can draw a few additional cards from the deck. Does need to find 4 supporter cards. It doesn't look like there were too many drawn. Here we go, Team Rocket's factory, 2 cards from the top of the deck. Are there any Team Rocket supporters? There's that Miracle headset.
But the question is, Ethan, do you want to use it this early just to get ahead 2 prize cards? When the Roto Stick, we could leave it up to chance right here.
No supporter cards found. But there is still a KO lined up if David would like to. Can use this Team Rocket's Transceiver, grab a supporter card from the deck, and then use that powerful A-Spec. Miracle headset allowing you to bring 2 supporter cards from the discard pile back into your hand, and that will be 240 damage thrown at this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon.
And I think this is why David is taking this turn to now get set up this Team Rocket's Porygon, just because the amount of discard very, very early here would allow for Porygon 2 to come in and take a big, big knockout in the end here. But it is going to be David going up those first 2 prize cards, and not a bad 2 first prize cards to find.
Yeah, that Team Rocket's Ariana will allow David to have mobility on the following turn as Hikaru is left scratching his head, figuring out the best way to climb back into this situation.
And the question is, what do you do about it? You can flip the script and hopefully find a teal mask Ogerpon here, and that is what is going to be getting started. But like you had said, Ethan, one of the night stretchers to get the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon back into play isn't actually here yet. So there's the energy switch onto the Pheasantipity. Hikaru's just going to have to pivot a plan, but still cannot use that Glass Trumpet without a Terra Pokemon in play.
Is an Ultra Ball in the hand, does mean it can be searched out. Now just debating which cards to discard from that effect. will be that Raging Bolt EX. Not very useful in this matchup. Hitting the discard pile. Can now grab that teal mask. It will also turn on the glass trumpet, but still no impactful supporter card played yet, and that unfair stamp yet to be found.
And that is exactly what Hikaru needed this turn, to send David down to just 2 cards, especially because that Miracle headset, which came into play so much in that game 1, is now not available to be used at this point. Still also, Hikaru just has to align for the next turn by benching down this Meowth EX.
And I'm sure was looking for that 1 copy of Cypher Maniac's code breaking. It's unavailable, and in the prize cards, wanted to use unfair stamp, and now will have to maneuver around his plans being foiled.
And this 1 copy of Cypher Maniac's code breaking would allow for Hikaru to cherry pick what exactly he needs, and like you said, Ethan, off the table for this turn. And the problem is David had just drawn Ariana off of the prizes as well. So you know David is going to have an easier time to getting rid of this Mega Kangaskhan, allowing for him to essentially complete the same prize race he did before, getting 3 big prizes next turn.
The door is not completely shut on Hikaru yet, can still use that run errand ability on Mega Kangaskhan. There's a time to lock in and find that unfair stamp, it would be right now. So we'll see 2 cards drawn. That's a Grass Energy. No unfair stamp.
1 teal dance to go. Will it be the 1 card? It won't be. No. Not even an Area 0 underdepths either as well to try and teal dance again. It will just have to be the rapid fire combo on Hikaru's side. Back on over to David. Can he string together 5 supporters to take a big knockout this turn?
And the energy card, Ignition Energy, already in the hand. Night Stretcher to bring back Murkrow. There's the attachment for turn, and a big 5 cards from Team Rocket's Ariana, plus the 2 from there. Does only find 1 supporter card. Will need to have the 5 to take a KO. It may be reliant off another Roto Stick. Let's take a look at the hands. Gonna use this Team Rocket's Factory first. 2 card drawn. Does find Team Rocket's Archer and another Roto Stick. It is stick season.
Let's spin the wheel, Ethan. We have 2 chances to do so. There's 2
Wow.
more supporters here.
That gets us close. You see David starts to nod his head a little bit. He understands the position he's in. Now just 4 prize cards away from closing out game number 2.
The question is, do you want to even push further if David is all in? Still, Hikaru has not used this unfair stamp. What do we find, Ethan?
2 more supporter cards off the second Roto Stick. David is lining up a KO on this powerful Mega Pokemon EX.
Not even just that, Ethan, but the fact that there's a second Team Rocket's Honchkrow already waiting to go at this point. So if David isn't affected by a shuffle in like an unfair stamp, he will have a plethora of supporters to choose from to get that final knockout.
Here we go. Rocket's Feathers showing its prowess. 5 supporter cards discarded from the hand as David goes down to 1 prize card away from becoming an international champion.
Not just that, a great prize card taken as well, as the Roto Stick has been getting tons and tons of mileage here, Ethan. What does Hikaru do at this point? Can absolutely attack into this Team Rocket's Honchkrow. And in fact, this is the only attacker that Hikaru technically has going into what could be his final turn. But you know Hikaru just needs to see this unfair stamp.
It is now or never. David will no longer be taking any more KOs unless he wins the game. So this is the final turn for unfair stamp to get value. 3 cards drawn, not quite yet. Really just thinking through every possible line, every single possibility.
The thing is, Ethan, I mean, Hikaru might be forced into a position to quite literally discard the entire hand off of this Ultra Ball and try and use Teal Dance to keep going. Does at least also have a couple of energy switches in the hand as well. So this Mega Kangaskhan EX can at least get back into the fray, and still Hikaru with Latias EX would still be able to retreat this Teal Mask Ogerpon for essentially free, and then energy switch over to the Mega Kangaskhan. The question is though, Ethan, will Hikaru be able to find Unfair Stamp? It is 100% in the deck. It's just all about the cards giving him what he wants.
Big card still to be drawn. One final chance to disrupt David's hand. If not, the floodgates will open, and there may be no coming back. Chien Pao placed into the hand. The bench currently extended for the time being thanks to that Area 0 underdepths. Just debating how to go about this turn. See another search of the deck. Looks like Crispin, the supporter of choice, accelerating onto the Mega Kangaskhan, wanting to attack with that Pokemon just to make it as difficult as possible to take this final prize.
And not only that, Ethan, it's just thinning down the deck as much as possible at this point. A big run errand here for Hikaru.
2 cards to be drawn. Will Unfair Stamp be found? Time will tell. No Unfair Stamp. There's a Grass Energy. We can see one more card with Teal Dance. It's now or never, Hikaru. Another Grass Energy, but there's no Teal Mask Ogerpon that can still use that Teal Dance ability.
And because of David's last turn, Ethan, David knows how many supporters he has, only needs to find 5 of them to take this final knockout. Hikaru has done everything possible to try and stop David at this point. And yes, the rapid fire combo will get this knockout, but does David have all of the pieces with this Team Rocket's Honchkrow, the energy, the 5 supporters?
David's moving quickly. He's gonna check through the deck, see if it's available. There's the Team Rocket's Porygon 2, Evolution in play, and the Giovanni brings up the Meowth EX, Ignition Energy in hand. David Bowler wins the North American International Championship.
Masterfully with the Team Rockets archetype, finally getting its first big win on such a massive stage. And like you had said, Ethan, doing it with Team Rockets Giovanni and that Porygon 2 to go all the way and take big knockouts, but of course for Hikaru as well, playing so well and unfortunately just falling at the last possible second. No Unfair Stamp.
Huge props to Hikaru, battled all the way through 2 phases of Swiss, making it to the top cut. Unfortunately fell just short, and it will be David becoming your international champion here in New Orleans.
And punching, of course, a way to San Francisco in not just too long of a time at this point. Let's check out this replay, Ethan, because this was an action-packed finals.
We truly got to see Honchkrow work its Dark Feather magic. Excellent starts in both games. Hikaru put the pressure on, but it seemed that at every turning point, David was able to respond perfectly with key clutch KOs.
And not even just that in this game number 1. I mean, Hikaru going all the way in with that Lily's Clefairy as well, and still Mega Kangaskhan poses a massive, massive roadblock with how many hit points it has, but Team Rocket's Honchkrow can dispose of it with ease thanks to all of those supporters.
Saw the game get a bit dicey for David, had to maneuver his way around a bit of stall thanks to Saab. Did find the energy cards, and early on, this was the turning point. Miracle Headset being used early, but for good use, taking the KO, and Hikaru, unable to find the Unfair Stamp, just left David unchecked throughout game number 2.
And it's really, truly thanks to some of these finds off of the Roto Stick, rather than the Team Rockets Transceiver, leaving it truly all up to chance of the top deck. And like we had mentioned, David just having every possible attacker ready to go. Could have used the Team Rockets Honchkrow, but no, instead using the Porygon 2 combined with Team Rockets Giovanni to get that final knockout on the Meowth EX, and we have an international champion.
And let's hear from our international champion and see how he's feeling after that victory.
I'm with our champion, David Boomler! How does it feel to be NAIC champion?
It feels crazy. I don't think it's set in yet. Granted, it's been like 5 seconds.
That is ever so true. We have kind of thrown you into it a little bit. Did you expect Team Rocket to take you all the way?
No, I expected to go 4-3-1 to get packs.
You're going to get a whole lot more than that, I can tell you that for sure. Oh my goodness. How did you prepare for this event? And what led to this triumphant win?
I just played a lot of games on live and played at my local card shop. Shout out Starlight Games.
I absolutely love to hear that. Before we let you go and really let this moment sink in, have you got anyone to shout out?
I want to shout out my friends, my family, and my testing group.
That is phenomenal to hear that you have such a fantastic network around you at your locals and your friends and family. Truly very well done. You have fought diligently and you've done fantastic. Can we hear it just that one more time for David Bowmer? Thank you so very much. I'm going to leave you to go and celebrate with your friends and family. It's time to meet our masters.
Netty with his back against the wall. From 6-1, Netty finds a way to fight back, and Boss's orders is that final piece of the puzzle. Big opening for James. All he needs is a Crispin here, and with the Pokemon in play, 2 differing energy types, he's taken game 1. Full Moon Rondo takes the KO.
You better prepare for me. I'm gonna take you down.
I've got 3 words for my opponents. Full Moon Rondo.
Introducing our Masters finalists to the stage, Netty Kozak and James Kowalski! Hello, you two. We've seen the video, I've seen the talk, both seeming quite confident here. How are you feeling this morning?
Very excited to be playing Pokemon on Championship Sunday.
That's exactly what we want to hear! More Pokemon goodness! How does it feel coming all of this way? There's one moment standing between you and victory.
I mean, I just feel amazing. I just want to play Pokemon and have fun. And let's get into it.
I think I couldn't have said it better myself. We want to have some good Pokemon trading card game fun, everyone. And I'm sure we're going to see a masterclass from these two. So I'm going to let you guys get back onto that stage, get the decks ready, shuffle up, because it's ready time. Here we are, the final moment for the Pokemon trading card game here in New Orleans. We're ready to begin the Masters Final.
And it is time. Chip Ritchie here in the booth with Kyle Pukasukovic, excited to be your guides through this final match, and an interesting one it will be, Puka.
Oh, absolutely. This is the moment. We're finally here. Masters Division. Chip, there's so many stories going into this one. I think we have a clear crowd favorite here, perhaps if the chance of AOB for all-out Blitzel were any indicator yesterday, but both of these competitors just played so excellently to get here.
And let's take a look at that journey through our top 8 brackets. Both found a bit of resistance from their semifinals opponents, having to play a full 3-game set, but it was James taking down Justin Newdorf after Netty Kosek and Ross Coffin had that incredible back-and-forth 3-game set. Netty found himself in the finals as well. These two players have worked so hard to get to this point, and we mentioned it yesterday. It feels like James's tournament. He was the #1 seed coming into this top cut. He absolutely has dominated the competition to get here, but Netty Kosek is not going to just step back and allow James to take the crown. He's going to give every bit of resistance he can, all powered by Dragapult EX, the story of this standard metagame.
Yeah, for James, he really needed a strong finish at NAIC to qualify for the World Championships, found himself outside of those top ratings, and went on the run of a lifetime. As you said, he was the #1 seed heading into our top cut. He was pretty much the #1 player throughout all the Swiss rounds. And he kind of mentioned yesterday he was kind of fueled by just wanting to get a World Spectator Pass for a friend. And that's really what is driving him. He's put in so much work.
He has earned that and much, much more now at this point. We've got Emily standing by on the floor with friends and family of these two finalists.
Thank you so much, casters. I am here with Nino and Brecca here. Not only just friends and family, but these are two people that have such big parts of these trainers' journeys. I'm gonna start with you, Brecca. Your son, James, seems to be the fan favorite here. That may be a bit of an understatement at this point. I know your family, really, the life revolves around Pokemon. Talk me through what it's like to see James up there after so long.
Well, this has been his dream probably since he was about 7 or 8 years old. He's always loved playing Pokemon, and now that he's having, he spends countless hours next to that door practicing Pokemon, and then to see him have success, it's just really great. But just to see how many friends he's made and what a nice young man he's grown into, it really fills my heart.
Well, of course, do you have any words of encouragement for your son?
Well, I told him earlier, just do your best and be nice. That's all I ever say. So that's what we're, again, do your best, be nice.
Let's give it up for Brecca and the whole Kowalski family, which are here. I am here, though, alongside Nettie's friend Nino here, making it all the way across the pond for this massive moment. Talk to me what it's like traveling with Nettie, and especially now that Nettie is going up against a deck that is actually made to counterpull Dragapult EX.
So the traveling is always such a fun part of the journey, of the experience. We as a friend group and a testing group also travel to all the European regionals, and also the international champions, and we get the chance to championships. And it's always such a fun experience. We're all supporting Nettie really hard here because he has worked so much to get up to here. I personally met him 2 years ago at in Honolulu at the World Championship. And ever since then, I've seen him grow as a player, as a person as well. And it really shows with the recent results. So I think it's gonna pay off for him this time as well.
Well, Nino, there hasn't been a European NAIC champion in quite some time. What do you think it means for Nettie and the whole region of Europe to potentially bring it home?
I think it means the world to him. He's really been practicing so hard for this. He's done countless hours with everybody, testing all the matchups, getting input from people, working really hard. I think he deserves this, and I think he will do it. I believe in him. I don't think the matchup is bad at all. I think it's actually, Nettie is very prepared in it. He has the strategy down to perfection. So I think that, I absolutely believe that he will win this.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Brecca and Nino. Give it up one more time, not only for the supporters of our finalists, but our finalists themselves as they're getting ready to go. Casters, take it away.
Always great to hear from the friends and family, those who have supported these trainers up to this point. The journey is never done alone. And now for these trainers, they are eyeing this trophy. They'll each take home one of these. Who will be the silver medalist and who will take home the gold? James Kowalski on the left, Nettie Kosek on the right. James, of course, representing the North America region. Nettie coming over from Europe. And the first three North American International Championships were all won by players from the European region, but the last 4 have been from North America. Will that trend continue for James, or will Nettie fight back for EU?
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Nettie did kind of randomly play against James on Thursday, and James helped him learn this matchup. Now, James may be regretting that as they meet up in the finals. He heard his friend say that Nettie has a strategy for this matchup. We'll see if that has an impact here. I do want to talk about kind of Nettie's journey here. He's had a very strong season, earning over 1,000 championship points, had a top 4 finish at a regional championship, has battled through a lot of adversity just to get here. He actually wasn't registered for this event until kind of the final wave of registration came out, and he barely got into the event. During the event, he actually lost his deck, and another player, Takuya Yoneda, actually turned it in, and he was able to get it back. So there was a moment he didn't even have his deck anymore, and somehow he just kept battling, kept winning, had to overcome, you know, the legend Ross Cawthon in the top 4, and now here he is. Just one more win, and he'll be a champion.
Attempting to claim legendary status are both of these trainers as these opening hands are being drawn. Now James, entering our top cut as the #1 seed, does have the benefit of being able to choose if he would like to go first or second. And as we've seen through this weekend, James's matches against Dragapult, he very much values going first, wanting to be the aggressor, wanting to be the one to attack. And now the prize cards laid out for each of these players. Lily's Clefairy EX in the prizes. Not too bad for James when he plays 4 copies. Over on Nettie's side, a Dracloak and a pair of Pokepad. Maybe a bit of cause for concern, but nothing too terrible for either of these players.
Yep, should be a pretty clean game. Nothing important in the prize cards. This has to be the highest pressure match either of these 2 players have been a part of. We see the fist bump, and here we go. Masters Division Finals, James and Nettie. We'll see who comes out on top.
75 minutes on the clock, and James is off to the races with that run errand ability of Mega Kangaskhan in the active position to kick off this game with Lily's Clefairy added to the bench, Psychic Energy attached. Nettie Kosek already holding on to a Crushing Hammer, but Kyle, I do not see a Lily's Determination in his opening hand. I do not see a Buddy Buddy Poffin, 2 of the strongest opening cards.
Yeah, of course, on the first turn of the game, you do want to get those Dreepy into play. This is a stage 2 deck. You need to get your basic Pokemon out, wait a full turn, then evolve into your stage 1, then wait another turn, then into your stage 2 Dragapult EX, which is your main attacker. So it's very important to get those Dreepy down on the first turn, and especially against a pretty aggressive deck like James's that can use that Lily's Clefairy EX and use that full Moon Rondo attack to start taking knockouts. So yeah, you would love to see multiple Dreepy come down here, but really this card is the core of James's deck, that Lily's Clefairy EX kind of built to target Dragapult EX. That Fairy Zone ability makes it so that Dragon-type Pokemon get a weakness to Psychic-type, and that allows Lily's Clefairy EX to knock out Dragapult EX in one attack.
Dawn, the opening supporter, though, for Nettie. Not exactly how you draw it up, but there is no hand disruption on the side of James Kowalski, so whatever Pokemon Nettie does grab here, he will be guaranteed to hang on to. This supporter allowing him to fetch out 1 basic, 1 stage 1, and 1 stage 2, adding them to the hand, guaranteeing the draw power of Dracloak on turn number 2 of the game. There will be a Dreepy brought out, Dracloak and Dragapult to follow. Now, Nettie's friend Nino told us that he does not feel like this matchup is too bad. You know, James has tailored his deck to be able to handle Dragapult, but Nettie has a lot of powerful tools. Crushing Hammer, Dusknoir, Dusclops, the Cursed Blast ability. Do you have any expectations for how Nettie is going to approach this game, Puka?
Yeah, it feels like that Cursed Blast will be a big part of this. You know, it kind of works out perfectly. You put 13 damage counters onto a Lily's Clefairy EX that leaves it with 60 HP, which means the Phantom Dive from Dragapult EX can put those 6 damage counters on a benched Lily's Clefairy, maybe knock out another one and get 2 at once. So we'll see if that comes up, but again, it takes time and resources to get those stage 2 Pokemon out.
Now an interesting decision here for Nettie, holding on to Crushing Hammer, has the option to play it, try to slow James down, but will choose to hold off. Passing it over now to James as he does go with the run errand ability. He's found himself Prime Catcher early here. He could go aggressive after one of these Dreepy and take it out of play right away. Actually, even being able to save that card as Boss's Orders can be played as his supporter for turn. Targeting down the draw power, down goes Dreepy. James Kowalski striking first. 5 prize cards remaining. Back over to Nettie with 6. Draw for turn. We'll see if he can find some help here. Pheasantdipity's flipped the script, not too bad. 3 cards added to the hand since a KO was taken, and there is the ever-important Lily's Determination, and now a pair of Crushing Hammers in his hand.
Crushing Hammer, a big part of the Dragapult EX deck these days, but when you use them is very important. And Nettie is deciding now is the right time. We see the first one.
Heads hit, down goes one Psychic. Now will the second be played to accompany it? The answer is yes, a double heads here would be massive. Dice falling off to the side, and this one does fall tails.
There's always a temptation when you draw those Crushing Hammers to play them right away, but sometimes it's better to reserve them for more impactful moments. Nettie deciding right now was the right time to try to maybe buy some time because he's under a lot of pressure right now. One of those Dreepy got knocked out, just has the one Dracloak in play. If James has another Boss's Orders or the Prime Catcher, can go after the lone Dracloak in play. That's going to slow Nettie down a lot.
A key piece of Nettie's deck. There are no rare candies in this list. Got to make sacrifices if you're trying to fit Crushing Hammers into your list for a weekend. And so with no rare candies to help with his pair of Stage 2 Pokemon, he will be forced to find a couple Dreepies and attempt to get into multiple Dracloaks. Otherwise, he is at big-time risk.
I think maybe another game changer here. Nettie did find his A-Spec card, the Unfair Stamp. And now this will force James to shuffle his hand into his deck and only draw 2 cards. This is a key way to try to slow things down.
The early Unfair Stamp from a Dragapult player can be so oppressive. James will only get 2 cards, and with the Team Rocket's Watchtower Nettie has put in play as well, James' draw power will be extremely limited. We called it out yesterday during his matches, Puka. He does not play any draw supporters in his deck. He is fully reliant on the powerful colorless Pokemon abilities of Mega Kangaskhan EX and Meowth EX.
You know, James did prepare for this best as he could. He did bench the Pheasantdipity EX in advance, put down a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX to get a Terra Pokemon in play so that when he draws that Area 0 Underdepths, he'll be able to expand his bench. So very heads up. Making sure he got those Pokemon down before the Unfair Stamp, but it's still pretty devastating to go down to 2 cards.
We do see a pair of Dreepy found for Nettie off of the Unfair Stamp. Buddy Poffin bringing those Pokemon into play, and I do believe Puka the draw on James's end did have the Stadium Bump, so at a minimum here, he'll be able to retreat and use a run errand to try to refill his hand. Maybe a slow turn, though, for James Kowalski. Nettie just trying to hold on, brace for impact, hope that he can make it through another turn with this Dracloak staying into play. Still a Recon Directive to utilize. Ultra Ball and the Dragapult EX, both offerings here. Dragapult EX already in hand, along with another energy card, Lily's Determination, so we'll choose to hang on to the Ultra Ball.
Drawing a Stadium for James is big as well because Nettie only plays 1 Team Rocket's Watchtower. And all right, energy card drawn.
Psychic energy here. Now he maybe doesn't have to replace the Stadium, can hold off for a turn, guarantee that second Watchtower won't come down for Nettie. He knows that Nettie has no way to disrupt him here now that Unfair Stamp is gone. Special red card not yet active. So James Kowalski will continue to push ahead, taking another prize card, but Nettie happy to promote the Dracloak here. James's board still not very set up. Nettie only a Fire Energy and Dragapult EX away from taking down Lily's Clefairy.
I think, like you mentioned, Chip, maybe a sneaky move from James, not countering this stadium here. Maybe feigning weakness a bit. Nettie might think he can be pretty aggressive here, might be safe, thinking that there won't be any run errand if he knocks out this active Lily's Clefairy EX, but James already knows if Nettie decides to attack into this, he'll be able to get rid of that stadium card, use run errand, use flip the script, and have a pretty decent shot of finding another Pokemon to power up on the following turn.
Recon Directive from Nettie does find yet another Dracloak, thinking of evolving up here and using perhaps Lily's Determination to refresh his hand. Still yet to take a prize card is Nettie Kosick, so he'll get the benefit of the full 8 cards from a Lily's play. Now Pokepad played, searching out any Pokemon without a rule box. Another Dracloak will join the party. And perhaps we will see an evolution plus some draw support here on Nettie's end. Does still need a Fire Energy. He will thin out his hand a bit. Ultra Ball losing a bit of value now that he has gotten himself pretty nicely set up. Does find out the Dusclops perhaps preparing for a Dusknoir in the future. We do see the handheld fan going down. Another way that Nettie can control energy cards. A little less impactful in this matchup perhaps than others. So happy to drop that down in Lily's Determination after a full thin for Nettie. He'll get 8 cards. He'll see 4 more with Recon Directives. Very high odds to see a Fire Energy and get off this attack.
Yeah, Nettie has pretty much stabilized completely at this point. The multiple Recon Directives, yeah, flip the script, Dragapult EX. He is about to get powered up here. And yeah, threatening Dusknoir on the next turn as well with the big Cursed Blast. This can set up some pretty devastating plays. At this point, I think he's just kind of hoping James has a very small hand. Maybe there won't be an attack coming on the following turn, but even if there is, Nettie's given himself a pretty good setup to be able to respond.
No sweat at all for Nettie Kosick as Fire Energy offered up immediately from his Lily's Determination. This Lily's Clefairy will be going down here. James Kowalski unable to find that Lily's Pearl, which we've talked about in his deck through the weekend. That would be a way that this Lily's would only give up 1 prize card. Now, the full 2 added for Nettie to his prize map. He'll tie the game up after this turn, not before the play of a Buddy Poffin, just to search the deck and make sure there's nothing else in here he would like to grab out.
I think the only awkward thing for Nettie here is all of the energy in play are on this active Dragapult EX. So if it gets knocked out, he would need something like Crispin in order to power up the next one. That means you can't play Boss's Orders in the same turn, which is a big way you would kind of combo with the Dusknoir if you could go after a Pokemon on the bench, plus get 13 damage counters, the Lily's Clefairy, Phantom Dive, knock that out. But because you'd have to play Crispin to power up the next one, that won't be as easy. So I don't know, what James is able to pull off on the next turn will be a really big deal in this game.
We do finally see the Recon Directive from Nettie, adding a Boss's Orders to his hand should James stumble and be unable to take out this Dragapult. Another draw from Nettie, finds a Crushing Hammer, happy to keep that in the hand. Obviously doesn't want to play it into this Lily's Clefairy as it will be going down. I hear that's a good way to get rid of your opponent's energy, just knocking the Pokemon out. So hanging on to these Crushing Hammers could prepare nicely for any sort of Wondrous Patch set up plays on James's end. Cannot evolve that Dusclops as it did just come into play this turn, noted by James Kowalski. And another Duskull hits the bench on Nettie's side.
All right, so we'll certainly see the Phantom Dive here from Nettie. Have to imagine some damage counters will be placed, probably 1 on some of those Pokemon EX that have 210 HP to make them good targets for the next turn. That's the main thing. You want to make sure next turn you can Boss's Orders and knock out one of these Pokemon EX, and then try to set up for that play. Cursed Blast from the Dusknoir onto the Lily's Clefairy, knock out a different Pokemon EX, take 4 prize cards to close out the game.
Nettie just deciding here how he would like to distribute these Phantom Dive damage counters. 1 onto the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, 2 onto Fezandipity EX, 1 more onto Latias, and it looks like the remaining 2 just go to Fezandipity. James here after the bluff last turn, not replacing the stadium, happy to promote Mega Kangaskhan EX and get that Team Rocket's Watchtower now out of play. Flip the script online after the KO. 3 cards added here for James Kowalski. We see the Crispin. We see his signature Dusk Ball as well in the hand.
Need to find that Lily's Clefairy.
A big piece that he needs to see here. Bottom 7 cards of the deck looked at here with 1 already KO'd, 1 in the prize cards. There are only 2 Clefairy in the deck. Oh, and he does not find one here. Chen Pao and another Latias EX are the offerings. He does not have Clefairy just yet. And in this hand, the only way to get one would be, and pull off an attack this turn, looks like it would be using Run Errand to draw into the Clefairy. This could be a big miss here for James and would totally swing the tides of this game.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much this. You have to run errand and find a way to get Lily's Clefairy EX. If not, I'm not sure what James can do on this turn.
2 Lily's Clefairy in the deck, 3 Dusk Ball, some counts of Ultra Balls still remain. There is actually 1 Dusk Ball prized. Those are all outs here for James to continue to have a shot to find his Clefairy. Crispin is already available. That is already a piece of the puzzle he has access to. The only missing piece here is finding the Lily's Clefairy.
Yeah, telepathic psychic energy would also work. You can attach that to Latias EX. Well, I guess it doesn't quite work, right? You would also need maybe a Wondrous Patch to go with that, because you have the Crispin in hand as well. Let's see, this is a big 2 cards.
A huge 2 cards, potentially deciding game number 1 are these 2 cards, and Puka, I do not think he has found it. Area 0 Underdepths and another Crispin. Now, it's not necessarily over here for James. Kangaskhan EX with a massive 300 hit points can, in theory, tank a hit, but he did just watch his opponent place Dusknoir into hand. He's not going to be disrupting this Dragapult, meaning Boss's Orders is on the line for Nettie on this following turn. And Nettie can sit back and relax for a moment as Crispin is played here, not to power up a Lily's Clefairy, but to power up something else.
Yeah, seems like things are falling apart for James in this first game. I don't think there's an attack available at all. We'll just have to pass the turn. And this is where Dragapult is at its best. It has access to those recon directives to keep sifting through the deck, finding those crucial cards here. You have to think the door is closing here. Honestly, with the Dusknoir in hand, it's just Boss's Orders. And that's probably going to end our first game.
Yeah, Boss's Orders would close things out here for Nettie. He can bring up that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon and use Curse Blast to place 13 damage counters onto Fezandipity EX. Bringing up Latias works just as well. And Nettie Kosek has won game 1 at the NAIC Finals.
Calm, cool, collected for Nettie in the first game. James got a quick Lily's Clefairy EX, got a few prize cards. Nettie only got a couple Dreepy down on the first turn, but it was enough. The unfair stamp found at the perfect time to protect the 1 Dracloak, bought Nettie the turn he needed, and was able to disrupt James enough. Just took a few Phantom dives, and that was the game.
Yeah, let's bring Pablo Meza in here, giving his thoughts on this game. Tablemon, what did you think were the key moments of that game 1?
It's all about the unfair stamp, right? Having it at the right moment. It's a 1 copy. It's unsearchable, of course, but if you happen to have it early on, it's just so powerful. The longer the game goes on, the longer James has to establish a solid board and have those responses to the Dragapult. It's gonna be hard for Nettie to take away a game, but if you have that early on for stamp and there's only 1 Lily's Clefairy to deal with immediately, that's where things start spiraling out of control against James. Maybe that practice game that you guys mentioned had earlier on in the week coming into place here.
James will have the option here in game 2 as the loser to choose first or second here. Has stuck with his plans here. Going first is his strategy for this matchup. And Nettie's crushing hammers as well, limiting James perhaps from getting multiple energy cards established onto the bench. I do wonder maybe if on that turn, if James had retreated the Lily's Clefairy, used Kangaskhan for a turn, set up his Latios perhaps with a Crispin that he would have drawn. Maybe that could have been a more interesting line. But now we'll move forward into this game number 2 and see if James can get us off to the races. He once again does begin with that Mega Kangaskhan EX and that signature Dusk Ball coming down into play, looking at the bottom 7 cards of the deck. Searching for a Pokemon. Latios offered up right away, providing mobility to this deck full of basic Pokemon.
Yeah, you also have to wonder what would have happened if James had found Lily's Clefairy off of the Dusk Ball in the first game. Perhaps that is the margin that could be the difference.
Ooh, and an interesting play here, Puka, as James does have Lily's Clefairy EX in hand, but has chosen to bench Fezandipity and attach the energy for turn there.
Yeah, really lining up that Cruel Arrow attack. And this is really annoying for Dragapult to deal with sometimes. You know, you think of Fezandipity EX as kind of a support Pokemon using the Flip the Script ability to draw extra cards, but it can attack as well. 100 damage may not seem like a lot these days, but when you have a lot of these low HP Pokemon that evolve into much bigger Pokemon EX, you can knock out a Dreepy, you can knock out a Dracloak, and if your opponent is only getting one down or putting their energy onto one of them, you can keep knocking those out and make life very difficult for your opponent.
James here certainly not missing the Cruel Arrow play, lining himself up there to target down Nettie's board. Now, Nettie in game 1 did choose to hold off on the opening Crushing Hammer he found. I do have to wonder now, though, were he to find Crushing Hammer, is he much more scared of the Fezandipity than he was of Lily's Clefairy EX?
All right, Nettie off to a pretty good start so far, finding lots of basic Pokemon with the Buddy Buddy Poffin, a couple Pokepads now. Didn't have a supporter card in the first game on the first turn, but let's see what his hand holds this time.
His board certainly looking pretty strong. Basically all of his options available with a Duskull already out. He did prize a Dusclops in this game, but does play the 2-2-1 line that we've seen become pretty standardized in these Polt-Nor builds. Lots of item cards being played here to search out Pokemon, but is there a supporter to go alongside it? Attachment of a Darkness Energy for turn, and the shuffle of the deck here from Nettie, perhaps telling no Lily's Determination on his opening turn.
I also noticed on James's turn, he debated playing down Meowth EX in advance. We see that sometimes where players are playing around the Team Rocket's Watchtower. So you use that last-ditch catch ability to find a supporter card just in case. But I think James realized my opponent only plays one Team Rocket's Watchtower. They're going to save it for the turn where they play Unfair Stamp, special red card. So it's actually very unlikely that my opponent would do that.
James does find another Meowth EX for turn. I think he already had one, so we'll utilize this second one available with the last ditch catch, fetching out a supporter card, adding to the hand, and with the attachment of energy last turn to the Fezandipity EX, it does seem like Crispin into a Cruel Arrow play is lined up. He'll be able to target down one of these Dreepy on Nettie's bench. We talked about it yesterday in James' top 4 match up against Justin Neudorf, how Badoo, while yes, always a little irritating to deal with, not super strong against James's build.
Yeah, very supporter-based engine of this deck. Not necessarily to draw cards, but to help you set up. And a lot of it is just finding Crispin and finding the basic Pokemon to power up with Crispin. So yeah, Itchy Pollen, don't get me wrong, still pretty annoying to deal with. You would love to be able to play your item cards, but yeah, not super impactful.
Crispin attaches the Fire Energy, fighting to the hand. Will be brought down as well. Cruel Arrow ready to target down the board. Areas your Underdepths and the Terra Coridon EX brought to the front of James's hand, perhaps preparing for a potential unfair stamp once again. Should Nettie be fortunate enough to find one early on, he will play around that potential by expanding his bench, putting down the Lily's Clefairy EX, and even putting down the second Pheasantipity EX that he plays, and he does take down a Dreepy, striking first in game 1, game 2 once again.
And now James, of course, just hoping that there's no unfair stamp like there was in the first game, that ace-spec card. Hoping to dodge things like Crushing Hammer as well.
Quite a bit of thinning drawn here from Nettie, a pair of Pokepad. I believe that is all 4 of his Pokepad found by turn number 2 of this game. A really ideal draw and setup. Already another Dracloak coming down. Be able to thin out a couple of more Pokemon. Perhaps another Dreepy could join the party here to make up for the one that James was able to be rid of on the last turn. And now for Nettie, if he's unable to find any sort of Crushing Hammers to slow James down as well, he will have to be wary of where he attaches his energy for this turn. Does he even want to put an energy card into play? Because that becomes a very easy target next turn.
Yeah, it's a turn where you almost want to have Crispin, so you can put an energy on each of your Dracloak, and then make it so that if one of them gets knocked out, you have the other one ready to power up to be a Dragapult EX on the following turn. I also want to call out, just again, small things James is doing to kind of play around some things that could happen here. You saw the proactive Area 0 under depths and benching a bunch of Pokemon. I think has a couple different purposes here. Number one, if Nettie decides to get rid of the Stadium card, then James can discard that Meowth EX, which is kind of a big liability, very easy to knock out. And then also just gets a lot of cards out of his hand that he probably wouldn't want to draw off of an unfair stamp.
The first Recon Directive on Nettie's end does find him the Crispin, which you alluded to, and now gives him pause before the use of that second Dracloak. Perhaps will pull those energy cards out of his deck right now, but no, we'll go with that Recon Directive, looking for a little bit more. There is the Dusknoir, but also a Crushing Hammer, which he will choose to hang on to. He, most importantly here, did not find the unfair stamp this turn, but is able to at least guarantee those attachments. He does have a Psychic Energy in hand here as well, Puka.
I can't resist the allure of that gold Crushing Hammer. It's brought Nettie such great success so far. One of the big reasons he was able to take down Ross Cawthon in the top 4. You gotta wonder when he's gonna play that Crushing Hammer. Will it be right now to try to slow James down a little bit? Will he wait until he can pair it with something like the unfair stamp for hand disruption? Yeah, just spreading the energy out. Again, one of these will get knocked out by Cruel Arrow, but this puts you in a position to have a Dragapult EX ready for the following turn.
Wisely here as well, attaching the 2 Psychic Energy, holding on to the Fire Energy grabbed off Crispin. So now, regardless of which one of these 2 Pokemon is KO'd, Nettie can guaranteed power it up with that Fire already in hand. And it's also worth remembering that this 10 damage that will be coming from the Itchy Pollen here is very relevant, putting Pheasantipity down to just 200 HP remaining.
Perhaps looks like we're going to get into a pretty interesting game once again. Despite the quick Cruel Arrow, Nettie has been able, and whoa, do you say no attack?
Pass is the play here from Nettie Kosick. What do we make of this here, Puka?
It's very interesting. I need a second to think about that, Chip. I think it might be a situation where, you often actually don't want to knock out Pheasantipity EX in one hit with Phantom Dive, because you would rather keep it on the board and then set up kind of like a big board wipe play later. So maybe that 10 damage might get in the way. Not sure. I know, I've seen so many Itchy Pollens, it feels wrong to not use it.
Yeah. Very heads up there from Nettie. If that is the line, he will go down. Do you see James will take a moment to attach an energy to the Lily's Clefairy, and he will use Cruel Arrow, this time targeting down Dusclops, but also here, Puka, he did use a boss's orders not to be aggressive for a KO, to perhaps slow Nettie down with the Pheasantipity EX in the active spot.
Yeah, Nettie just used a Crispin And now we'll need to find another one in order to both retreat and power up Dragapult EX. Just make things a little more difficult.
And he's also not able to Crispin and Boss in a turn, so James knows that Lily's Clefairy EX on his bench is safe. He also knows his Pheasantipede EX is not going to be KO'd since it was not 10 damage placed on it. There is a Recon Directive here for Netty. There's Ultra Ball, which can find that Dragapult, but second Crispin here needed if he wants to make an attack. He doesn't have it just yet. He does have Ultra Ball, which can find out the Meowth EX, but no, Kyle, he cannot find Meowth. It is in his prize cards.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to find another Crispin here, and I think everything's been used at this point, but here comes a Crushing Hammer.
These flips are huge, and that one does land Tails. Netty unable to remove an energy from play, attempts once again, evens heads, tails odds, and that heads does roll as a water energy does go down from that Lily's Clefairy EX.
Yeah, anything to try to slow down James's momentum. You know, once James gets up to enough energy cards in play, gets enough attackers set up, you know, it's not necessarily over, but it's hard to fight back if James has multiple Lily's Clefairy EX powered up into the late game. So anytime you can just discard an energy, make it so that James will need one more resource to pull off a final attack, you got to go for it.
And that boss's play was huge for James, and I think Netty here just fully confirming, yes, Meowth EX is prized. He can have Ultra Ball. He could have Ultra Balled for Dragapult, Ultra Balled for Meowth, and pulled off the play he wanted to, but it is not going to be available. Instead, Ultra Ball will find Dracloak. What is going to help Netty here in this position?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be disappointing, but yeah, now I guess Recon Directive, got to find Crispin.
Maybe Unfair Stamp.
Yeah, Unfair Stamp would be great as well. Big 2 cards.
There is a Crushing Hammer, and there is the Watchtower. 2 very powerful cards, but don't think they're exactly what Netty wanted this turn. Now a tilt of the head as he has to reevaluate that special red card in hand, not live. Can only play that card when your opponent has 3 or fewer prize cards remaining. James, having just taken the 2 single prize KOs, not lined up for that just yet.
Yeah, and it's awkward as well. You can, I guess, attach to your active Pheasantipede EX, so that next turn you can prep it to retreat. But, you know, the Cruel Arrow just makes it so awkward. Yeah, you can attach a second energy here. You're going to have to evolve into Dragapult to protect that Dracloak, though.
And he's going to need to find it here off of Lily's Determination, because if he does not, James will just be able to shoot down that Dracloak here. 90 HP on it, 100 damage from the Cruel Arrow, 2 energies going down. It's 6 cards here to come for Netty. Actually, no, still the full 8. No prize cards yet taken, so I think all 3 Dragapult EX are available. Still a couple of Ultra Ball. He's going to see a good percentage of his deck here. Let's see if one of these 8 cards finds him an out to Dragapult EX.
Big 8 cards here.
Don't see it just yet there, and he does actually find Ultra Ball, but also another piece in that Unfair Stamp.
Exactly.
Though now that he's not attacking this turn, do you think he will use it?
It's a good question. Feels like, I don't know, you might want to wait for a more impactful turn, but your opponent has a decent number of cards in hand, and if they played like a Crispin, that could power up the Lily's Clefairy. So yeah, just play the Unfair Stamp. Hope that your opponent doesn't draw anything good off of this. You know there's not going to be any draw power. You're not going to knock anything out, so there's no flip the script. The Mega Kangaskhan EX, not in the active spot. Even if it were, there's Team Rocket's Watchtower, so this could be big for slowing James down. I also want to call out that James decided to go after the Dusclops with the previous Cruel Arrow, kind of knowing that he would be able to attack with Pheasantipede EX one more time and effectively make it so that Dusknoir can't be used in this game. If James can get one more knockout, go down to 3 prize cards, we'll then just need to knock out a Dragapult EX and make the Dusknoir useless in this game. So combining it with the boss's orders, may have kind of calculated this and known that, okay, I'm actually going to take away this option because of how this is playing out.
Buddy Buddy Poffin on Netty's end does bring down a Duskull, perhaps not to be utilized for Curse Blast, but just thinning it out of the deck, increasing his good draw options, and does not look like James has much, but all he needs is the attack. No energy drop this turn, though, for James. Is a big opening here for Netty.
Yeah, that hand looked very bad. Did have Lily's Pearl, does have an Ultra Ball, but with the Team Rocket's Watchtower, can't get Meowth EX to use that last-ditch catch. Also no bench space anymore because the Area 0 under depths is gone. Is this Netty's moment to start mounting a comeback?
He's going to begin this turn with a flip the script of the Pheasantipity EX. Does have Crispin available here in the hand. Attach an energy to the active as well. Can retreat it. Could he find Boss's orders here to maybe take out the Lily's Clefairy? Even though there's no energy on it, it is just a simple Crispin away from one-hit KOing his Pokemon. No, it will be the Crispin utilized as supporter for turn. Bringing out a basic Darkness energy to the active Pheasantipity, attaching from hand that Fire energy after pulling it out of the deck.
And let's remember back to when Netty decided not to use Badoo's Itchy Pollen. That would have put 10 damage on this Pheasantipity EX, and then Phantom Dive would have knocked it out. And that means James would have been able to use Flip the Script with the other Pheasantipity EX. So this may have been the scenario he was preparing for. When he uses the first Phantom Dive, he wants to avoid taking a knockout, rather saving those damage counters for later so that he can knock out multiple Pokemon at once.
It's all lined up here for Netty, even getting second Dragapult EX into play, protecting that Dracloak from the Cruel Arrow, protecting his energy investment. Checking a resource or two from the discard pile, maybe thinking of bringing back the Dusclops, and he will do just that.
I think he just benched the Duskull, right?
No, that was at the very end of his last turn. He used Buddy Buddy Poffin to bring it out, so he is able to evolve this here if he'd like to. Looks like he will think better of it, though, and decides to grab a basic Psychic energy instead.
All right, things are going to get tense here as we kind of move into the end game of game number 2 here in the finals.
These cards in hand here for James Kowalski, extremely important. No draw power available at the moment. Netty lays 200 damage into this active Pheasantipity, will sprinkle some counters onto the bench, one apiece onto Latias and Pheasantipity. Looks like the Koraidon EX getting a ping of 3, and now just one more still to play with. We'll place it onto that Pheasantipity and draw for turn on James Kowalski's end.
I think the good news for James is he won't lose in like one more attack, right? He's going to get multiple turns in this game. It's going to be, I mean, awkward for sure. That hand doesn't look very good.
He does have a boss's orders should he want to try to slow Netty down again. Ask Eddie for yet another energy commitment to retreat a Pokemon. It does look like boss's orders is the play, bringing back up that Pheasantipity to the active spot. Cruel Arrow can still net a prize card here for All Out Blitzel. Down goes that Duskull from the board. Now just 2 prize cards remaining, a single energy and attack into Dragapult away from James, tying up this final match. Netty with the Pheasantipity in the active spot, uses his Ultra Ball, takes a peek at the available resources. Just about 7 cards remaining in the deck. There are 2 Crushing Hammers amongst them, but he does not have any draw power left on board through Dracloaks. He's going to be fully relying on Pheasantipity to get into those cards.
Yeah, I think for Netty, what you're going for here is Crushing Hammer, try to get that energy off of the Lily's Clefairy, then Boss's orders the other Pheasantipity EX to knock both of them out. Then there won't be any flip the script. Leave your opponent with a very small hand, no access to the run errand because of the Watchtower.
And we do see the ever important Judge Shuffle coming in, requested by James, knowing how important this moment is. And Netty will use this flip the script here Energy already in hand from the Night Stretcher last turn. Fezandipity able to move to the bench. Just the Crushing Hammers, what he looks for.
The Lily's Pearl also pretty annoying for Nettie to deal with. Could have taken a different route where he could go after the Lily's Clefairy, but now it's only going to give one prize card here.
Counting the deck, 7 cards remain. Thinking through the math perhaps between using Flip the Script now or playing Lily's Determination first. Crushing Hammer, the big piece of this puzzle, and it does look like Lily's will be his play.
What was that judge shuffle for?
That's a good question. Does look like a warning has been issued here to Nettie for pace of play in this game, something we will keep track of course. Simply a warning up to this point, but should he receive another, that could escalate into a penalty in the future. 3 cards here. There are both of the remaining Crushing Hammer. No need for the Flip the Script.
You draw 8. Oh, heads on the Crushing Hammer.
He does hit heads on the Crushing Hammer. Yes, he does indeed need to draw a couple more cards here. He does have 6 remaining, so we'll draw 2 more from the Lily's Determination. No harm, no foul, just 2 cards remaining now in the deck. And does hit the heads on the Crushing.
Getting a little low on cards in deck.
He is, and that is maybe a cause for concern. And we're actually going to see the move into the Badoo here to take this KO. Itchy Pollen now utilized, cutting James off again from use of his items. Up comes the Mega Kangaskhan, drawing for turn is James Kowalski. Flip the Script online, not able to use Run Errand at this moment, and does not find a counter Stadium. Ultra Ball normally would be able to find Champao in order to bump this Stadium card, but not available after the use of Itchy Pollen. Crispin, though, is in the hand, but he cannot use Crispin and Boss in the same turn. Does he really want to invest 2 energy in order to KO this Badoo?
And Nettie knowing that James has Prime Catcher as the ace spec in his deck as well, so the Itchy Pollen will shut that off and make sure that James cannot get 2 prize cards on this turn. And now, what's the plan? Do you just Crispin onto the Lily's Clefairy EX and just leave it on your bench? Prepare for next turn?
Koraidon could technically KO the active Badoo as well if he wanted to invest 2 energy there, but that would just force him to find Crispin on the next turn. KOing this Badoo.
I don't think that does a whole lot.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it would do much at this point, so we'll just attach the Psychic here. I think Nettie has used all of his Crushing Hammers. We can get a quick check of the discard pile.
There might be
or is there
left.
1 still remaining? No, 3 down. Yes, that's right. That 1 is in his hand currently. Waiting to perhaps disrupt this Lily's Clefairy EX. That Pearl here, very important as well to protect this Pokemon.
All right, what is the plan for James?
He can attach an energy for turn to the Koraidon perhaps, so that he can win the game by actually KOing Fezandipity through a Gust effect, using that powerful attack. Boosted damage after your opponent takes a KO, but no, he will fully power up this Lily's Clefairy, totally investing in this Pokemon.
I think it makes sense. Make your opponent have boss's orders to go after it, and when they do, they're only going to get 1 prize card.
And now a debate here perhaps from James. Should he retreat into another Pokemon? No, will choose to just pass, and Nettie is very low on cards at this point. And there is Crushing Hammer in his hand. His final one. Is now the time to play it? The answer is yes. The flip is heads.
Again.
And Psychic Energy goes down yet again. Just asking James for more and more every single turn. We do know the Water Energy is waiting in the hand for James, so Nettie will respond by utilizing the special red card, sending it to the bottom of the deck. James will only get 3 cards to work with, but this does get him closer to perhaps a Stadium card, which he does find. So Run Errand will be unlocked.
Yeah, I think because of there's only 1 card left in Nettie's deck, he's kind of forced to be aggressive here. Otherwise, he is potentially in risk of decking out. So maybe just played the special red card. He's going to Phantom Dive and set up for a big turn on the following turn.
But I don't think he can take 4 prize cards next turn, can he, Puka?
I don't see a way to do that, no. That's a good point, unless he can get a Dusclops out.
And that is what he will do through the use of a Night Stretcher. Down comes that Duskull, looking to get into Dusclops next turn.
It would be, yeah, pretty much
exact
perfect.
math to KO a Kangaskhan on the next turn on the bench. He'll hit it for 200 here. He'll be able to put 50 on it with a use of that Duskull, and he'll be able to clean up and take a 4 prize, effectively 5 prize turn with the Mega Pokemon.
For James, it's just, you need an energy card to win the game.
Energy is game here. He does not have it in hand currently, but he does have the replacement stadium. He does have Mega Kangaskhan. He'll draw himself a couple of cards and 1 energy card, all he needs.
We'll also see it, a Cypher Maniac's code breaking, but a Meowth EX as well. Many ways to find an energy card.
And this is going to line up for James Kowalski to tie up our set. We're going to game 3 at NAIC.
All right, 1 game now to decide it all.
Many ways for James to have closed out that last sequence. Cypher Maniac in order to stack the energy on top, the Meowth for Crispin, all of them leading to his win. Nettie being forced to play aggressively, as you mentioned, Puka. Not quite able to piece together the full win. And now Nettie, for the first time in this final match, will have the option, first or second. He'll get that opening turn should he want it.
Yeah, and strangely enough, having to draw 8 cards may have been the difference there. Pablo, what did you see in that one?
That early Fezandipity, of course, the unsung hero of this. We talked so much about Clefairy and the threat of Wellspring Ogerpon, but maybe that early Fezandipity is the way to go, right? Deny energy, then you don't have to reset your whole attack, so you take 1 less prize card, then Wellspring, but that consistent threat, that consistent pressure, that really got James past the finish line in this one, and I would not be surprised if we see it once more.
And there it is, that early Cruel Arrow play, taking out Dreepy after Dreepy, and then into Dusclops going down. James jumping far ahead, certainly the aggressor. Nettie trying to find a way back in. The boss's orders play from James also huge in this game in order to slow Nettie down, ask him for more energy resources in order to get into his attacks every single turn. Fezandipity EX, the all-star here, all leading to a Lily's Clefairy closeout.
And again, you have to wonder, drawing 8 off the Lily's Determination, did that ruin Nettie's plans there? Didn't have enough cards left in deck. Rare situation where you would actually want to only draw 6 cards, but that's all in the past now. And oh, Nettie starts with Meowth in the 3rd game.
That is not what he wants to see in his active spot. And looking at the prize cards here. 2 Dreepy, unfair stamp, incredibly important pieces unavailable. Over on James's end, that Prime Catcher A-Spec hiding away.
Neither player's having their A-Spec card for this one, Chip.
Gonna be a fair game here, game 3 of the finals. No unfair stamps on Nettie's end, but I think most impactfully here, Puka, the 2 Dreepy being in the prizes is really going to slow his setup, and after an energy attachment, he does pass it over to James Kowalski.
Yeah, was only able to get 1 Dreepy down this turn as well. This could be a situation where James's Fezandipity strategy is very effective once again.
Duskball played as James lead here. Bottom 7 cards of the deck, looking for any Pokemon. Looks like Fezandipity was found. A very fortunate find with that 2nd copy in the prize cards.
The Duskball delivers.
Finds him the exact Pokemon he may have been looking for. Just a quick note as we do get into this game. Between games, Nettie was reminded by the judges about his pace of play. So should he receive another caution or warning, it would be escalated to a penalty for game 3.
James going with a Meowth EX of his own, the last ditch catch. Do you want to note Nettie started with the Meowth EX and just had a handful of Ultra Balls, but is not able to Ultra Ball for Meowth EX because it was his starting Pokemon. This is a pretty difficult situation for Nettie here, but for James, Looks like things are starting off pretty well.
Pretty well indeed, as Meowth EX played last ditch catch. Can find the Crispin as the supporter for turn. Now just a debate of the energy cards to be attached. Water energy pulled out, certainly, and now a psychic energy as well added here to the hand.
Yeah, kind of imagine probably going on to Pheasantipity EX once again.
And James is going to feel even safer with this play as Netty discarded a Crushing Hammer on his opening turn from Ultra Ball.
Absolutely. And even if one Crushing Hammer hits, he could just play another Crispin on the following turn to power up that Cruel Arrow. Now, one thing that is missing here is the Latias EX to allow the Mega Kangaskhan to retreat on the following turn.
James has done all of this as well, Puka, and has not yet used his run errand on Mega Kangaskhan. There's still a couple of cards here he will draw. He's also got access to the Dusk Ball in his hand, but for now, we'll just draw a couple, and Latias EX added now. Could even perhaps split up energy attachments if he wants to, one on Lily's Clefairy, one on Pheasantipity, but it does seem like the Pheasantipity game plan is a solid one. Dusk Ball looking at the bottom 7 again. Does find himself plenty of Pokemon. Another Latias EX. Sure, why not? Feel free to join the party.
Of course, James playing 3 Latias EX. Kind of the philosophy of this deck is just play a lot of copies of the cards that make your deck work. 4 Mega Kangaskhan EX, 4 Meowth, 4 Lily's Clefairy, 3 Latias EX, even the double Pheasantipity EX, just so you can find them off of this Dusk Ball. You can see it all in action here.
Everything going according to plan here for James, and Netty will perhaps need to pivot his plan based on this opening. What is he going to be able to do? Latias EX comes down. Netty needs something here. Ultra Ball is the top deck, and that is not going to help him here.
Oh, no.
He can Ultra Ball for Dracloak, and then Dracloak hope to find something, but...
He's got to find Lily's Determination. What else could he even get here?
Lily's Determination is the only out here for Netty to stay in this game. Down goes a boss's orders, and now a debate of this final discard. Does he want to hang on to the potential of the Crushing Hammer, or does he get rid of this second Ultra Ball? It does look like he's gonna give up on the hammer. You can tell how painful that is.
I think it might be one recon directive here. It's gotta be Lily's Determination. You know, the other thing, maybe a Buddy Poffin. But it really feels like gotta find a supporter card here. The options are just so limited at this point.
4 copies in the deck, none in the prize cards. He's gonna see 2 cards here right off the top, and this could make or break this event for Netty. And no, he does not find it. No other basic Pokemon either, Puka. Just a Dragapult EX, and all he can do is pass. The opening is there for James Kowalski. Cruel Arrow can target down Netty's board and leave him with simply a Meowth EX in play. A completely unusable hand. And this is all lining up for James Kowalski. Bench of the Lily's Clefairy EX into the Lily's Pearl. Down goes Dracloak. Draw for turn on Netty's end. And there is the Lily's Determination top deck.
Is it a turn too late, though? Remember, Chip, there are 2 Dreepy in the prize cards as well. This Pheasantipity is going to be so oppressive for Netty to deal with. He won't be able to bench 3 at the same time.
If he benches 2 Dreepy, 1 gets KO'd. Next turn, he gets to evolve into a Dracloak. And then he would need to find Night Stretch to get Dreepy back, but then the Dracloak would just get sniped down again.
Exactly. All out Blitzel, all in on this Pheasantipity EX, and it might carry him to a championship here.
8 cards from the Lily's Determination. Netty's not going to go down easily. He's going to give it as good of a fight as he can. There is a Buddy Poffin to find that 3rd Dreepy, but benching it just walks right into the Pheasantipity attack. What else can he do, though?
Yeah, did find a Night Stretcher to go with it so he can get back the 2nd Dreepy. Gotta wonder if this is a spot where you need to try to Mind Bend with a Monkey Dory, something like that.
Try to just brace for impact here. It's a back against the wall situation for Nettie, not too dissimilar from his top 4 match against Ross Coffin, where he seemed so far behind, found a way to stabilize and get back into the game. The situation, though, here looking much more bleak. There's no boss stall options. Latias EX providing free retreat. He's just going to have to try to manage his board in a way that he can withstand this Pheasantipity, and it may be too tough.
Yeah, one of the ways Nettie maybe could have had a chance still was enough crushing hammers to slow down this Pheasantipity, maybe make it miss an attack one turn, but he already has discarded 2 of them. So would need to maybe find his last 2 and probably hit heads on both just to maybe buy a turn where the Cruel Arrow can't hit one of these Dreepy or Dracloak.
It's going to have to be Monkey Dory or the 2 remaining crushing hammers, losing out on those hammers. So brutal for Nettie. He is going to find one.
It's got to be heads.
He needs it.
It's tails.
It does fall tails here. That is a huge sigh of relief for James and the crowd who roots him on, attaching one more energy to this Pheasantipity as James Kowalski, being as careful as he possibly can. He knows this situation is very good for him, but it is not over just yet. He will take out a Dreepy. He will take another prize card. Nettie will draw for his turn. 4 prizes remaining for James, full 6 still for Nettie. Evolving into Dracloak does provide that recon directive. But
really didn't think we'd be here, Chip. In the finals, the 3rd game of 4 energy Pheasantipity EX is what's pressuring Nettie and perhaps taking James to a championship. What a sight to behold here.
Nettie really probably needed to find either an energy attachment to to the active Meowth EX last turn, or an energy attachment to a Monkey Dory. Confuse this Pheasantipity, slow it down, but Monkey Dory in his prize cards means that he has no other play available. This is really almost just this Pheasantipity, a checkmate situation. We're running out of lines here, Puka. No unfair stamp available. What can Nettie do?
I'm not seeing it. I don't know what there is for Nettie in this situation. The combination of the prize cards, the brutal opening hand, starting with the Meowth EX, the quick attack from Pheasantipity.
Is there some way I can slow this thing down? Reading his handheld fan that he has in hand, not going to work. Handheld fan only works whenever it's attached to the active Pokemon and that Pokemon is damaged by an attack. James, of course, can get around the Meowth EX, so fan goes down to this Ultra Ball.
And of course, the Latias EX ability Skyliner, making it so that even a boss's orders on one of these benched Pokemon won't matter. They can just retreat for free. It's just going to be Cruel Arrow over and over and over.
And there's really no other option for Nettie to power up an attack. I mean, he could build up to a Dusknoir. Gets 3 energy on that. He can Psychic Bind, and I think that's its attack name, right? Something along those lines. Stick a Pokemon in the active spot for a turn, like that Mega Kangaskhan. Shadow Bind, perhaps. That was close.
That was pretty good. Yeah, but I mean, the problem with that is it takes 3 turns to evolve into that as well.
Yeah, and he wasn't able to get a Duskull established earlier on in this game. Buddy Poffin could bring a pair down right now, but it's 3 turns away from attacking, 3 attachments as well. Crispin can aid a bit there. He's actually attaching perhaps to his own Pheasantipity EX. Much weaker against these full EX decks, like what James has brought this weekend, but
welcome to the Pheasantipity finals.
Here we are indeed. Just mapping it out is Nettie. No rare candy to help get around this. No way to get into a Dragapult. Here is Buddy Poffin. Going to bring out 2 Pokemon, maybe the 2 Duskull.
And you have to feel for Nettie here. You don't want this to be the end of it. You're so close to being a champion, but there's just, what is the way out here? He's such a competitor. He's battled through such adversity throughout this weekend, throughout this event, but this might be too much to overcome at this point. He's going to keep looking for ways out. That is what a player of his caliber will do. But James, he knows this matchup inside and out. He knows the limitations of this Dragapult deck.
He has to know in this moment that he is but a few turns away from becoming the North American International Champion. The moment is going to start to feel real for him in these coming moments, but Netty's not going to give up, not going to just hand it over. He's got a Night Stretcher in his hand. He will just pass now to James Kowalski. He's got energy in hand in order to start powering up his Clefairy. There is only one Crushing Hammer still remaining for Netty. And there's that attachment for turn onto the Lily's Clefairy EX. No other supporters that James wants to play in the hand. Could fetch one out here with a Meowth EX and just set his board up with a Crispin, perhaps.
Yeah, funnily enough, I do think it will take several turns for James to close this out. Right now, he doesn't have anything powered up that really can knock out a Pheasantipity EX. He can continue to go after the Dreepy, the Dracloak as they come down. And that's probably going to be enough to close out the game. But, you know, if Netty starts attacking with Pheasantipity, I don't think James has a way to get a one-hit knockout.
I don't think James would mind it too much.
Yes.
I don't even think, I mean, Latias is weak to dark, right? But it's got 210 HP. Cruel Arrow doesn't even knock it out in one hit.
Yeah, I don't think it applies. Does it apply weakness to the active? I can't remember.
Yeah, if it's in the active, it would apply the
just
weakness.
for bench Pokemon. All right, we do see another Cruel Arrow. Dracloak goes down again.
And Prime Catcher added to James' arsenal from the prize cards. Netty's final Crushing Hammer does fall heads. So he will remove the Psychic Energy from the Lily's Clefairy, but no Dracloaks in play, no Dreepies in play. He is going to play Crispin here for turn, bringing out a couple differing types of energy so he can get his Cruel Arrow lined up. There is that special red card. No unfair stamp available, but can still find a way to disrupt now that James has taken 3 prizes.
It is kind of funny. I don't know if James is going to have to start switching and just start targeting the Pheasantipity on the bench. I mean, you can see a very, very, very long shot way for Netty to win if he can knock out James's Pheasantipity and he literally never draws another way to power up another attacker. The Crushing Hammer, I guess, helps a little bit in that regard.
Sure.
This will be, I guess, kind of a 3-hit knockout. 10 from the Itchy Pollen and then 2 Cruel Arrows from the Pheasantipity EX.
Okay, hold on, Puka. It's a bit of a long shot, but not quite over just yet. There is a Crispin, though. Also, Wondrous Patch. Let's also remember that Meowth EX on the bench is a pretty easy 2-prize target. James could even just power up his Mega Kangaskhan EX and then use that rapid fire combo to guarantee the KO and the win. He's got Boss in hand. Here comes the Crispin.
Huge Crispin here. This might be it. Netty is out of Crushing Hammers at this point. Powering up the Lily's Clefairy EX. If you can just Cruel Arrow hit Netty's Pheasantipity, you can then follow up with the Full Moon Rondo to take it out, and Netty won't have anything to attack with.
The Badoo absolutely not a threat here, so while it may seem simple for James, take out the Badoo, that's 1 prize. Take out one of these 2 prizes, that's 2 prizes. There's really no reason to do that. He could run into an unfair stamp from Netty's side. We, of course, know it's prize. James does not, however, so perhaps he will just set up this damage. But no, actually will take out the Badoo. Goes down to just 2 prize cards remaining. Netty sending up his Pheasantipity EX, drawing for turn. And with no disruption available, perhaps here, Puka, if he had at least his unfair stamp available, just maybe there's a way Netty could have fought back in this one. But without that piece even available, this mountain may just be too tall to summit.
With the Lily's Clefairy EX powered up, it just seems like too much to overcome. We'll see what Netty can do here.
The Lily's Clefairy, of course, weak to metal. It is not weak to dark, so A Cruel Arrow does not KO it. Were it weak to dark, maybe something could happen with a jamming tower, boss's orders play, but of course that is not available. Here will come a Dreepy. Netty crossing his fingers for it to hang on. Here is a Crispin as well, bringing 2 energies of differing types out of the deck.
Didn't think we'd see this many Cruel Arrows in one game.
Here we are indeed. James has a game plan. He's been executing it. And he is just a couple of pieces away from potentially winning this game. He could win this turn by KOing the Meowth EX. He would need 1 more benched Pokemon and an Area 0 Underdepths, of course, and a boss's orders, and he would be able to bring up Meowth EX for his final 2 prizes.
Now I wonder what Netty will actually target with this Cruel Arrow. Could actually go after Lily's Clefairy, try to get a 2-hit knockout there.
Set up for something with the jamming tower to still get himself 2 prizes.
Yeah, it's got to be something crafty here. He's in a very deep hole.
Yeah, he cannot bench this Duskull as well because all James would need is boss's orders, and that would be the game.
Yep.
That does give him the necessary Pokemon in play in order to get a KO with the Full Moon Rondo. 180 damage it would deal. As of now, to win on this turn, James does need Area 0 Underdepths and a Pokemon and a boss. 3 pieces, which is easier said than done. But at a minimum here, I mean, James obviously can just Cruel Arrow the Dreepy and still be in an incredible position. There it is, Cruel Arrow onto the active. Netty targeting down that Pheasantipity. There is a basic Pokemon found here. And here's going to be the retreat.
This is going to be the game-ending play, I think, for James. You can Full Moon Rondo, make it so that it almost doesn't matter what Netty does here. It's going to be a 2-hit knockout.
Netty has no way to heal this Pheasantipity, no way to remove it from play, and no way to deal with both the Lily's Clefairy and the Pheasantipity EX. He can get out a Dracloak, he can use Recon Directive, but that damage will remain in play, and at least one of these 2 Pokemon will as well. James can either boss's orders Pheasantipity should it move to the bench, or use Cruel Arrow to target it down, take away that final 50 HP.
Perhaps a fitting end is, remember before the match, James said he had 3 words, Full Moon Rondo, and that might be the final 3 words that he says to become champion, and there it is.
Netty extends the hand, James Kowalski runs through the event and becomes the North American International Champion.
Congratulations to James, known to many as All Out Blitzel. He has gone all the way and is now the North America International Champion as we hear the crowd chant AOB, All Out Blitzel.
What a moment, what a run. Congratulations to both these players. Netty fought valiantly. There was really not much he could do in that game 3. You've got to feel for him a little bit. All the adversity he faced up to this point, even just registering for the event, losing his deck, getting to the finals, and coming up just short.
First game saw James get out to